Duduk dua-duaan makan roti buaya sampai benar ya. Na 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 na. Lupa setting kamera bro tadi streaming. Di batang pohon cancung nama kita.
Dixon Soulcast out on site.
It's phenomenal to
Where is everyone go?
them to this kind of very well done B execute. They did that A hit off the back of the pistol, but that wasn't. It's not really too much to read into it. That was just kind of the punish eventually on
Namanya
Yampy
Jul
and then the
lupa
good side
lagi
take.
sama
But
tamnya.
it's gonna be hard for Liquid to handle because they've already been, as said, kind of like, well, okay, it's gonna be a little bit tricky to hold B if we take it lightly. Scream out of nowhere does find Durka though. You take those starts.
Pengen nonton final UCL Jul, kagak nggak punya TV gua.
To the 4 and the buy back in
Nonton di mana?
is shoddy by all accounts. Yampy gonna try and fill that gap.
Warkop sih paling.
But Link being a little lonely on the site here. Smoke out towards short, maybe Yampy a little paranoid, but Link does get the information that it's gonna be coming through from main.
They're going to try and play very close up, but misses the right click here. So now just down to the classic. He's going to get cleared out by this Trailblazer. He's got to be forced back in. Link
Good work.
will be isolated, but he'll find one on the way out.
Oh, this work between Yampy and Link
Woo!
is so well done!
No
The push
way.
and pull between the two was perfect. One takes the attention, even on the classic, Yampy still stood there, let Link get the shot on the dip back in through short, using the utility so well. That was a lovely bit of synergy between the two, and I
Kan bisa
cannot
nonton
credit them
streaming Jul,
enough
nggak
for
tahu
that.
nonton di mana.
I mean, that's all on the back of Link finding that first kill. As soon as
Nonton
he
di
finds
dia aja.
that, like you said, Yampy times it perfectly.
Lagian championnya kan sama kayak ngeliat Liga Inggris, sama-sama wakil Inggris, males.
Finds the classic kill onto Doma. A brilliant round. The Prime Gaming flawless coming out from Liquid there on a rounder. You got to say, initially, when you see Yampy miss the right click and you know that Link is kind of isolated here.
I'm worried.
Yeah, very worried.
Massive round for Liquid to turn, because they would have been right in the pockets then, but no. Fight their way back through.
Langanan
We'll see
Bane.
what a
Aduh,
judge can do
aduh.
on this map, especially in the hands of Yampy, but now it's
Langanan nobar.
Cryptics and Soulcast
Dia sampai pagi
having
ini.
to suffer through on this. Close angles being held, as his life quite literally does depend on it, and it's just him. He does lead back over here, but let's see what the go signal is on this one. Durka, happy to be the first man forward, Magnum in second, and these takes have been good. Here we
Durka
go.
try and smoke himself in here, but Cryptic creeps through. The slow is perfect. Magnum gets isolated
timing.
inside. Scream comes through. Fights
Woo!
2-3 now.
This is perfection personified already. This play between the two. We saw it on the other side. We saw it on that A take. Now we see it on B. The push and pull, the attention drawn in the most perfect way. And you saw it so clearly. Durka isolated the slow, just denying that next layer to come in behind him. And then the push up comes out from that judge. Brilliance shown by Liquid there to be able to handle that hit. I was worried they wouldn't have an answer to what Fnatic
Tanggalnya
were
1
doing.
detik.
But very quickly they've quelled that doubt instantly.
Really good stuff, and Mystic got to hold on to this Vandal. So again, Fnatic should have pretty comfortable purchase with how the first few rounds went for them. Again, now we start looking towards ultimate progress.
Liquid itu ngalahin Fnatic dia di region Europe. Cuman nggak tahu, screamnya nggak ngecun kali ya.
The Bladestorm boaster 2 off the Seekers as well. Let's come back to this again. You're absolutely right.
Tapi emang dari kemarin gue lihat lebih solid Fanatics, lebih solid Fanatics sih. Gue nggak tahu game pertama, cuman game kedua udah Jumpy jangan main sniper, sumpah. Baru diomong.
See Fnatic leaning towards a lobby this time. He's just going to try and get hold of this orb.
Ya mau gajah ngecun lah.
Over this side.
Snipernya
He's got the
dah.
operator this time. He's in mid.
Just gonna walk mid, knowing Yampy will have to wait and see its Scream tasked with dealing with this potentially. Puts himself
Dia main sniper tiba-tiba.
quite tucked in towards Wine here.
Thank you juga udah baca DM Discord gue tadi, santai. Gue mau DM Discord baca, cuman males. Jarang.
Leaves Yampy more room to clear in towards mid. Scream has that wall ready. Doesn't want to overstep. All goes up. Gives a little bit more safety to Link as we look towards the rest of the map. And you can see Doma here maybe trying to catch that over-aggression from Yampi, but it's not been shown just yet. He's showing patience.
Dia megang sniper lagi, moga aja dapet dah. Snipernya.
Back through tiles. Dolcas, I think only spots Magnum.
Suka bola nggak bang? Suka, cuman gue nggak tahu nonton di mana. Paling gue ke warkop biasa kalau mau nonton bola. Ya ntar gue ke warkop.
Good hold on mid. I'm gonna hear the paranoia sent through, and that's gonna pull him away from mid actually. And Fnatic, of this little bait here, just off the paranoia, gonna isolate Yampi. At least Durka gonna try and he finds the kill.
That's so smart. Even just jumping on
don't
that
give
corner to
Jumpy
make sure
sniper.
it's a tag, not a full-on kill, gives him the advantage, especially with the knives as well. So well considered, even the tiniest plays flash through the wall, they go in. It's Link on the side, he does have support though. Not alone this time, only good for one, but Scream's gonna wait so patiently. Just prowling in the depths of hell. He's gonna grab Doma, he wants more, doesn't get more. Yes, he does! Dirk is gone, and now Scream engages. 50 HP, but he can maybe get himself back up and situate if he needs to. Dips on... What? He doesn't need help! He does not need any more assistance to get these sort of kills. The man's already a monster. But Boaster left in the 1v2. The HP's gone. Scream's had a round.
Untung Screamnya nggak bisa kayak gitu anjing, tembakan goib kena pala.
Saw Mystic just throw his hands up in the air, just
Apalah ini orang.
Scream hits him with the backpedaling wallbang headshot. That was absolutely crazy. What a whole.
Nonton dia itu biasa bang di channel resminya Chelsea atau Manchester City. Marahin tuh. Nggak boleh, gue nggak punya hak siar. Soalnya hak siarnya udah diperjualbelikan kalau itu.
Again, I think Fnatic as well put so much faith in a beautifully executed fake on B, but again, they think that Link's just the anchor, right? They leave him hit.
Apaan nembak kayak gitu kena pala?
I did not want to see that again. The second one as well.
It's meant to be family friendly, man. Don't show that.
Look at him, yeah, look at him. Look.
Nonton Devin
What are you meant to
stream.
do? What are
Itu
you
ya
meant
dia,
to do
challenge
against that? 3
gitu
to
ya.
3 now, the answer's been had.
Good luck lah.
Whether it be a good kind of reposition, lovely combination play between two players, or just a scream round, these are all the things that make Liquid still one of the most deadly teams out there. Yampi this time does get noted once again in middle.
Sniper lagi nih si Jumpy nih.
But rather than backing away,
Semoga gak jadi penyakit dah. Hitungin aja, tadi satu udah gak dapet. Beban ekonomi buat itu sniper cu.
Got your trail.
Yeah, Seeker's invested. Yampi's going to pull away from mid here, but the hits already come through. Fnatic, look at how aggressive they're being. They're going to rat spawn.
Oh, and Scream's looking a little worried in this one now. So much pressure coming his way. The slow goes down.
No way.
Scream!
Aduh,
What a
nggak
moment to
dapet
find
lagi.
two.
Snipernya
He may
dua
have just
ya
had
nggak
this round at
dapet.
least somewhat manageable. Cryptix though does do well towards Boaster. Now look at what's left. Doma and Magnum. The spike is in CT pretty much at this point. Hard to recover. They want an extra pick. They're going to hit the brakes for a second. 50 to play with as well. Cryptix has to give away position. Double stack towards market. The face comes through. Magnum up close and
Jadi
personal.
penyakit
Shoves the barrel
sekarang
down the throat
snipernya.
of Cryptix. And now it's
You're about to get spiked.
so hard.
Mungkin
It wasn't
dulu
that
masih
deep towards
channelnya,
CT.
iya.
It was a little bit deeper, but they're fine.
30 seconds
Oh
left.
no, look at Link. Link stayed here the whole time. Once again playing anchor. He's going to get this kill.
Spike planted.
Down, he's trying to play the time, but he's lost track of him, but he's predicted it perfectly. Link knows exactly what's up. Played it just to perfection in the end.
Tuh masih selamat.
Magnum. The defuse comes out and Liquid hold again.
Lo kan bisa baca jarak segitu, set banget batai. Ya set-set aja mata gue.
They got away with that, but Link, that patience paying dividends.
Gak tau, gue main game dari dulu aman-aman aja. Gue belum pernah periksa sih, ntar gue periksa deh. Waktu itu gak jadi, males gue periksanya. Hitungin aja 2 tuh, Jumpy tuh snipernya tuh. Hampir jadi penyakit lagi tuh. Megang lagi, ketiga nih, sniper ketiga nih. Liatin aja nih Jumpy nih. Masih batu.
Struggling with a couple of these rounds where Liquid are able to almost get a good beat on exactly what they're trying to sell, but that round there was, you look back at it, it's a great push to come through, trying to isolate a player and spawn with that really fast hit. And again, off the first couple of rounds, when they know that
sambil
Liquid
live
just
gas.
kind of
Ngapain lu
nobarin
si Devin tidur
somebody in boathouse, somebody playing back on stairs, usually Soulcast and
Anjir berapa menit lagi sih?
I'm talking about, and then have
Dia mahal itu, 1.050.000 menit. Dia juga mau streaming 50 menit sejuta.
A couple of angles, they push all the way through. Again, they're looking to isolate one of those players that's hitting that
Gak apa-apa deh,
rotation.
streaming 50 menit sejuta tapi boleh tidur. Ikhlas gue.
Unfortunately, it's the worst person on the other side of it, right? It's Scream. He throws down the slow orb. He's able to get himself tucked into a corner, isolate those two
4 jam lagi dia ya.
And again, finding 2 kills, completely shutting that down.
You don't often get to see a bad game from Scream, but the last map, it wasn't his best. Sitting on, I think it was like 14 to 19.
Terus gue selalu bamba minusnya, lama-lama jadi buta nih. Waduh.
If this is the wake up
Gak tau gue obatnya kalau orang kayak gitu
this is when
gimana.
you start seeing it
Kok gak
become
berisih?
the headshot machine. This is when things could change. We'll see though. Wall goes up. Gonna slow down this potential burst the Fnatic might have wanted.
Ya kalau nggak ada yang nyawer lagi, kelarnya jam 6-an. Ya kalau 1.050.000 menit, kalau gue boleh tidur mah gue temen lah. Ya tidur aja. Enggak, bahaya, gue takutnya nantang-nantangin orang ntar dikerjain. Takut banyak yang dendam ke gue.
Still trying to give them some information, but here comes the hit on B once again.
You can see the utility intention perfectly now. Lovely overview there.
Kita lihat sniper jumpy yang ketiga.
Scream
Scream.
just breaks out again. Just the double whenever required. It's not just one, it's 2. He makes it look so simple. Soulcast can now catch the stairs push if needed. Bit of an overstep by Cryptix, but it's fine. It tees up Soulcast on this cross. And the accuracy is on point here. Couldn't quite convert on Doma. But now Doma put in a bad spot. Scream at the back by Boathouse. And what are you meant to do with this? Trying to bait the peak and Scream's having absolutely none of what he's trying to
Untung
sell.
Screamnya naik.
Liquid gonna keep working forward, and as we said, look, if Scream
Malang
comes
Bang
online this
Jul,
game and he keeps
maaf
bailing
jangan
them out,
nongkrong.
his great
Yoks.
kills here and there,
Kok si
this
Spec
complete
punya
gonna
obeng?
keep
Kapan gue ngasih?
everything.
Ya udahlah, gue juga lupa ngasihnya kapan.
I know you were talking about this the other day, just giving Scream the opportunity to put himself in a position where he can take a fight, come away, and then heal, and then
Gue
stop
tahu
people
juga
from
ya
pushing him
support,
even
donate
further.
itu support nggak masalah.
Again, I love seeing him on the Jet early on. I love seeing him on the Reyna early on. I love kind of seeing him put his own kind of flavor on those agents.
Namanya donate itu sama dengan support. Jadi kalau mau support streaming streamer lu ya donate. Nonton bisa. Tapi donate lebih kerasa. Yang namanya juga donasi.
The guy's bloody wild at what he does, and
Jadi,
there's a reason he holds this reputation. I mean, he's
streamer
arguably
yang
one
membuka
of the
Saweria
framers in previous times.
sama dengan kaum duafa.
You know,
Aduh lucu banget kalau itu
still
sarkas
is
ini ya.
known for,
Cuman banyak banget yang kena.
whether it
Gue
became
juga kena.
one-dimensional or not, doesn't really matter here. He's found such
Karena
a
donasi itu
play
untuk kaum
stage
duafa.
that's great, and I'm glad to see him on this stage, and you're right, it's like, okay,
Jadi
like
Anda
Scream
jangan
mentioned,
marah kalau
okay, he's
dibilang kaum
low,
duafa.
that's fine, you
Waduh,
know, he's tagged,
lucu ya
but
kalau
then it's
streaming
like,
kayak
oh,
gitu
well,
ya.
no, he's Sage. So, you know, guess not. I guess we
Mungkin
don't
itu
ever
lagi,
get an easy
mungkin
fight with Scream.
enggak lah. Orang mau
So
support
Fnatic
mah
need
wajar
to
lah.
find
Gue
a
aja
way
ada yang
around.
donat
These
sejuta-sejuta
side hits
kok
have
ke gue
been
kok.
worked out. They've been somewhat dismantled. Where's that next step? Where's that next layer?
Cuman temen gue ntar ada yang kesel lagi. Lu mah mulut mah Jul, kebiasaan lu. Ya deh, sorry.
Or we can maybe shut down Yampi. But when Scream starts to build in,
Jilat
he's
lu
not just
dari
playing
Jul.
these aggressive angles. He's not just pushing in your face.
Ya
He's
emang.
not trying to be
Lah kalau gue mah kaum duafa beneran
very
anjing.
valuable position.
Enggak juga sih ya, gue menengah
Maybe a one and
sekarang.
done. But if he's getting them too, there's so many advantages.
Menengah ke bawah tapi enggak ke atas. Ya gitulah. Enggak menengah juga sih gue kaum bawah lah.
Expected them to maybe turn the tides now.
Duafa kok live stream lata. Bikin konten jadi gembel apa sih lu? Aduh, mulut dah nonton fokus ah.
A little bit of a readjustment once again. It's Yampi and Cryptix this time. Yampi with that operator in hand.
Bahaya
now
mulut
spawn
gua anjing.
towards
Dari
B main.
gara-gara SOT gue tahan-tahan itu mulut cu. Pengen buat gue bacot-bacotin anjing, kesel gue.
A couple of probes sent out for information. Nobody really giving too much away on either side.
No. Scream. There was a moment where he might have crested that corner, but no. Slips back away towards site. Maintains position. Doesn't get over Aggie on this one. Boaster again showing a little bit more. Clears wine. Goes back in. Doesn't check right. Looks to the left. So keep in mind.
Ini stream apa ini sniper yang keempat ya?
I don't think he turned the blind completely.
Udah dapat belum sih si Jambi? Jampi. Menda menurut lu gimana Ju orangnya?
Link in good combination. Now do they check on him yet? No. Link gets unchecked on, but it is a 2-for-1 trade.
Gimana ya? Ya asik aja sih. Cuman kadang masih terlalu naif menurut gue ya. Mungkin karena umurnya masih muda, jadi kayak masih ada naif-naif yang kadang gue greget gitu kenaipannya dia. Tapi kadang juga gue ngertiin kalau dia masih muda banget. Lu kan tahu sendiri gue kadang nggak demen sama orang naif. Jampi lagi tuh, jadi nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain kan ya.
Wants to keep that up for further play, further rounds, but Fnatic, what a take in the end.
Ini sniper keempatnya dia ya, belum dapat tumbal lagi ya.
Yeah, really nice hit. Again, just holding out and Scream gets hard cleared. Again, just this simple wall.
City Chelsea pegang mana? Chelsea sih, gue pengen Chelsea menang lah, biar City nggak kuat-kuat banget.
Freely towards tree and isolate kind of just those two key angles on the way
in.
Nggak jokin nggak. Poster with the hard clearance, Link finally shows. Like you said, it gets traded out, well handled here, and again, Magnum just sending out a couple of shots here makes Cryptix and Soulcast just consider the fact that Dome has repositioned after that recon bolt, ping both of them actually in tree.
Ini sniper kelimanya dia, round 5 aja dia. Dikasih ke Scream snipernya. Dikasih ke Scream snipernya. Dipinjemin si Scream mau ngeboost tuh. Nah, gitu dong. Snipernya impact dong. Kayak gitu Jampi tuh, kayak gitu. Dapat kan satu. Enggak udah dikasihin lagi. Emang kemarin juga pakainya gitu buat ngeboost. Gitu snipernya Jampi, tolong. Ada impact, tolong. Harus dikasih contoh dulu sama Scream. 4 round dia. 4 round pakai sniper sampai kalah. Nggak dapat satupun kill. Nggak ada impact. Pusing juga kan orang. Semangat bang, santuy.
So much on Ascent, but more so on maps like Icebox. Actually gets lots of value through there, but the hit comes through on A site. 2 kills go through. Soulcast trade on back through.
2 lawan 2 jadinya.
Fury available and Liquid in a 3v2.
Ditaruh sniper jadi taruh si Jampi lihat. Tiba-tiba dia nggak pegang sniper.
Yeah, locks down towards heaven. Now they got to work this out with 2. Boaster and Mystic, what do you have in this? Against 3, they know where Soulcast is. Lockdown's in effect. He's gonna have to make his mind up. 5, 4, and a couple more seconds. Yampi.
Nah, bisa nge-kill tuh pakai Phantom.
Boaster in a 1v3. Turret gets invested. They've read the position well, and Cryptix. Big deny, and Liquid carried on. That retake was fantastic.
Really well played.
Chelsea rekrut Messi bisa jadi, duitnya ada Chelsea. Roman Abramovich punya duit.
Again, we've seen him do this a couple of times.
Come on, Jampi, come on.
It's another one of those things that these tiny adjustments, and I say tiny adjustment, but putting an operator on Scream and getting him posted up on that market wall, it's just another thing that kind of throws a spanner in the works for all this hard work that Fnatic's done in the early rounds of this half to try and figure out these different setups from Liquid.
Beli armor, duit lu banyak Jampi. 7.900. Oh nggak apa-apa kali ya. Dia nggak beli armor dong. Sayang. Ya tapi 3-3 sih masih banyak, tapi sayang aja. Apalagi nih kelakuannya si Jampi nih.
You can see how keen this is. Going to clear out towards the top side of tree over by shot. Hello. Okay, Durka, fair enough. I mean, Scream's had a couple. Why don't you get a freebie? So already the player advantage does go towards Fnatic here on this take.
Comes back
Scream.
through on Heaven though, gonna find Doma. Durka will dig Link out of hell now, but 2 players already up close here, and I'd say Mystic nearly gets caught off guard there. It'll be Durka that falls to Cryptix. Magnum will trade that one out.
Spike's
Peluk kayak tuh sniper
I was gonna
peluk.
say, yeah, Spike not down, Fnatic still with a man advantage, and finally comes through on the back of Boaster.
Ooh, timing on that crosser. Little squeaky on it, but Spike will be planted out. The double stack playing back in as well. Scream one of them though.
Spike planted.
Yampy on the op. Time being bought. Does he get a glimpse?
Tuh, susah
No, Mystic
mas.
stays unnoted for now.
Desnya udah dipakai lagi.
Boaster back of sight, still worried about Heaven, right to be done, and now Mystic does get screamed. That's around pretty much done. Yampy needs to back away again. This is going to turn into a bit of Jame time for those in the know, but Yampy does want to keep that up for the later rounds, maybe feeling right place, right time. It can work out well for him. Oh, I think he just slipped through the net, so see if Boaster checks on this. He's looking like he wants to.
Mati.
Oh, no.
Ah!
Right, Op's gone. Good answer found for Fnatic there.
Yeah.
And again, these
Kuku!
I don't
Buat
think
kuku!
as much as yes, this has been
Lu pakai sniper lu.
a good couple of rounds from Liquid. I've been very impressed with the side takes still from Fnatic.
Excuse me? Sorry.
Yep.
Can we...
Yep.
Okay,
We don't talk
we'll
about
come back to
that.
that. We'll come back to that later. The sight hit was really good, Lauren. One thing I
Sebenarnya bikin sniper, beli sniper tuh nggak masalah.
all the way through to glass actually to cover
Sebenarnya ya,
from the shadows, right?
impact
Again,
bikin orang takut kalau
anticipating
misalnya
that,
lu
maybe
snipernya
they
dapat
rotate
terus
Yampy
gitu,
across
takut
and
orang
Screams
ketemu
like to play
sniper.
very,
Tapi
very
si
close
Jumpy itu dari
contact
kemarin
lane
kayak
main.
gitu
I love
dia,
that little
ada
adjustment
miss-missnya.
there to kind of negate the risk of
Lebih sering missnya daripada
sending
impactnya.
Doma towards the back lines.
Nah ini dapet nggak nih Ding?
But just for the record, gonna need to see that Durka in 0.25.
Yampy's seen a pixel out of place there. But it's going to be Link who's going to be receiving the vast majority
Gak
of the
masalah
side.
asal dapet, iya.
And they've been checking on this. Boaster's been putting down utility to clear it. Now there's a complimentary
Kayak Scream
position
tadi
on the other
awal-awal
side.
langsung jebret,
Soul
dapet
now
banyak
smoked
tuh.
off though. Link does get flashed
Aduh,
out, checked on.
Link.
Great diligence shown already.
Nah,
from
kalau kondisi
Fnatic
kayak
on
gini,
this
udah
take.
snipernya nggak bisa
Has to peel
ngapa-ngapain.
away now. And it should be postured for a retake straight away. You can already see that Fnatic have gateway to the site.
Arrow, dealt with quick enough that Soulcast can't find a kill on the way through, so Fnatic keep 5 alive. Blade Storm and the revive, but
Itu baru JL.
they can't
Melin
get
gua.
that revive in one.
Nice,
They're
Scream.
gonna find one in hell here in response to bring it to a 4v4.
And Yampy's on a
Aduh.
mad flank. Now, Doma
miss
is towards
lagi.
line, but now position noted on either side. They can just buy time on each other. It's going to be that annoying battle to deal with because they'd love to be able to use this as the first step forward, but Yampy has to get the ult going as well. That op is not going to do it!
Nah.
Hello to his little friend. Doma's now dead, and here comes the side take. Scream going to lead in towards Boaster. Rez comes in, you called it. Durka
Nah.
now just Mystic alive, and they already cleared through the post-plant positioning for the Viper, and the good play back in.
Untung
This
udah last run.
retake from Liquid is brilliant.
So well played. Again, it's I mean, Yampy with the blade
Dating
storm,
malah
like, you
kita
can
smart
send him
doang
on that
aja,
flank.
tapi ternyata
Again, if he gets
viewers gila
spotted
gila.
out, it's so difficult
Semua
for him
kuat
to fight
donet
back in
jadi
with
live
that
stream
operator,
12 jam
but
plus
he's
bayangin
got the
1
blade
juta
storm.
per 50
Closes
menit.
the distance,
Mahal
and
itu
Doma
30
isolates
menit.
that kill, and
Nggak
ultimately
murah
Doma's
itu.
the last kind of prong on the fork, so to say, with that game plan. They want to leave him in wine to be the person to play.
12 jam, berarti dia
A
dapat
little bit of an awkward engagement there between
Devi
Durka
dapat
and
10 juta
Cryptix,
lebih ya sehari.
and the res coming through again. Scream secures his own revive. Low HP. And Liquid close out 7-5. A big condition when we talk about win conditions here. Really. It's having a stronger side.
Tapi Jumpy kalau tanya jago apa enggak, jago.
Attack-wise for Liquid,
Cuman entah kenapa snipernya kayak
this is when it
kadang-kadang
comes
tuh kayak
back to, you
aduh
know, that little- that minor
kesel aja gue
adjustment
ngeliatnya.
of, Scream gun onto the Sage, but defensively to find more value, so I'd say it looked better at least with him on defense. That's a big tick in the box for me.
Emang dia
See
ngebuat
how they
takut
put it to
musuhnya
work
nggak jadi
here.
commit sih.
Just
Tapi
some of
gara-gara
these set
Scream dari
pieces we
takutnya.
see from Liquid.
Takut dibus.
Boaster gets a lot of info off just the audio cues alone on this, but Yampy's already towards the site. Now there is 3 players very close by. And you'll see the commitment off the back. Yampy again going to be kept in check, and he's going to be tagged up brutally on this. 16 HP is no fun for anyone. And the work forward is going to be hard. You can already see Boaster tries to capitalize on the timing, doesn't quite catch it. Soulcast on the punish, but Magnum's still here. You still have players around. Mystic back of sight though, gets checked on.
Nice.
Great take from Liquid here. 4 stand, Spike now planted.
Udah
No easy play
18
back
jam.
in between Durka and Doma.
18 jam. 1 jam 1 juta, 18 juta deh.
The Sage Wall in
Kenceng sih itu.
Set up there, but Liquid will close out the pistol.
Kalau gue streaming kayak gitu kayaknya nggak mungkin deh.
Get the ball rolling in this second half. Scream at 19 and 8 here. Again, we've seen it before, but when he starts stamping his foot down on a map, it's so beautiful to watch.
Mikir aja sih nggak? 10 menit 10.000. Coba lah Jul, enggak. Gue takut.
Ghost him, but just utility elsewhere.
Gue nggak tahu.
Time the focus gonna be the A site.
Kalau gue tinggal tidur gitu kayak Devin, gue nggak enak juga anjing, tidur kayak ada yang ngeliatin. Nggak betah.
Heard at least one player cross. Don't know how much info they get off the back of it. Doma tries to follow towards Yampy, who's going to get towards the side, but he adjusts well. Good work between Durka and him to be able to get Yampy and Cryptix down, but guns still do favor the Liquid side. They do have 3 still to play.
Yang gue tau tuh Norman yang pakai begituan. Sampai dia minta maaf ke viewersnya, maaf ya guys, gue nggak bisa ngelanjutin. Norman kan nggak mau streaming tidur kan. Maaf ya guys, gue nggak bisa ngelanjutin nih. Akhirnya ituin ke apa hari berikutnya kalau nggak salah, streaming berikutnya.
Soulcast tries to find info towards Heaven. Now Magnum does give away that his position is now in play. Spike is down and here
bukannya pernah waktu download SLT.
Liquid hold this again.
Pernah gue streaming tidur, nggak betah. Kadang-kadang kalau tidur, ntar gue lagi mimpi basah, tiba-tiba gue ngaceng kelihatan.
Finding Scream, but Link digs his heels in. Mystic needs it, can't get it. There's the next player though.
Nice.
Booster leans further forward. It's all on Link. Just with the pistol by his side, 2 players to find, and he doesn't get it. What a playback through for Fnatic.
Great stuff. Really, and in fact, Doma and Durka find those first 2 kills. It's a 2-for-1 in their favor, like you said. And Liquid have to put the brakes on. They try and cling on to site control, anticipating that hit coming
through.
Tapi
Norman pas membership ada. Norman duluan, bukan Devin duluan. Norman duluan Subaton gitu. Seingat gue.
Again, I have to take a look. Actually, here in the minimap, look where he's already walking, Lauren.
Itu tuh kayak streamer Twitch. Awalnya dari streamer Twitch kayak begitu. Ladang duit baru.
Great stuff from Magnum. Again, you talk bigger picture positionally there. Really good stuff for Fnatic to sit back and wait for all that to happen.
Pas tidur tiba-tiba ngegaleri. Iya, gue bakal di rumah dong, gue nggak pakai celana dalam, nggak pakai sempak gue.
Economy wise for Fnatic, they should be able to get a couple more on the board. It looks like probably a timeout's been called in at this point. Not sure who by or if it's technical. We'll find out. However, this gives opportunity, right? So let's say it's 7 to 8, then you get maybe another buy back in. You're going to have it right on the verge of kind of negating that little bit of an advantage they had on that half switch. So right back into this now.
Never been shown the floating bear. That's
atasnya Omen
on this map.
Sofa Sky, iya. Yang mana Omen yang mana?
Prius, Sapphire, and Yeti. That's why. This is the premium stuff. Oh, it's technical.
Dia di sini aman, kenapa pas gue join live stream Bang Sandy?
Hopefully it's a nice and quick one.
Why come back to the studio? Let's find some more.
Pakai sempaknya kalau mau jalan, iya. Gue kayak gitu, gue jujur aja. Gue pakai sempak tuh di rumah jarang banget, males saya gitu, males.
Yeah, set them a real task.
Musiknya copyright, jadi gue mute dulu. Bang Sandy di blacklist sama Neckbot. Kenapa Sandy? Yang temennya Winda ya? Beda pasar kali. Kalau gua kan tipenya lu kalau mau kata-kata toxic juga ya di mata gue ya gue ngomong anjing kontol gitu-gitu, kasar, ngomong kasar gitu gue udah biasa, jadi nggak gue banned langsung gitu juga. Itu sebenarnya tuh otomatis dari YouTube-nya. Kalau lu mau tahu, tiba-tiba tuh ada misalnya lu ngetik kasar nih, ngomong anjing, itu di hold dulu sama dari YouTube-nya sendiri tuh. Itu otomatis tuh dari YouTube-nya di hold. Bisa gue tampilin bisa kagak, cuman gue males ya, gue juga orangnya toxic lah, gue bilang ngapain sih. Jadi ya udah, asal nggak kelewatan mah gitu, asal masih batas wajar mah. Kalau selama itu nggak mengganggu ya menurut gue mah ya udahlah. Kasar ya bisa juga sih PK. Kayak Bang gue dulu suruh P doang di blacklist jir. Oh bercandanya dia, gimmicknya dia. Tahu gue kalau Winda sama anak-anaknya biasanya dia gimmicknya lebih banyak. Mereka lebih banyak ke gimmicknya. Gua ada gimmick, paling gimmicknya dikit doang. Nonton UCL, copyright, strike, UCL tuh, copyrightnya tuh udah strike langsung. Aku tulis kata kasar, ya bisa sih. Kayak gini tuh, ya, pakai sempaknya tuh kalau hold sendiri sama YouTube tuh. Tuh, si Azhar tuh kan pakai sempaknya kalau mau jalan itu kalau hold sendiri. Jadi bisa ada pilihan lu mau nge-show apa nge-hide. Nah, kalau didiemin aja tuh biasanya otomatis nongol. Makanya kadang-kadang lu bingung kan, kok gue baca chat tapi chatnya kagak muncul. Padahal chatnya tuh masih di hold sama YouTube-nya. Sempak aja bisa di hold sama YouTube. Cuman nggak tahu. Ntar kalau ada misalnya ada aturan nggak boleh kata-kata kasar ya udah. Gue nggak ngomong deh. Nggak tahu deh gimana ya.
Again, we talk about the emotional history of Liquid, how many times we've seen them fall short and these very
Udah canggih YouTube ya. Itu udah ngol sendiri. Bisa di setting di nightbot bisa. Dukung mana sih Chelsea?
Big point, we're back underway. Thank you very much, observers. They found you one. That's the thick bear, just straight up crushing. 6 to 8 though, we're right back in.
Judi live stream Acit ya. Kadang bukan modnya yang nge-hack, emang YouTube-nya. Jadi kalau lu nyalain mod juga bukan modnya kok yang nge-hack. Emang YouTube-nya yang nge-hold. Wajar.
Now needs to back away because there is just gonna be sheriffs, ghosts, bits and bobs. A little bit of light armor invested for Link though.
Ada 7 data sana nonton Devin tidur, biarin lah.
Bagus. Just one actually. Cryptix was playing deep enough there that he wouldn't have been spotted with the short-sighted.
Jangan disungkil Sinter kagak juara. Bangsat.
And Scream still trying to figure out exactly where Dirk has repositioned to and just slowing things down here. Liquid trying to isolate one player at least. Now, no information on the back of that flash, I don't think. At least I didn't see anybody get flashed there. And Yampi's going to creep through.
Dicey, but no problem yet. Yampi's gone down to Doma. Dirk is still feeling like, okay, there's way too many players close to this. Magnum's helping him out on this double stack.
Timing of flash.
And I'm looking towards seeing what Link can do here. He's been
wah, Screamnya mati, Yampinya mati.
Potentially noted already. You can see Magnum turning attention towards it. Yeah, he's like, nah, I heard you, but not gonna happen. Really well held by Fnatic. No threads to be
pada main aman lambat.
No
Soalnya Ron Iko. Jadi kalau Ron Iko, walaupun lu nggak menang, seenggaknya bikin mereka miskin. Begitu. Kan kalau main Valorant tuh nggak tembak-tembakan doang. Lu ngitung ekonominya juga. Mereka bisa beli apa enggak nih? Gitu. Kira-kira mereka senjata apa nih? Kayak begitu. Kalau PB kan nggak ada ekonomian, kalau ini ada. Nah kayak sekarang nih round gun banget nih, round senjata semua nih. Ini yang menentukan round-round yang kayak gini. Di Valorant itu orang Iko masih bisa menang untungnya, bagusnya. Ngandelin utility. Utility harganya murah. Kayak utility-nya Jet, itu harganya murah. Astaga, Jampe. Timingnya apes banget sih lu.
And Dirk are going to be waiting on that cross. If he doesn't get checked on, he's going to get away with murder.
Paranoia as well, but now Yampi's got reinforcements here.
Kita beli main cerdas berarti ya. Dia mikir juga. Nih kayak ini nih, dia pakai ulti.
Does and with that pick up in middle, that's a bit of a problem. Opens up the rest of the map slightly. Keep your eye on the spike and where they want to take this.
Nah, kalau kayak gini, walaupun Liquid menang, tapi mereka miskin ntar. Risikonya, tapi mereka habis Iko sih.
Arduous retake. 30 seconds left. Some way off and now confirmation. Spike will be going down.
Si FNC duitnya lagi banyak.
Time to set up on this now. Soulcast does have a fair bit in utility. So
Scream cut, very hot.
This is
perkara
gonna be hard to find a way back in from Mystic and Magnum. What can you do to try and dig these players out? Both posted towards hell.
So Mystic's got a line up to deal with at least one corner here. The Nano Swarm already set up for Heaven as well. I'm going to stop that push coming through on the back of the utility getting invested. Magnum actually going to charge to try and close the distance here. Going to find the headshot, but no kill. Cryptic deals with it.
can see just the time being bought here. So much utility to work through. Mystic knows he's in all kinds of trouble. A touch on the spike does get one, but Crypt takes the time. He's just got to play it. And
Walaupun ini kalah, ini round walaupun ini kalah nih si Fnatic, ini round bagus buat Fnatic karena mereka miskin. Si Liquidnya miskin. Lu lihat nih, tahu sih mereka harusnya bisa set up kan habis Eco ya. Cuman harusnya enggak, armor setengah deh. Itu serunya Valorant tuh di situnya juga ada. Tuh. Jadi satu senjatanya ada yang pakai Spectre, si Jumpy jadinya pakai ulti, nggak beli senjata, jadinya miskin. Mereka pakai armor setengah 2 biji. Jadi chance kemenangannya lebih gede Fnatic. Gitu. Main hemat. Betul. Nggak dicek.
In every single way you could imagine. Seekers go down, more confirmation of position. Link now left towards middle, and this is just a weird round. Soulcast is trying to play it back in.
Nggak dicek sama si Jumpy kirinya.
I mean, the trust there. Soulcast gonna desperately try to find a kill on the way out here. Hunter's Fury invested as well.
Jadi miskin, seri deh, mereka Eco nih harusnya nih. Jumpy the fuck, tahu si Jumpy. Nah, jadi Eco nih mereka nih. Ini apa nih penentuan banget nih.
I'm not sure what the safety net is to make sure that that doesn't happen. And he's so lucky, I guess, that Liquid just
pasti kayaknya harusnya sih jadi seri 99.
Enough discipline to kind of really.
Mereka masih banyak duit. Fnatic. Jumpy maksa beli nggak tuh? Aduh sayang banget.
Good way to at least alleviate some of the pressure from the post plant that could be coming through. Now Link gonna get the spike down. Scream tasked with catching the flank, and it's gonna be Yampy to deal with that market play back through from Durka and Boaster, but yeah, he's gonna get checked on, and that's gonna be already a little bit of a problem. Actually trying to get proactive on it, tries to jump across from the peak, but Magnum catching from CT. Still, I guess a spike plant's pretty solid in this for them, and managed to get this far, and a Scream just plays aim training on him, but outgunned drastically. Position noted. This one's a wrap.
Nah, mereka masang. Ada duit bonus lagi dari bom, masang bom.
Able to kind of slip away, play his life effectively. You can give that one over to Doma, get his ultimate online. Mystic with the Viper Spit, nothing else available for Fnatic, and we'll have to take a look once it pops back up to see what Liquid have got at their disposal. It's all tied up here. 9
si Jumpy AC. Oh, ini hitungannya dari ACS ya. Oh, combat apa? Average combat skill.
Yeah, the lockdown, the revive.
Average combat score.
Nothing else really close yet. Link the
Jumpy paling bawah, berarti impact dia paling kecil. Dari tadi main udah 18 ronde. Dan si Jumpy ini impactnya paling sedikit untuk tim. Begitu. Kalau dia tadi skor itu.
I guess that ult's a bit of an issue that they can't quite sit cleanly in the post plant, and it cuts off very few avenues of approach, but Yampy's going to try and crack right into it. Doma instantly dedicated himself towards this. There is no full back plan beyond this. This is just straight up all in. This is deathmatch time. How does he get two? How on earth does Magnum get two out of that? I have no idea. There's now two alive. Soulcast and Scream. The res is there for Scream, but does he want to try and vet?
Excuse me?
He wasn't even in the ult.
What? I want a list of what Mystic, Durka, and Magnum have had for breakfast today. These guys are hitting.
Sampai MVP dah.
This is insane.
Tuh, gila. Set mati dua.
Wait.
Udah.
Okay, dude.
Itu pedih banget.
You're having an absolute laugh.
Tech Kim
I wish
PC.
my
Dar,
spray did
dar.
that.
Pedih banget itu.
Check him PC. That is all I was saying. That is absolutely bonkers from Magnum. And Liquid,
That's so quick.
Kan main.
wisely so, calling
Kan?
the attack timeout now. I mean, this is again on the back of getting bullied in 2 rounds.
Nah,
where
ini
they
Ron
completely
Iko
tried to
FNC bisa
flip the
11,
script
ditahan
on
sama
the pace of this
11.
game. To just get absolutely
Bisa nggak
I
nih?
gotta say it, just slapped.
Masalahnya si Fnatic tuh kaya banget tuh, duitnya 8.000, 8.000, 7.000. Mereka bisa nahan tuh 2 ronde tuh, 3 ronde. Bisa beli mereka 3 ronde. Full equip.
5-2 on the
But
half.
again,
Yeah,
I'm
telling you, like
I
want
know
that.
someone's gonna
Magnum
clip it,
Mystic
so just
perih plik.
tweet me it. I want to
Yeah.
watch
Yes.
it.
Tweet me a mini montage of the Durka tap through smoke. I want the Mystic tap through the Viper's pit there, and I want the Magnum just like remixed. I want it scrubbed backwards and forwards in slow mo,
Sunday.
because that was absolutely insane.
Oh,
Aduh, si Jumpy masih beli 1.100.
Now, again, with the way the previous 2 rounds have gone, yes, it
Armor
was a save round. Yes,
setengah.
then we had the buy round where
Bisa
Liquid tried
sih.
to double down on that aggression and that tempo they tried to adopt, but here it's tough. I mean, do they continue with that on the round that Fnatic actually
Dan tiap hari bang biar
do
kayak gini
decide to
kagak
become
lah. Nggak
proactive?
bisa
They're
gue.
playing much deeper than you usually expect. Again, Fnatic, a team that we'd always accredit for being one of the most proactive in terms of defensive set pieces. This is just really tough for Liquid to break back into this.
the scoreline still sits so close, but you're right. This should be 11 after the back of this, and this was led by Liquid for so long. And then this resurgence of form from Fnatic. Gotta make value out of this for Liquid. You can't just let this be another one going
Aduh,
by the
ini ada
wayside.
ultinya
Look at that
Killjoy
big
sih,
hold
tapi dipakai
short
sekarang
as
apa
well
enggak
from
sama
the
dia ya?
defensive side. Magnum and Mystic sitting super deep on this, making sure there's no threat to be instantly found. The double stack here as well. Great read, just makes me nervous.
Gonna send the paranoia through here, but no
one's playing
follow
close.
up on it.
Oh, Durka.
Nah,
Durka,
gitu
that
tuh.
tracking
Itu
is
AWP
so
impact
good.
tuh kayak gitu
Honestly,
tuh.
if this was, you know, a different game. If this was Vakroll and Vanguard, I'd be questioning. But right now, these boys are absolutely playing a fire game. The aim is on. But you can see Link and Cryptics aren't exactly backing away either. But it is just Link left alive.
Different
Unless
jet
they
udah
do
ini
some
jauh
damage,
banget
a
different
Judge
jetnya.
is not what he wanted. If he got a rifle, maybe more could have been had. Or is that spike not quite to hand either? Able to pick that one up. Try everything you can, and it's get out of there time. See what you can do with this. You got to fight for your life in this.
Get the hell out of Dodge.
Gak ada asap, gak ada tele, pusing.
Here. 2 members on A site going to remain now. Link forced to play all the way in Boathouse on back site. Actually,
This is everything he's got. He has to play everything on this one. And Fnatic still have utility to play with. They've still
Ada
got bits
smoke
and
1
pieces,
detik.
full rifles, armor's looking pretty on 2. There's one of the pieces of utility. There's a second. Link wants to try and dive into this, but ordered away by Hyper. Work coming in, the Venom just through the veins.
Ooh! Nice clutch!
All 3!
You have got to be kidding me. Link coming up huge in a
Your
1v3.
I was worried about the venom in his veins. It's the ice in this man's veins that comes through. What a clutch. A Red Bull clutch at that. Having to dig so deep when his team needs him.
Itu clutch-nya impact banget itu.
Thank you for the slow-mo on this one. A beautiful adjustment there from Durka, but this is insane from Link. I don't even think actually Fnatic are even considering the possibility that it's a Judge he's retrieved from A site. Oh my word, that one brings them right back into this. Ties things up 10-10.
Ron Iko menang tuh udah bagus banget itu.
What a game we have on our hands. Both teams unrelenting. We have ults online for Boaster and Magnum, Scream and Cryptics. So both of them have some abilities here to work with. We do have the op out as well for Durka.
Ini harusnya Liquid bisa menang ini. Ada ultinya Killjoy buat nge-clearin.
We have once again that set piece on A from this defensive side.
Nah iya.
Very unique. Boaster tasked with a lot here.
Nggak bisa dihancurin.
He's already outside of it, but this is a comfy
Cuman
side take.
after plan-nya ntar gimana ini?
From the very word go.
Smoke kanan kiri.
I think we've seen Fnatic are just like this on the back of them having the lockdown available a couple of times. That's
Turunnya
nice
live.
combo with the slow orb and the nano swarm there to do a little bit of chip damage there on Boaster. But we've seen Fnatic back up and play like
Come
this,
on, Jumpy,
anticipating
do
a lockdown
something.
execution from Liquid. And it's going to be a full 5v5. The Seekers available, invested early on here in the retake.
Magnum's got a lot of space, actually. Good bit of freedom to start with. We've got 3 at the back of side. This is a really deep post-plant hold. Magnum's cleared
Do
out 2 already.
something,
There's gonna be
Jumpy,
3 against him.
come
Cryptic
on
Sockets,
lah.
Link, where are you in this one? Everyone at the back to the
Holy
wall. They're sitting the defuse. Durka ain't gonna be moving. And Magnum!
Oh
What a round
my
to find
God.
form. 4 for him there. Prime Gaming flawless. I cannot believe not a single kill could have been garnered.
Lord, I think this might be one of the best examples of anti-stratting that we could see across this event right here. Again, the readjustment.
Mati
both to
kenapa
play
si
solo,
Jumpy, kenapa,
anticipating this lockdown, and we've seen this Viper step up a couple of times here. But look at the lineups. The wall goes up.
Klik
to
manub
isolate
lagi,
back
tiar.
lineups. There's 2 lineups with the snake bites to clear behind double and behind default. The
After
paranoia
play-nya
invested,
kena.
it's pixel perfect from Fnatic.
Ikoron.
We've seen them, they've been leaning back, they've been anticipating this execution
Nggak sih, ini
from
Hawk sih,
Liquid
nggak
so
ikut,
many
sorry.
times. And it comes through, and they're so well equipped for it.
I'm cracking the can of
Bisa,
Red Bull.
dia
I'm
kena
ready for this one
flawless.
now. Let's go. 11 to 10. Both of these teams doing something
Mati.
that I can't imagine.
Untung nggak.
Durka could be forced away from this. Now, it isn't that same double stack. This is a different look.
Pulang,
Gone
kah?
away from that last piece, maybe predicting more
Nggak
of a,
tahu sih.
I guess, standard approach considering the purchase coming out from Liquid, or just trying to play a little bit more all-encompassing here.
A couple of weapons across the board to deal with, but it's not comfortable whatsoever for Liquid. Durka again going to be posted up in A heaven here. Cryptic's actually opting to face, going to get a tag. Doesn't get traded onto. Dome now got it all to do. Boast up.
Jumpy.
Gets another. He's got to know there's someone else around here. He's isolated Link. This is huge work. This could be 12 on the board for Fnatic right here, right now. But there's a rifle with Soulcast, and there's still Scream. If there is Scream alive, there is still a chance, and they're fighting for survival now. This isn't just another map. Fnatic have now pushed the advantage. What can they do? Boast is slowly
Aduh,
closing the net
mati
as
dah.
well. Just suffocating Liquid in this.
Mati, Scream kalau nggak ngecek mati.
Cross. I don't know how they're going to get through this Boaster.
Scream.
Backline Scream.
Ooh.
Internal clock ticks. He knows it.
Ooh.
He does punish
God.
Boaster. It's a gateway now. 15 seconds though. It's a rifle.
Ada
They've
revive.
gotta go
Nice.
right here, right now. 10 seconds is all they've got on the cross. Scream needs to make it through. 8 seconds of spikes on the site. Durka wants to deny though.
No
5
time.
Oh, he's
Ah.
Scream. Who just showed a little too much leg, and that's going to be the round for Fnatic. No matter which way you cut this.
It's insane. You can see Scream just wait so long for Fnatic to fight back in, and they're happy. Again, I think they read that situation perfectly. They know Scream's still got the revive, and they play that to their advantage. They know that the pressure's going to be on. If anything, with the control hit Poster actually
Ngapain ya
nearly
si-
caught off guard here, but finds that second kill on Link, and that is massive for Fnatic. Again, to put the brakes on
Tiba-tiba
this,
Jumpy ke situ ngapain?
slow this round down. Again, they want Scream to wait out this revive. They want him, that paranoia to
This
build.
is it.
Un.
This is what they get to come with into this potential final round. It's 12 to 10. Liquid's tournament life is on the line. Fnatic on the verge of doing the lower bracket run, but a burst out towards Look Main.
Goodbye.
And Boost found one big trade, so
Yo,
Link
yo,
is
yo,
happy,
you can do
digging
this.
deep on this. A quick flash will allow the fallback. And it
4 versus
pauses
3, ada ulti Omen.
this big springboard moment, and those rifles are unrecoverable for now.
Expect Fnatic to defend these.
Take the gun.
Not allow them to retrieve them.
Bisa dapat senjata.
Another flash going to come
Cuma
through.
harus
Again, this is
di-cover.
just all information. Fnatic can hold
Ada smoke-nya
the
aja sama
line
Omen.
as they are for the time being. Oh, so actually going to post up in a little off angle here. Aldrone will spot him, but he's still going to get a kill. Yampi
He
take
played
up
that
as
so
well.
well on the timing. It's all
Goodbye.
down to 2 in this moment. Link and Soulcast
Aduh, sayang
charged with the
banget.
weight of Liquid on their shoulders now. Magnum on one side, Boaster on the other. There is no way in. There is no further step forward. Link is being worked down from every single angle. Utility on top of utility. 28 HP. And no matter how bad he wants this, no matter how hard
30 seconds
he just
left.
wants to get to that site, the odds are stacked so heavily against him. And he knows it. No one's giving him any quarter here.
Nggak dikasih chance,
The
cuy.
seconds dwindle down. He's gonna find Magnum. He's given it everything, but I can't imagine a better player to close it
subscribe
out
ya,
for
thank
Fnatic.
you.
Booster to take Fnatic forward in 2. Only one European team can carry on, and it will be Fnatic to bear the burden, to bring that banner forward and see if they can complete the lower
Jampi
bracket
sih
run.
banyak yang kesel tuh pasti masih Jampi, sumpah. Percaya sama gue. Banyak yang kesel masih Jampi itu.
Fantastic performance and just absolutely insane to see.
Banyak banget. Nggak ada impact-nya parah banget ya.
To see on this uptrend they've had again regionally, we look back and last time they faced, I mean, Liquid.
Abis itu si Jampi dimaki-maki tuh.
Again, a little bit of a funky map feature that I gotta
Batu.
say was completely unexpected, right, from everyone. But Fnatic right
Eh,
here,
bang,
just showing,
sama-sama.
again, you do your homework. They have all
Batu.
of these protocols, all
Kalau
of
dia
these
kagak
contingencies in place for everything that they do. And ultimately looking in full control here. Liquid, a couple of really, really good, I guess, rounds strung together, but it's just not enough. It's not enough, and Fnatic best them here and eliminate them from Masters 2 Reykjavik.
Nggak konsisten Jampi. Dari kemarin emang OP-nya kayak begitu. Lu lihat di VCT, dia pas jadi CT, pas jaga ya, pas jadi defender, nggak, OP-nya tuh nggak se-impact jet-jet lain gitu loh, nggak se-impact yang lain. OP-nya tuh mungkin dia lagi apes, gue nggak tahu ya kalau dia turnamen ya. Mungkin dia lagi apes atau kenapa, cuman kayaknya emang gue nggak tahu deh. Cuman dia kekeh tuh pakai tuh OP tuh gitu loh. OP-nya itu yang bikin orang greget sama dia. Miss-nya tuh keseringan. Dia main agresif OP, wajar, tapi dia sering buat miss, sering buat. Dan OP itu beban ekonomi banget. Ente lah babang stream next video rekomend gitu, jiwa dulu diambil scream semua. Iya, scream tuh udah ngalah loh dia. Dia pakai Sage battle sih, dia battle Sage sih tuh ya. Beda lah. Ternyata di mid sampai ditunjukin sama si Scream nih. Cara matakin orang di mid biar orang kagak berani lagi ke mid. Ceker, pala hilang. Sen versus Fnatic final. Kemungkinan sih. Tapi Nutun, aduh kemarin parah juga sih dia dibantai-bantai sama Sen. Tapi Sen emang overpower aja, ngope. Abis ini apa sih? Habis ini apa matchnya? Langsung neutron ya apa? Apa udahan? Oh udahan ya? Oh jadi cuma satu match doang hari ini. Oh, enggak deh, langsung neutron lawan. Oh langsung neutron lawan Fnatic ya? Oke. Enggak, ini 16 menit kok. Neutron lawan Fnatic habis ini. Lanjut. Finalnya besok 5 map. Besok finalnya BO5, enggak 5 map yang sorry. BO5. Udahan Gejul, capek lihat kebodohannya Jampi. Jampi bagus cu, mainnya cu, cuman itu perkaranya dia tuh di OP-nya itu entah kenapa OP-nya kayak gitu banget. Gue juga bingung deh si Jampi dah. Gue nggak nontonin dia banget, cuman OP-nya dia sih yang menurut gue nggak impact gitu, nggak ngasih impact ke tim. Orang tadi aja paling kecil dia kok ACS-nya. Langsung dihabisin itu lower, iya langsung lower. Sentinel EZ win kah besok? Nggak tahu sih. Konsisten banget sih ini orang-orangnya cuy. Kemarin tense-nya tuh sampai ngedrop. Nggak ngedrop sih, maksudnya dia kagak sekelihatan se-overpower biasanya karena teman-temannya lagi pada ngecun kemarin. Coba kita lihat ya Jampi. Twitter. Coba cara lihat trending di Twitter gimana sih? Jelajahi hashtag tuh yang mana ya? 6 bukan. Nah, jam ada nggak? Oh, 2020 anjing terbaru. Jampi apa nih ya? Oh, nggak gitu ya cara cek. Gue nggak main Twitter, gimana sih caranya? Sentinel versus Fanatic kayaknya sih. Oh iya, langsung kok. Nutun lawan Fnatic langsung cuy. Langsung dihajar. Ini apa Selin populer? Selin siapa nih? Apaan sih?
Seniornya udah sisa kita doang. Kalau misalkan kita nggak ada, ini siapa yang mau nerusin JKT48?
Ah, kenapa sih Selin ini? Ada anak JKT48 di sini. Ini yang enggak sih kayak PAC ban di CS:GO. Nggak tahu deh. Mungkin. Kenapa sih Selin ini? Kenapa sih? JKT48 kenapa? Gue nggak tahu. Emang kenapa JKT48 itu? Lagi ada apa JKT48? Ada apa JKT48, ada apa? JKT togel gak tuh anjing? Kenapa? Ini orang yang sama gak sih? Kayaknya beda deh, harusnya beda sih. Nggak ada apa-apa JKT48. Iya, yang di ban di CS:GO. Oh, sama dia di ban di CS:GO. Nggak tahu kejadian JKT48. Ada apa JKT48? Tiba-tiba trending satu Twitter. Nonton Instagram lah, siapa tahu ada sesuatu di Instagram lah ya. Instagramnya lah. Dia potong rambut. Oh. Cimon. Muhammad. Muhammad. Aduh, kalau yang nggak tahu nama aslinya Acit Pokopo, nama aslinya tuh Muhammad Rashid. Makanya dia di nyuri members on Facebook tuh Muhammad. Soalnya nama aslinya Muhammad Rashid. Gila, limbat nama temen gue ya. Muhammad Rashid, anjay. Acit pernah ketemu ini. Buset. Ucil final 7. Iya sono. Ucil final gue nggak bisa nonton. Apaan? Udah anjing, musik TikToknya ampun. Aduh, ampun. Ini HP sama siapa? Ya gara-gara skandal ibu power apa? Nggak nonton final Liga Champion. Pengen nonton gak punya TV, sedih. Asik banget jogetnya.
Misi boya, misi boya, misi misi.
Weh anjing gimana ngecilinnya weh. Kok waktu itu bisa dikecilin, sekarang kok nggak bisa sih? Ketik dagelannya ya. Klik dagelannya ya.
Misi.
Oh iya. Apaan sih? Hah? Bu? Bu? Dia bangunin Devin. Kenapa dibangun? Orang temen gue lagi nyari duit kok dibangun?
Aku kira aku sendiri nih ya, lihat.
Nggak tahu ada apaan di Instagram. Nggak ngerti anjing, gue nggak gaul ya. Ya Allah. Ganti ya, nggak ada yang gue ngerti di Instagram, bangset, bukan mainan gue ini. Salah itu kali ya, salah akun ya. Akunnya ganti deh. Merasa dirugikan, pedagang Malioboro siap gugat mbak-mbak wisatawan viral. Apa? Malioboro. Setelah diketahui pedagang pecel lele yang nutuk wisatawan ada di jalan perwakilan pedagang Jalan Malioboro meningkatkan langkah hukum. Paguyuban Lesian Malam Malioboro tengah menyiapkan gugatan hukum. Lesian Malam Malioboro Sukidi menegaskan pedagang di Malioboro terlibatkan oleh kelumbang wisata yang viral tersebut sebab tanpa komersi mbak-mbak tersebut langsung memviralkan. Sukidi menyesalkan langkah wisatawan tersebut yang buru-buru mengupload di media sosial tanpa memperlihatkan tempat kejadian. Karena kejadian tersebut, pedagang di Malioboro sudah berdiskusi dengan ahli hukum. Pihaknya berencana melakukan pencemaran nama baik dan undang-undang ITE. Hal tersebut agar tidak sembarang orang bisa memviralkan kejadian tanpa ada informasi. Hah? Apa? Pecel lele 38.000 di Jogja. Malioboro 38.000 pecel lele, wajar lah. Kan ada pajak itunya. Malioboro kan emang gitu kan? Emang harganya mahal. Tapi 38.000 bukannya normal buat tempat wisata? Pecel lele. Lucu itu bang, dengerin suaranya. 38.000 normal kali tempat wisata. Setahu gue Malioboro emang mahal. Gue tahu, gue pernah ke Jogja, keluarga gue juga ada di Jogja. Kakek gue dulu pasar Beringharjo, kalau lu tahu. Banyak keluarga gue di Jogja, tapi emang Malioboro setahu gue emang harganya mahal. Harganya tuh nggak mahal. Gue nggak ngerti apakah itu karena tempatnya tempat wisata, jadi pajaknya juga berbeda, Gue nggak ngerti teman harganya. Kalau lu nyamain dengan harga pinggir jalan, jangan disamain. Emang itu harganya segitu mereka. Nasi putihnya 15.000. Ya, tapi 38.000 untuk sebuah pecel lele bukannya normal. Ntar kita cari deh ya berita lengkapnya ya. Udah mulai belum kan? Kita cari berita lengkapnya. Malioboro search. Soalnya emang gimana ya? Itu udah rahasia umum. Kalau orang yang udah pernah ke Malioboro pasti tahu kalau lu walaupun beli di pinggir jalan, harga makanannya emang mahal. Soalnya emang daerah situ tahu segitu. Dan itu tempat wisata, jadi gue nggak tahu itu pajaknya beda tuh. Jadi ada pajak-pajaknya situ beda. Soalnya namanya tempat dagang, itu adalah tempat wisata, otomatis banyak pengunjung. Pengunjungnya manusia, lapar, makanya harganya beda. Cuman ini gimana ya? Bentar kita cari. Wisata yang sebut harga makan di mall diduga bohong. Jadi maksudnya mahal ya kalau lu bandingkan dengan yang pinggir jalan pasti mahal, beda. Itu tempat wisata cu, pasti ada yang pernah ke Malioboro lah. Kalau dari kalian, gue aja kalau makan nggak di Malioboronya gue, kan stasiun Tugu. Gue kalau turun tuh, kalau naik kereta stasiun Tugu, paling gue dari daerah situ gue nyari makanannya. Asal jangan ke Pasar Kembang aja, lurus dikit. Dalam video itu bisa disebut mengaku memesan pecel lele seharga 20.000 dan nasi putih seharga 7.000. 7.000 kok? Nasi wajar ah. 27.000 untuk mendapatkan lalapan. Wisatawan ini harus menambah Rp 10.000. 37.000. Pecel lele 20.000, nasi putih 7.000. Ternyata saat pesanan datang tidak ada lalapan. Ternyata saat pesan lalapan itu tambah 10.000. Kenapa kapitalis banget? Hah? Maksudnya? Kenapa kapitalis banget? Hah? Ini orang gak pernah jalan-jalan apa gimana? Bentar nih, gue takutnya salah nih anjing. Bentar. Mantri Pamong Praja Camat Bambang mengaku telah melakukan penelusuran terhadap lokasi tempat makan yang mendapatkan keluhan dari wisatawan tersebut. Endo menyebut jika dari penelusuran tersebut diketahui wisatawan tersebut juga tidak makan di warung leser atau PKL yang ada di Malioboro. Wisatawan itu juga makan pecel lele di restoran. Wisatawan itu diduga makan pecel lele di restoran di Jalan Perwakilan yang merupakan sirip jalan di Malioboro. Ih? Dia makannya di restoran. Tonton video videonya di mana sih? Di mana sih videonya? Ada yang bisa kirim link nggak ke Discord kayak kalau nggak DM IG gue dah. DM IG gue nih. Gue pengen lihat videonya deh. Gue pengen lihat apa nih si Hans tiba-tiba nih nge-DM apa nih? Jangan dicek di sini dah. Nih. Apaan tiba-tiba? Nih si Hans apaan sih? Diduga, ya ada diduganya sih. Ini menjabarkan saat mengecek kategori warung yang diduga menjadi tempat wisata itu merupakan bangunan permanen sehingga dikalikan sebagai rumah makan atau restoran. Betul. Kalau rumah permanen tempat wisatawan, di tempat wisata, jadinya apa dia? Ada pajak pariwisata lah namanya tuh. Panjang lah kita ngomonginnya ya. Meskipun di situ belum tentu pasti rumah makan mana yang dimaksud oleh wisatawan sebelum melakukan perusahaan. Anda mengaku sudah mengklarifikasi pada pemilik warung, hanya belum ada yang mengaku. Gak mau ribet. Anda juga akan minta kepada wisatawan yang menggugah. Videonya di mana sih? Videonya nggak terlalu jelas, tunjukin tempat saya cuman curhat doang. Apa sih? Video wisatawan Jogja. Malioboro. Ini kali ya, nih ya.
Semuanya, sekarang aku lagi di Jalan Malioboro, terus di
Oh ini mah Malioboro yang restoran semua anjing.
Lesehan yang menurut gue harganya itu di luar. Lagi di Jalan Malioboro, terus di pinggiran jalan ini banyak banget lesehan-lesehan yang menurut gue harganya itu di luar nalar. Yang kita kenal kan Yogyakarta itu harganya makanannya murah-murah.
Iya, gudegnya murah.
Katanya terlepas ini dari tempat wisata, kota wisata, apa daerah wisata, daerah turis. Menurut gue rada apa ya, gimana ya? Harga-harga.
Udah aware nanyain, dia udah nanya harga makanan.
Misalnya lele 20.000. Belum sama nasi. Ya udah oke sama nasi. Nasi biasanya 4.000 5.000 nggak sih? Dan ya oke lah, misalnya nasi paling mahal 7.000. Ternyata guys, biasanya kita makan pecel lele kan. Pecel lele tuh harusnya udah ada lalap, betul udah lalap. Ternyata kita mau pesen lalap itu nambah 10.000 lagi. Jadi menurut gue nggak tahu ini gue yang terjebak di satu tempat atau emang semuanya kayak gini, gue nggak tahu. Dan gue juga nggak mau nyebut lah, pokoknya di deretan ini.
Kenapa nggak pergi aja kalau
Kenapa kapitalis banget? Halo gitu.
Aduh.
Jadi buat kalian,
Salah
menurut gue orang Jogja, coba kasih tahu kenapa makan di daerah sini tuh harganya
salah dia. Wah, salah itu dia. Salah dia tuh. Nggak pernah ke Malioboro dia. Aduh, kena dia itu. Lalapnya tuh yang 10.000 tuh bukan lalap cuman daun doang, dikasih banyak loh lalapnya loh. Dia nggak pernah ke Malioboro, fix nih. Waduh, harganya juga masih normal cuy kalau tempat wisata segitu. Waduh, bahaya tuh dia tuh, bahaya tuh. Makanya apa-apa saja kamerain, tanya dulu dah, sumpah dah. Bahaya, lu kena lu itu. TP tahu lalap ya, TP tahu tuh dianggap lalap juga di situ. Lalapnya tuh bukan lalap daun doang, bukan. Gue tahu kok lalap di Malioboro kayak gimana. Gue pernah makan di Malioboro. Aduh, nggak pernah ke Malioboro, fix nih. Kirain lu kaget gak sih? Cuman kayaknya dia nggak, gue nggak tahu dia nggak pernah ke Malioboro apa kagak ya. Ada nugi nggak tadi itu? Cuman menurut gue ini dia salah sih yang ceweknya nih. Aduh, gimana ya ngomongnya ya? Aduh, mau gue katain tapi takut. Bro, sumpah bro, lu kalau ke tempat wisata mah yang ngerti dah, sumpah dah. Kalau lu punya temen yang ada edukasinya dikit lah, pengetahuannya gitulah, sumpah dah. Dia ya Jogja harga makanannya murah betul, gudegnya murah betul, tapi bukan di Malioboronya bro, sumpah. Keluarga gue di Jogja, gue ada keluarga juga di Jogja. Ih, ceweknya Apip di Jogja, lu tanya Apip. Lu yang salah, dia udah ke Malioboro. Ya elah, gue juga kelulusan gue di Malioboro anjing. Kena dia itu. Aduh, gue kira tuh harganya digetok sampai ratusan ribu. Maksudnya maksudnya dia digetok ya, dia ngerasa digetok harganya. Maka dia udah nanya dulu dan lain-lain. Gue kira tuh harganya tuh bakal sampai ratusan ribu, kayak lu makan pecel 100.000 lah, 100.000 tuh lu makan pecel doang satu porsi. Nah itu mungkin masih itu pasti masih diituin tuh, bisa dibahas tuh. Tapi kalau harganya berapa tadi di total mana tadi? Aduh, di total tuh harganya pecel lele 20.000, nasi putih 27.000, nanda lalapan 10.000, 37.000 untuk tempat wisata itu sangat normal. Nggak, menurut gue salahnya dia karena dia main publish aja tanpa dia nanya-nanya dulu. Harusnya dia nanya ke orang yang, jangan langsung lu tanya ke publik, lu tanya ke bapak lu kek, abang lu kek, temen lu kek, lu tanya dulu gitu. Menurut gue ya, dia langsung publish seakan-akan dia korban digetok, padahal itu menurut gua yang udah berkali-kali ke Malioboro ya, dan gue juga punya keluarga juga di Jogja Pasar Beringharjo. Banyak lah keluarga gua, ada yang bukan rumah makan Padang juga di Jogja. Kalau lu sering nonton ngoder gua, kalau lu di Malioboro itu harga normal. Itu harga masih normal. Soalnya pajaknya beda. Pajaknya tempat pariwisata itu kan udah pasti ada pengunjung. pengunjung butuh makan, makanya kayak pelanggan itu kayak apa, yang orang dagang tuh nggak perlu ribet buat nyari pelanggan, soalnya pasti rame itu tempat wisata. Jadi dia langsung diviralkan, salahnya tuh itu. Nah kalau udah kayak gini ditanggepin sama pemerintah, kena dia. Jadinya gitu, gue kira digetoknya tuh dia makan apa ya, seporsi sampai 100.000, itu baru digetok tuh. Dan walaupun ini harganya nggak getok, menurut gua getokan wajar. Itu 37.000. Getokan wajar kalau di tempat wisata, daripada lu kelaparan. Ya elah, lu kalau kemana-mana, ya naik bus nih kemana-mana. Pop mie aja bisa 10.000, pop mie itu bisa 10.000, 15.000 pop mie doang. Coba aja lu makan di rest area dah. Lu ke rest area nih, aduh gue gak ngerti dia gak pernah kemana-mana atau gimana ya. Rest area aja tuh harganya udah beda. Lu rest area, ada rumah makan Padang di rest area, ada rumah makan depan rumah lu, itu beda harganya, gak bakal sama. Itu pasti lebih mahal yang di rest area. Dari situ aja harus udah pengalaman anjing. Itu harus sudah ngerti, dari situ aja udah ngerti. kayak lu makan nasi sama ayam di rest area, sama makan nasi sama ayam depan warung rumah lu nih, itu harganya beda. Masa lu gak pernah kemana-mana sih? Di tol ST 8.000. Iya itu bukan ngegetok, emang gimana ya ngebilangnya ya, emang kan namanya lu aduh susah dah. Indo pertama Indonesia jadi lebih mahal. Iya itu dulu sudah ngerti dah, sumpah dah. Lu gak pernah kemana-mana, kayaknya kurang main dah. Makanya yang banyakan di rumah dah, minimal kalau nggak berteman dengan yang berpengetahuan dulu dah. yang gitulah. Gue pernah diancol pop meja 20k pas tahun baru. Iya itu tuh aduh. Aduh gue mau katain tapi gimana, tapi seakan-akan dia korban dari videonya. Rame itu, bakal rame. Dia TikTok lagi ya. Tadi cewek tadi TikTok ya? Dia TikTok lagi ya? Siapa sih tadi? Video wisatawan Malioboro. Dia TikToker ya?
Murah-murah.
Sumber TikTok Al Rokel. Oh, dia bukan itu ya, bukan selebgram ya? Bukan selebgram ya? Ya aman kalau bukan selebgram mah. Aduh yang kasihan tukang dagangnya itu. TikTok lagi yang kena. Pasti ntar ada yang ngebacot lagi tuh. TikTok lagi yang kena. Bang bahas tabung oksigen kosong. Coba gue pengen lihat videonya di TikTok ah. Masih replay yang tadi kan. @Aul Rocket. Coba gue pengen lihat komen-komennya.
Hai semuanya.
Masuk untuk melihat komentar, anjing gue harus bikin akun TikTok bentar.
Sekarang aku lagi di Jalan Malioboro, terus
apa ya waktu itu gue login pakai apa TikTok gue ya? Aduh, kata Sandi. Masuk dengan Google aja lah. Gue nggak punya TikTok anjing. Kapan lahir Anda? Desember 11 tahun 2004. Nggak boleh ya? Nggak boleh bohong ya? Yalah mendaftar aja lah.
hai semuanya. Sekarang aku lagi di
Gue
Jalan
melihat
Malioboro.
komennya.
Terus di
Waduh, komen-komennya lucu. Itu makanan diimpor langsung dari planet Pluto, Kak. Waduh. Dari Bukis aja. Apa sih? Gue pengen muda dikit. Ini nih. Itu makanannya diimpor langsung dari planet Pluto, Kak. Ya Allah. Ini rada bener. Malioboro hitungannya tempat wisata kalau mau murah ke daerah yang agak pinggir. Jadi pembelian aja lain kali kalau menunya nggak ada, harganya tanya dulu. Dia udah nanya dulu. Dan kalian jangan makan di Malioboro, gue aja masih mikir makan di sana, mending melipir ke pinggir dikit dapat 12 sampai 13.000. Betul, di pinggir dikit banyak. Dan kalian jangan makan di Malioboro Kak, aku aja orang Jogja tapi nggak mau makan di sana kok, karena orang Jogja sendiri juga kena. Waduh, kok seakan-akan mereka membenarkan ini digetok ya? Ih, biasanya kalau jangan cari makan di Malioboro, kalau mau di Malioboro mendingan KFC, MCD, Burger King sekalian. Itu kejebak Kak, saya asli Jogja, kami pun usaha makannya Jogja, harga normal nasi sambal lalapan kremes itu hanya 12.000 Kak di Jogja. Aduh, kok disamaratain gini sih? Apa? Aduh, anjing, mulut gue gak tahan, gue pengen maki-maki. Aduh, gue pengen maki-maki. Anjing gak tahan. Ini warganya kayak begini isinya. Wah, sumpah. Aduh. Aduh. Gak tahan gue. Semoga diberikan ke keraton, meski untuk wisata harus tetap ramah di kantong, terutama untuk wisatawan lokal. Apakah ada pajak yang berbeda? Ya lu masih bagus lah mempertanyakan. Ngapain maki-maki kayak, aduh, sumpah. Sumpah lu ke jalan tol, lu ke rest area harganya beda bang. Sumpah lu ke situ aja dah dulu dah, anjing dah. Tahu nggak kalau Jogja dikit demi dikit udah mulai bangkit jadi dari panai, dan ini gara-gara kamu tahu nggak dampaknya apa? Udah ada yang mulai kesel. Di situ dulu dia dapat segitu tapi tempat lain ya, jangan lu samain satu Jogja ada Malioboro di dalamnya, lu samain Malioboro itu harganya bakal sama dengan satu Jogja itu. Nggak gitu konsepnya, anjing. Ya Allah, kesel gue. Nggak gitu konsepnya. Itu pajaknya aja beda. Itu pajak pariwisatanya ada bang. Aduh bang, sumpah bang. Nggak gitu, emang pasti. Aduh, mana dia ngaku-ngaku juga orang Jogja juga lagi. Aduh sumpah, lu tanya-tanya dulu dah. Aduh sumpah dah, anjing, sekolahnya kemana sih ini? Bingung gua. Mau orang SD kalau udah jadi warga TikTok. Aduh. Lu ke pantai, iya tuh. Lu ke pantai aja nih. Lu warga pantai nih ya. Lu misalnya di daerah Banten tuh, daerah Banten banyak pantainya, daerah Sukabumi sono-sono ya, yang banyak pantai. Ya pokoknya daerah-daerah situlah. Lu rumah lu tuh deket pantai itu. Lu beli, harganya pasti gitu. Itu tempat wisata bangsat. Aduh, ini mah jadi viral, ini mah yang kena TikTok lagi, fix. Saya sebagai orang Jogja merasa sangat malu dengan kejadian itu. Saya sangat untuk tanya harga dulu sebelum beli, tidak usah malu untuk bertanya. Aduh, bang, sumpah bang, Anda sebagai warga banyak terpilih ini baru lama yang orang. Gue pernah beli kerang darah satu porsi sama es teh 2 gelas dan disuruh bayar 95k, padahal biasa gue beli kerang darah satu porsi paling mahal cuma 20 sampai 25k. Ini masih mending lah 95 ya. Gue nggak tahu kerang darah harganya berapa. Aduh, udah dah. Aduh, ntar gue yang viral lagi, udah gak usah. Udah nonton aja. Udah nggak tahan gue ngelihatnya. Udah mau mulai ya? Oh belum. Gue nggak ngerti dah. Sumpah lu nggak pernah ke tempat wisata ya? Lu selama ini hidup ngapain aja sih? Bingung gue. Video sebelahnya klarifikasi bukan sih? Emang ada video sebelahnya? Aduh, udah gua hapus lagi, benar. TikTok. @alrocket. 110.000 tapi pengikutnya banyakan dia dari gua. Terkenal dia, bro. Dia terkenal. Aing mah cuma 37.000 aing mah. Ini 100.000, dia lebih banyak nih pengikutnya nih, berarti dia nih. Ini apa nih? Waduh, musiknya. Halo, di kemarin ternyata rame ya terkait keluhan aku. Di salah satu tanggapan aku nggak banyak dan sengaja nggak gembor-gembor ke media, berhubung banyak kakak reporter yang menghubungi buat wawancara. Hey, TikTok Anda itu sama dengan sosial media. Anda 100.000 follower. Nah, itu sosial media. Maksud Anda mungkin media-media itu ya. Ya udah ya. 100.000 banyak anjing. Gue aja cuma 37.000. Kalau dihitung secara angka, cuman bagi gue 37.000 udah banyak banget. Bikin tahlilan gue bikin nasi kuning berapa anjing, nasi uduk nih. Karena menurut aku apa yang aku sampaikan sudah cukup jelas, dan ternyata ramai juga komen-komen orang dengan pengalaman yang sama. Aku tidak bawa-bawa media karena riskan. Anda dari kemarin-kemarin udah bawa media. Anda udah ke sosial media, Samsudin. Apa sih? Apakah sosial media tidak termasuk media? Aduh. Oh iya, TikTok nggak termasuk sosial media ya? Gue baru tahu sekarang TikTok bukan sosial media, anjing. Karena riskan untuk dipelintir dari maksud aslinya. Nanti malah jadi kesempatan buat oknum-oknum buat mencari celah menaikkan nama mereka di mata publik. Oh ya udah deh, gue jadi mencari celah buat naikkan nama mereka. Sampai saat ini aku hanya menanggapi pihak berwenang yang berwenang untuk mengurangi miskomunikasi yang akan terjadi. Diam itu bukan berarti takut, tapi masih dalam perjalanan pulang. Boh, santai aja kan, gak ada yang salah. Waduh. Waduh. Dia makan di mana sih? Kalau di Malioboro, mungkin dia kalau nggak di Malioboronya mungkin nggak digetok, baru digetok deh. Takutnya gue yang salah deh. Gue takutnya masih gue yang salah deh, udahlah. Aduh. Tapi kalau dia sampai di Malioboro aja sih habis dah. Emang TikTok bukan media sih guys. Iya, emang TikTok bukan media sih, gue baru tahu lah. Seenggaknya TikTok tuh bukan sebuah media lah. TikTok, YouTube tuh bukan media. Lu sadar lu semua lu. TikTok, YouTube, Facebook tuh bukan media. Tolong. Nggak masuk gitu. TikTok, YouTube tuh. Bukan media, bukan. Jul itu yang dijual Hans kah? Iya. Bukan. Tolong, mengerti. Tolong, ntar gue yang diserang nih. Ntar gue yang serang. Emang gue yang harus belokin otak gue. Bukan. TikTok bukan media. Ingat, TikTok bukan media. TikTok bukan media. Bukan. Sosial media itu tidak termasuk dalam media. Tolong, ingat.
Map. One of these teams goes on to the final, the other is out of the tournament, and I'm beaming. I got a massive smile on my face.
You know, if you watch New Turn play this versus Sentinels, you'll be thinking, Perry, man, he wasn't really hot. He's maybe not a good player, even if that was the only exposure you've had. But I guarantee it will not be the same here. He had a tough time dealing with Dapper and Tens over in that game. I think he finished the map with 1 kill. It was really, really tough because he's someone that I look to do a lot of damage for New Turn. But Lakia, he's the one to keep an eye on if you don't know New Turn. If you don't know Fnatic, watch out for those posts.
Kalau media apa ya, Ju? Nggak tahu dah.
And it looks like we're gonna have a spread out bit of map control, right? They're sitting inside Bath.
Gue udah nggak bisa ngomong.
Then the rotate comes in. You can see they're eyeing up that B site, even though their Viper wall's down on A.
Yeah, the gamble that comes in for Lakia is something that they like to do on both sides of the map. He's lurker on attack, and he's going to be left alone to defend when it comes to this side. Now, realistically, probably just going to try and hold on to elbow. Keep that map control. Don't allow Fnatic to take it away. The issue, though, okay, he's actually going to get the kill before the scan, and that advantage alone could be enough.
Udah jangan dibahas, tapi lucu.
Exactly where Fnatic wanted to plant that for the post plans. Durka in a little bit of trouble, caught out in that fight. Perry already with his first on the board. The TP play that gives New Turn now a 2-man advantage. Looking in for the retake on this pistol. Oh, everything's going their way. Tagging up Doma. It's an easy spam to take him down, and although Magnum gets one from long, he's being rushed down. Still in for a triple. Mystic playing the post plant, able to take down Solo inside of the poison orb in the snake fight. Perry runs in there as well. He's got it halfway. Mystic missing the spam, picks up a frenzy, it's out of bullets, and he's actually managed to win the pistol with a defuse inside the smoke. What a play by Perry. A close round, and hopefully that's a sign of what's to come here, as it's now 1-0 for New Turn.
It is amazing that you highlight the man who didn't manage to get basically any kills versus Sentinels, and he gets 3 kills in the pistol round and defuses directly in front of his opponent. A huge play. I think we have to give some credit to Magnum here, though, because that round shouldn't have even been close. Sure, they had the post-plant set up. Sure, they had players waiting to try and deny the defuse. But the fact he gets 3 kills while they're pushing him, he's having a day. Like, it's unusual that we don't see Durka topping the server in the previous series. It was actually Magnum.
I love that first. Just that start to it, man. It's already given me tingles. And not only did we mention Perry, we mentioned the post plans from Fnatic, and in the pistol, where you're usually lighter on utility, we even see them come out. A beautiful sign of what this game can bring us. This round has seen a force buy by Fnatic. They've come in, they've wanted to fully invest, and you see the utility coming in, but the judge almost capitalizes on 2. Doma lucky that flick didn't fully extend, and the Ares out of control allows the site to go to Fnatic. Despite the first round going to New Turn, they are now on the back foot, having to retake B with a man disadvantage, and they know that all 3 are in spawn thanks to that Sky ultimate.
Bagaimana Jul?
And
Nutun.
the utility popped towards to try and hold them back.
Percaya gua sama
Still
Nutun.
got all that delay as well. In just a moment from Mystic, the push coming back through, but Suggest already manages to find an opener, turning things back into a 3v3, but they know where these players are going to be, and they're just trying to get on that defuse straight away. The problem is, every single time, there are those snake bites just looking to deny them. Durka already picking off another, and well, Perry, can you do it twice?
Kok kalah?
Oh, let's have a gander. I somehow think the clock is going to be a bigger enemy than the 3
Oke, gue megang Fnatic,
that
guys.
he's facing, but big boy Mystic.
Gue megang Fnatic,
gue megang Fnatic. Down. Falls to the spike in the end. I mean, it's a little bit costly, but the economy is always going to be sporadic.
Gue megang Fnatic.
1-1. We're tied up. A disappointing start for New Turn after winning the pistol, especially in the fashion they did. You're thinking, okay, this is it, right? The moneymaker round. But they just get caught by surprise. The Fnatic actually had those weapons to take the ranged fight. I think it's particularly the one on B long that puts that round into a very bad spot.
This time, we know that the defender forces can always be that little more difficult. Like an attempt to try and at least battle for some closer map control, put that utility to use, but Fnatic are looking to clear this. Already popping utility through, knowing their players are in this position and wrapping in behind them. They're actually going to go for a plant before clearing this. It makes me a little bit uncomfortable, but it seems like Magnum has them covered.
Yeah, they're just containing the players right now. They know where the threat can come from. They know the control that they have. Boasters coming in behind them, which, I mean, he got a kill. But the risk there, well, that's a little bit scary. You want to be saving all 4 of these weapons at this stage, and they just about get away with it. 3 HP on Magnum, 20 on Mystic. If they end up losing both of those rifles, that's 1 extra bullet connected to each of them, which is perfectly reasonable to expect that to have happened. Then this wouldn't actually be a bonus round. All of a sudden, you're in a spot where you have to basically full buy right now and put your economy on the line. But instead, they get away with 4 players, and so they're going to have a comfortable position with only 1 rifle bought up on Durka and still plenty of cash left over.
Looking at the setup as well from New Turn, I'm expecting them to battle for B control. You can see already a multitude of players just looking for that angle. They love to challenge for any sort of control. Allow already going very deep. Now you have to bear in mind, there's only a couple of rifles on the other side. One of them is in the hands of Durka though! He takes 2 for absolutely nothing. Some HP lost in return, and well, he'll take that all day long.
Yeah, just Durka things, man. 18 HP on his way back towards probably Magnum to get his health back up at this stage as well. That's ridiculous. And for New Turn, you're coming up against 1 proper rifle, right? There's a Bulldog, but let's be real. And that's the one you run into. You are not a happy camper. Oh, Boaster. Might be getting a fight of his own here. Stimbeacon comes in. He hasn't spotted Suggest creeping into the right side of bathroom. He might think that the timing is his, and as he comes on in, Suggest catches him off guard. But again, it comes down to secure and contain. They know these players are inside of Bath, and so they're content to just move back, but Magnum lurks it out and very nearly catches them by surprise. But Perry, ever vigilant, is the one to take him down. Solo? Oh, they haven't cleared out long. They left the planter all alone. Mystic really just sold down the river on that one. Solo needs to stay alive. His teammates are on the way, and a 3 versus 2 retake is perfectly doable here for Newturn.
With how the round started, we were almost locking this one in as a Fnatic round. Instead, it comes up as a clutch. Doma in a good position. Durka and Doma, the 2 players you want, and already isolating Solo. Bear in mind, this is somewhat of a bonus round. The shock dance being used to try and clear out some of the angles, but with spotting nobody from behind, they have to realize it's over this side, and Doma, he's already going to pick off another one. It's left all onto Perry, and Doma just finishes off all 3. Another round picked up onto the board for Fnatic. A Newturn, that was one they really needed to win.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the thing. It started out in such a depressing way with losing their 2 players when they looked for that B control. They end up falling, but they recover it. That fumble is pulled completely back. In combination with the 8 play, but also Solo down on long, and then it just falls apart. That hookah control that they had, Doma managed to extend out, possibly overextend a little bit into some of those fights, but he wins them, and that's the confidence rolling. Doma and Durka are the 2 guys you normally look to on Fnatic as kind of the bigger fraggers, right? The star players, and they're delivering very early on in this series, and we know that Newturn sometimes have
jadi maju gue masang tim yang gak lu dukung nih. Gue dukung Fnatic.
I don't think they've won a first map yet, so that's not a stat that you want to have, especially when one of the first games was versus Sharks. Now, Solo already going to be caught out.
Ternyata kejadiannya bukan di Malioboro. Jalan perwakilan kejadiannya ternyata.
Never mind, Magnum seemed to know exactly where he was. He's aware of everything.
Yeah, I think allows just
jadi dia kegetoknya beneran kegetok tapi bukan di jalan Malioboro, dia kenanya di jalan perwakilan. Ya lumayan sih jalan perwakilan juga.
A disaster in a way, in the situation like they had an opportunity to get a flank.
Pantesan yang di Malioboro pada kesel si mbak-mbaknya. Tapi yang kena Malioboro. Aduh lucu banget. Ternyata dia nggak di Malioboro, anjing.
I love this from Perry, and now he's got Mystic contained. This spike will take him down. Perry wants to just keep him here, make it as costly as possible, and gets away with 4. What was that? I mean, we talk about, you got pistols, you're not expected to do much. Well, Perry.
Nggak, tapi kalau dia digetok bener itu kena getok di jalan perwakilannya dia kena. Hitungannya dia ya tapi 37.000 sih ya, tapi ya. Ya udahlah kena getok lah. Udahlah kena getok lah. Emang dia kena kenakalan pedagang, kena beneran kena. Cuman itu bukan di Malioboro ternyata. Aduh, yang kena yang Malioboro lagi.
To put it in the context of the round, he has made things incredibly costly.
Masih dipikirin dong. Gue baca-baca tadi. Ngebak kali mau jadi Malioboro.
Fnatic have a load of money.
Normal buat Fnatic.
The credits, they're not as good as they would have been if they kept the rest of them.
Dia harus menang. Fnatic harus menang ini.
That's almost as valuable as a round win. You're right there. The damage that they have.
Bakal jadi jumpy nggak nih Jetnya?
Especially when it was a 1v5. Unbelievable. Perry MVP already. Let's see what else they can do. Because now Fnatic are pushing forward. Allows in trouble. But he makes it away in the end. The pressure being applied by Fnatic, countered out by the Rolling Thunder. And Solo, he's somehow still alive. He is so low on HP and all alone, but manages to make it into the corner and win another duel on 40 HP. That is an unbelievable round from Newturn.
Itu baru Jet tuh. Coba jumpy Jetnya kayak gitu tadi. Dapat kabur.
I feel like Solo's starting to give like some of our analysts some
Kalau
hope that they'll
Jumpy
be able to come back as professional players.
nggak dapet,
because
tapi cabut.
this man is still just showing that the age really is just a number. Like unbelievable stuff from him in this round. Aggressive team back in. Okay, the first one little bit
Jadi
shaky,
ntar
but
nih,
after that, just
kalau misalnya ke B
breaking
lagi
the
nih, dicek
17-year-old
nih
put into the
sama
dirt.
Fnatic nih di
Newton,
drone.
They've got back onto the board.
Masih yang ngejulitin Jumpy.
Now this is
Asal
basically
dia.
cash running out for Fnatic. They get the one bonus. Solo's not stopping.
Batu banget mau
He's
P.
got a crossfire with a Lao, doubling up together. He'll have the flash as well to get them out of there if they find a pick. Just trying to deny that extra map control. They know Fnatic want to get into the Alpha
Gila pede
Plants.
banget
They know
NU ya
that's
sampai
where
nge-push ya.
their agents and all of their utility will come into play.
Nih.
Just don't allow them to
Di
get
drone tuh kan,
any
di drone kan sekarang bener-bener dicek tuh. Lumayan ngebuang utility satu.
Only one player spotted.
Tadi kan gak di drone.
To see three. That's a shame. The aggression comes down because they still presume, I
Itu
guess, that there's more players.
bikin
Maybe they
takut
heard the
sniper
set.
tuh bikin takut.
That's
Kayak
going to be
gitu.
a problem. With Solo down, you got a much more passive play on A. Only 2 players to defend.
Nah, dapat lagi tuh.
His dash not even used on that shot, so he can play that little bit more aggro now, actually, and come out towards Lamps. He's going to have to do it quickly because his teammates are under pressure. That shot
Nice
landing
one.
for damage and suggests.
Dapat lagi cu, low.
15 HP after being heavily tagged up. He is somehow still alive, and that operator, regardless of health, is going to be invaluable coming into the later stages. A shock dart delivered
dapat
right
lagi shock
to
dartnya.
Poster's lap. He's down to 37 health and getting... Whoop! Maybe he's not getting out of here. He wants to head.
Longnya dipatakin OP. Wah, enggak. Dapat nggak nih OP-nya? Kelihatan senjatanya. Disiplin trigger cu.
He's moving up behind. There's the first. What suggests he's been too clean in this round, and the defuse was there anyways.
Sama-sama ngebut.
Really solid round from Newton in the end, especially how it began. You just see some of the re-aggression coming out from the operator. Allow so quick to get a kill and get out of there, but more importantly, just his rotational positioning, just picking off players. And this is the 1-2 punch of this team. Him and Suggest just running riot and a quick reposition. So I didn't realize it was basically a straight 180 shot. So they look like they've risen up to the occasion after a little bit of a slow start. And now Fnatic are on the back foot. They're going to come in with one rifle once again, but I don't want to count my chickens just yet, because after the last time they had one rifle, it still became incredibly costly.
Still a recon coming in to clear backside. Not fully, but it does the job. Pulls them off the angle, allows you to push in. Allow now trapped all by himself. Blade Storm in
Disamperin nggak tuh?
behind him.
Buka.
Already taking down an operator, putting it into their hands. Lakia having to go down to low HP, in through all of that decay. He's behind enemy lines and they have no idea.
Dua pelor.
That was fantastic. The rest of the team's calling for it, but it doesn't look like Doma was aware. Now Lakia moving around the side. He's going to look for another victim and spots them out on long. This is dangerous with the side swipe Magnum got. Perry conscious that maybe they'll rotate back, but, well, gonna realize that ain't the case pretty soon. Spike gets planted, and now the question you have to ask yourself is, do you go for this 1 versus 3?
Nge-save sih harus sih. Kalau nggak mau nyelamatin OP di hookah. Selamatin nggak OP-nya mah dia?
It's a rough spot to be in, especially with, again, their finances not being massively built up over the last few rounds.
Tapi udah diambil belum? OP-nya nggak diambil.
The execution from Fnatic in this one as well, just making things incredibly awkward. That Viper's Pit used to just take control of the site. Now Perry is all that's left. Now what he can do in this round, although winning seems fairly unlikely, unless of course they leave, he can make things very costly. Deny some of the weapons being saved. The chance for victory is null, but he has made it so that only 2 players survive. Fnatic, though, winning that on what was, as said, just 1 rifle and some pistols. I think a Marshall was bought up as well. And the main commitment there is just that Viper's Pit. And it basically just turned everything into chaos.
City Chelsea, marahin sama YouTube.
Absolutely did. And especially on the retake, that cements the fact that you're not going to go for it. Because it's a 1v3 into Viper's Pit, plus they can have an operator. No, you're not going to risk that. I do like the damage that Perry gets in the end, and the fact that the players spot him and instantly run the other way. Wise choice after what happened last time. And also, the Spike would have taken them down. We're at 5-3. Fnatic have the lead, but this is their map, man. This is the map that they dominate in the EMEA region, and their first international challenge is not looking very easy, certainly not looking clean, and Suggest he's up close with a judge. We know how this one goes. The first is a drop, and immediately that's going to be the spike spotted. He'll be pushed out by a snake, but the damage from his nade, although it looks like he's down, it got him the frag on the Doma. Magnum creeps out on the back side. It's down to a 2v2. Somehow, the odds have equalized. Fnatic, they're not that far behind. They'll get the spike plant. A terrible
dapat lagi timingnya.
and maybe a terrible finish with Mystic now left alone. At least he has the info on the player in heaven, but he doesn't know where Allow is. And look at the weapon that this guy has in his hands. The tag didn't come in. Actually didn't manage to get it out, but Allow's creeping behind him. Oh, he's on his way. Oh, no.
Wah, shotgun.
Good night, sweet dreams.
Goodbye dah.
Don't win against a judge from that range.
Yeah, they may not have necessarily adapted.
Oh, kalau copyright-nya strike lagi. Bisa ke delete channel gua.
But one thing that the Koreans are more than happy to pick up is the judge. I think that's something that over this tournament, a few different players have cemented. I think Link in the last map, Vanity throughout the entirety of the tournament just proved that that gun is, well, I would say, ridiculous.
Masih dapat sih ini shotgunnya si GG sih.
He was too powerful for his own good. He had to take himself out of the server. Otherwise, no one else would have been able to do
Gue
it.
masak deh.
It's another bounce back round, a back and forth.
Masa gue masak mie lagi.
Now Fnatic again, there's going to be a
Mak,
few
gua nggak
pieces
masak.
missing here and there. Durka with the Sheriff though.
Jam 3 pecel
For
masih
some
buka
reason,
nggak
I
ya?
still have faith in this guy at this point.
Gue nggak megang, guys.
We're starting to garner that faith for a lot of these players. Allow, oh, he's going to be spotted out even on the other side. Here comes the ultimate as well. The showstopper. He dashes out of the way. He's burned the ultimate at least. Oh, but the spot down below, this is dangerous. Running away, Solo has to concede a lot of control. The good thing is they don't know about Perry. They now know there's 2 players on long, but Perry should be undetected, especially with the noise that's being made out towards B long. But Fnatic, they don't want to mess around with this. They smell something fishy. They know that this just doesn't feel right. And so a rotate towards the A side comes in, where only Suggest is waiting for them.
He can still at least do his best to slow them down, but maybe just saving after the first one would have been the better call. Allow his teammates to try and rotate in, and Magnum, well, he knows there's a man on the other side. The problem is Mystic actually falls. That's the spike down. He'll wait patiently and just about gets the drop on him. They're now going to submit as well the second off, but the kill come out from Doma. It's into the 1v1 situation, and Magnum, he's got to get the spike down.
Oh, I like the early rotate by Perry. This
Ketahuan,
is so smart. He knows exactly what this guy is going to do. He's in Magnum's head.
Kebaca.
Already in spawn without a step-made weapon in hand as he creeps out. The plant is tapped. Magnum suspected it and caught him off guard reading New Turn's playbook.
Sama-sama baca biar pakai OVO Bang Ju. Apa? Nggak bisa tukang pecelnya. Saweria bisa tuh pakai OVO. Kebetulan Saweria gue nggak bunyi-bunyi nih. Aduh, kode banget kode. Repet ada yang mau beliin kopi ya nih.
And that's the thing. He plants that there. There's a chance he wins the round, but the fact is Perry has so much ground in his position that he probably gets there before he actually finishes the plant. So intelligent from Magnum. As I said, he is having a day and a half.
Sama-sama masuk kotak aja.
I know Fnatic, well, and New Turn both want their revenge on Sentinels. Whether they get it is another thing altogether. Again, though,
saya jamblang.
I hate the look of this buy. Like, it's got a lot of
Siapa
pieces
tahu ada yang
missing,
peka.
but there's 2 judges on the server. And for New Turn, who knows? That could be enough.
You know, we got to the stage where we couldn't discount rounds where you had 5 frenzies. Adding in the judge just makes it seem
Bucky's.
Or Bucky's, right? I mean, Bucky FC. We're talking about Fnatic here when we say that. Shout out the EMEA peeps who know what's up. But when it comes to New Turn right now, they've got a good chance in a lot of fights that they want to take. Solo inside of Hookah, you're not going to want to run into a judge there. We've already seen them take down one earlier on, and we know that you can get so much more. And Suggest is the other one. He's holding out on mid. I think that's just there's a one-way smoke there, right? To stop them as they come on through. But that smoke's going to fade away, and now he's in a bit of trouble. He's being spotted. He's just going to be taken down. Showstopper pop. It might delay them a little bit, but he's still going to get tagged up in the end. Now closing the distance. I like this shift up of positions. And all he's good for is damage. But that allows Allow to get a kill in the end. A good trade with a classic. New Turn are making this costly already, and they'll look to one-up it on that. They need to win this round, really, for there to be any impact. Second last round of the game. I don't see it going their way now.
Player standing.
Oh, there's a judge.
Ambil senjata dulu
There's
tuh.
3 players to find. Unfortunately, the angle in which Solo's coming through makes it very unlikely that he's going to opt for the classic.
Gila.
And Zerka makes sure there's no chances there. I like the way
Bunyi
that
Saverian.
he's committing an ultimate or two just to make sure that they're not taking any real risks. And
Pecel.
I really have
Wah,
no problem with that. I think a lot of
37.000
people
harga
tend to
pecel
do that
sekarang,
either
bro.
when you're anti-hero
Tapi thank you
throwing out
10.000-nya.
R2, or in your eco rounds doing exactly the same. You see it on the other side.
Udah dikasih nggak tahu diri lagi.
As you said, try and delay and do some damage. The problem now, though, 7 rounds already on the board for Fnatic. Their defense, it isn't weak. Like, they've proven it before. I think they, versus Gambit, went 9-3 down or something, still managed to win that match. So, New Turn definitely have an uphill battle. Another round on the board could make all the difference.
Absolutely. I mean, another round on the board plus a
Wih.
pistol.
Oh,
My
ah.
God, allow that's aggression and a half. The paranoia, the dash, the play, but it doesn't go New Turn's way. Fnatic
Kosong
again
A-nya.
managed to pull it into a 2-man
But nice
advantage.
try.
They've overrun the A side and suggest probably the best hope of this round is cut off by Mystic. They were ready and waiting for that flank. Lakia, a big name within the Korean scene, is coming out with shock darts and dealing damage, but a 1v4, all he gets is the 1. 8-4 in the end. The pistol round
Nice
almost
trend lah.
becomes a win condition now for New Turn in this half.
Bukan juga kan ada yang 24
Yeah,
jam.
a really solid half from Fnatic. Definitely had a slip up or two along the way, losing a round to the shotguns, but showing why time and time again their attack is so deadly. I do love these little setups, though, coming out from New Turn. Like the paranoia through to give Allow the chance with the dash to get up close. Like, he goes for that dash without that paranoia. He's shot in the head within a second. So, nice little setups from them. Unfortunately, it seems like in a lot of these cases, Fnatic have been very careful with the way that they're taking map control. Like, they'll have the flashes through. They'll have the drone to clear some of those angles. They're trying to make sure that these cheeky plays from New Turn are not going to catch them anymore.
I mean, that was 1 bullet away from success and not losing 2 players inside of showers. And I really like the attempt, man, because it's not just about how they pushed in to take the control. It's also like the added layer that they looked at it and said, okay, we're going to have a weaker weapon here. We're going to have a Spec.
Lapar perut
How
gua,
do we
sumpah. Bentar.
maximize
Becek
the
tukang pecel dulu, buka
impact that
apa
this
kagak.
weapon can have, or the potential impact of this weapon? How do you do it? Well, they decided to pop in the paranoia, to dash in, and you saw 1 bullet away, pretty much, from getting a second kill and converting that into a 2-man advantage. But time and time again, Fnatic are ready for these aggressive plays. I'd say that's one of the only times they've been caught off guard by it so far. Now, we look at the defensive side, and this is where Fnatic are also very difficult to deal with. Their attack is innovation, but I feel like if you know how to play defensive side bind, you won't be caught off by that as much as you will be caught off by their defense, because the way that they use Viper here, the map basically changes round on round.
Yeah, I think as well, one of the things that they're very good at is just counter utility to plants. Like, they've got so much available to them, be it with the snake bite, the Molotov as well, even just counter flashes that they'll put through. So they're going to look to make things awkward. But as said, I really like the B execution that it basically revolves around a combination of solo plus 1. Like, there's normally a player dashing into the site or a player blast packing into the site, and then he just has all of his utility placed to try and clear out those angles. So the close corner put in from a fault line, you'll have the aftershock to clear out the tube. Like, he makes things very awkward for players to defend with. The difference, though, is that Fnatic are not necessarily going to let you just get to the site to start with. They're going to challenge for map control.
Coaches put their headsets down, and we're back ready, rocking and rolling. As Fnatic want aggression out on mid, they've spotted someone, so they knew
Dia push nggak
to
tuh?
be close, clearing their angles, and almost paying
Masih
their
ada bom?
hefty price for that kill. It's traded back into a 4v4, low HP on Lakia, and no one that can heal him on up. In a pistol round, that can make all
Nggak akan
the
dipakai kah
difference.
bomnya?
Fnatic, not necessarily in the best of spots, though, because now their numbers are thinned and they were stuck on B. Doma doesn't get pressured, and they make the immediate rotate to A and then back. They're a little bit confused on where they should be going. A vacuum of information currently exists, and New Turn, well, they give away a player.
planting
on
dong,
B, but the
Lakia.
plant, it's already down.
Solo hoping maybe they pulled the rotation with the plant being attempted. Instead, so much control currently in place. Aggressive positioning over towards the showers is going to make things very awkward. And in fact, all there really is at the moment for this attacking side is lamps. They've got to try and hold within it. Need to try and clear that
sampai akhir buat kayak gitu.
Headshot. Perry alongside him as well. Pistols have been the bane of Fnatic's life, and it seems like New Turn are going to pile on.
Fnatic and pistol rounds, man. And right there, Perry had the perfect reaction on that close fight they took in towards the spawn. He popped the paranoia. One thing that we've seen, and I'm talking even amongst top 10 teams, top 20 worldwide, is the paranoia
Hanyang namang
a
subida.
little bit too wide, and it hits the teammate that you're trying to help entry. Right there, it was at the right angle that it caught the player that was towards the spawn, but didn't actually hit allow, which meant that he could swing out wide, take that kill, and bridge it into a 2v2. Then they just take the duels together. Beautiful, textbook Valorant, textbook FPS shooter. Nice opening, damage at least on the Solo, down to 75 HP, but this is one of the only pistols that they have. Fnatic, they've got 3 classics right now, and I think they're about to lose their share.
Gak pindah dong. Gila, gak geser cuy.
Tank everything. Lakia using a pistol of his own, and it becomes quite an awkward battle, but he wins it nonetheless. Doma, he needs an instant headshot here. Only has 1 bullet left in the chamber as well, so chances of finding anything seem slim. And again, there's always those setup flashes from Solo just to make sure that Suggest has the easiest possible duels.
Pick map siapa?
Now they're taking their time. This is something New Term will do in pretty
Fnatic
much
ya?
every game.
Apa
Very
NU?
happy to late rotate and take map control elsewhere, hold for any aggression that will come in from Fnatic. Of course, they don't have much in this round. You can afford to take
Fnatic.
your time.
Oh, okay.
But by the looks of it, the remaining 2 players are just going to try and stick within this site and have a little bait and switch.
Dropping weapons, the name of the game here. If you're Fnatic and there's success,
Ooh.
on the board for Mystic. That's beautiful. Durka almost catches them by surprise.
One
With
hit,
HP,
mati.
he's dead.
What?
Surely. Oh my god. Fnatic should have gotten out of there with nothing, and instead 3 kills in the last few seconds of the round. You'll take that. That's a very successful second round for Fnatic.
Yeah, especially when you consider how much was actually invested there. They'll take 3 kills.
Lu pada datang kan?
Sure, there were a player or 2 on the other side who didn't actually purchase into this round, so they can go in with a little bit extra, but Mystic now pushing himself even further towards that ult, only a couple of points away. And, well, I suppose there is one up for Lakia, but it's more the lack of rifles that's on the New Turn side, which could make things a little bit awkward, not necessarily in this round, but for the repurchase in the next.
Desperately hurts losing those weapons. If New Turn walk out with a loss here, they'll be kicking themselves. Weapons in hand for now, and very aggressive early round gets them.
Respon gue sama kayak Razia-nya nggak tuh? Ini shock dart.
They're converting
3 versus 3.
very quickly over on the Fnatic side. So that story changes pretty quickly. Look at where New Turn have control of. Mid and inside of Lamps, 2 players stacked up. The nade will come in, and that Tiger did not spot Perry in the corner. He is now undetected, and with the steps heard out towards mid, Boaster still clears it, but Perry's got the bigger brain at the end. What is that? Suggest gives Magnum a little bit of a back rub on his way through. 8-7, New Turn got away with murder in that round.
Gak kelihatan
And
cuy.
that's a round that's absolutely huge for their economy as well. That's a big build-up, considering that, okay, sure, it wasn't necessarily a bonus round, but it was one where they still had a few SMGs, and again, you just have to give credit over to these
Gila itu sih masuknya sih bagus banget.
As well, just over the top alongside Allow, and
Itu sih masuknya bagus banget Jetnya anjing.
if they're performing, they could be
Dapet
so
satu
hard to play
gitu loh.
against. And while Fnatic, they did get themselves back into that round, but this one, well, you talked about Sheriff, that's basically all they have.
This time at least they've got fully upgraded pistols, right? It's not classics to back
Nyusul
them
bang,
up.
iya.
But considering they got 3 kills on the board,
Dapat lagi
with
tuh
those
laki.
classics I might add in the end,
Oh,
I'm
ikoran.
happy to see them go out for some duels. There's an upgrade.
Lumayan dapat
Alright,
bundle
handle
satu.
and play. It's gone into the hands of Durka, and we've seen him be the lone rifle
Tapi ada
caliber
timing itu.
that won them around over on the attacking side. New Turn have to be careful here. You don't want to give away too much, and
No.
too much might already be gone. They're losing weapons left,
Wah,
right,
dito.
center, and Durka in a 1 versus 3. He's got a bit of light shields to play with, and he's seen the 1v1, capitalizing on it. A 1v2, Perry already
Wah, kaget ini dia.
towards the spawn, and Perry's big brain pays off once again. Oh, 8-8 tied up, but again, Newturn just keep losing so many weapons at the stage that they're at. With the amount of rounds they've chained 4 in a row at this point, Tom, they should be very healthy economically. They should be approaching max money on everybody, and instead they barely have enough credits to play the arcade machines.
It's taken some very good positioning as well from Perry in a few rounds to make sure that they don't let those rounds slip away and allowing Durka to even get into his clutch mode, which we know.
Tapi kalau Newturn lagi ketemu Sentinel sih bisa dibantai-bantai lagi kayak kemarin.
We'll give a little bit of information over to Mystic on the other side. The pit posted up, and actually they've doubled up a couple of players within Hookah as well.
Kayaknya FNC masih capek lawan FNC tadi ya. Yap. Siapa suruh dia kalah?
With 2 players having the ability to swing if anybody looks to fight.
Oh, Doma. If there's noise made here, like even if Doma goes down, spotting Magnum out is going to be very, very difficult. You just wouldn't predict it, and they get him going in. There's
Dia nggak tahu tuh ada razinya tuh, udah mau entry tuh razinya itu.
Why would you? Well, you would now.
Nggak dapet.
Suggest the showstopper taken out of play. Ulti comes in. There's the paranoia. Doma happy to play up close though, because there's a smoke that he's hiding inside of. Perry's waiting for it to fade away.
Kapan ya asap hilang?
But Doma was ready for that one, flicking quickly. Newturn have control of elbow, but not the sight, and they didn't know that. Boaster is tucked inside of the tube. This is getting awkward real quick for Newturn. A 2v4. The control.
Pada ngumpet-ngumpet mainnya anjing fanatik.
Split up, and Lakia now spotted as well. They know it wasn't just the jet that snuck in.
No whiff.
The whiff shots by Solo all but seal the fate of this round, and Fnatic should be taking back their lead.
10 seconds left.
So many moments in this round that you almost just feel could have swung the other way. The jump through from Magnum definitely a little bit risky. But the bait and switch and the positioning of the remaining Fnatic players ended up closing out that round. Now Lakia will be allowed to hold on to his rifle, something that will give them a nice little bonus into the next round. But it was just this combo.
Enggak, dia ngumpet-ngumpet gitu loh. Kurang ngecek. Newturnnya kurang ngecek. Tuh. Smoke-nya tuh smoke.
Integral to them being able to take home the round. The in-game leader.
Oh, dia nyemuk itu nyemuk hookah sama nyemuk itunya ya, makanya nggak ketahuan ya. Oh, brimstone-nya sih itu mainannya sih itu.
The issue is no ultimates, whereas on the other side,
Tawan ada orang.
Stack up a little bit now for Fnatic.
Allows up close. Magnum's heard it, and they know that. You know what's going on. Showstopper comes in. It doesn't even force them to all take TP, but they do give up control. They go back down on B long. Allow takes TP over towards A. This really throws off the map control that Newturn were looking for in the early stage. And think about what they committed. They used a flash. They used a cloud burst, a dash as well. Very, very valuable to take that out of the hands of Allow, because it limits the kind of aggressive peaks that he can go for and takes away some of the RNG in terms of fights that your opponents will take. Makes them that little bit more predictable. So that's actually a really good trade early round, even though the Showstopper doesn't find a kill. Maybe could have been a little bit better, but it does put Newturn on the back foot.
Baik lagi ke Bengan.
Is expended. Will delay at least a little bit, but don't really tell too much on information.
Udah mau diisi.
Actually coming out from Magnum, but he might just meet his maker instead.
Penentuan batu itu Lakia kalah.
The problem now for Newturn is the jig is up.
Udah di-commit dia ke A. Udah diisi sama 4 orang, cok.
And instead, they're being denied by utility. Fnatic have held on to it. They
Main
don't
waktu
need to
lagi
deny
di Fnatic.
if nobody gets to the site, and just continually placing this utility has forced a rotation again. The thing is,
masih dia.
the spike still towards A. The teleport has just been used to push.
Tapi dia aja masih diisi 3
They
orang.
have to give this up now, Mitch.
Yeah, they're forced into a 4-man save. Get your Kodak.
Wah, nge-save
picture of this one. This is a rarity when it comes down to Valorant. You rarely see like.
Gak nonton Chelsea versus City juga, nggak punya TV lah. Ntar kasih tahu aja berapa kosong.
Fnatic put them on the back foot. They wanted to go for that B long control. They committed a lot to it in the early round in terms of their utility. They gave away their hand. Fnatic popped the showstopper not for the exact reason, like of what we described. Like that was we described the impact that the showstopper had. I don't think that was the intention. The intention was to zone their opponents, but they suspected it was a much quicker take. And so they wanted to slow the take first of all because they don't have the full control or they're not ready for it. And then they also want to add to that by zoning your opponents and pushing them out of B long and seize back the map control yourself. In the end, it ends up leaving Newturn so lost, combined with their other utility, that they never actually get a foothold on the round in any way, shape, or form. A gorgeous overall play. And look at this. There's a gap in the... Well, Durka's found the gap in the wall as well. He knew it was there. They thought they could sneak around it, but Durka was just staring right at it, ready to take them out, gets a third, and well, Newturn's hopes of taking this one have decreased significantly.
Oke, gue dukung Fnatic,
I
guys.
appreciate the faster take because I think we've
Chelsea 1-0, gue dukungan gue menang ya. Kalau bola apa bener dukungan gue anjing.
It's something we see quite regularly in a lot of other FPSs, but in this game they've realized, okay, if Newturn are just going to try and play incredibly slow, then we're going to get to the point where, okay, we will just hold on to the utility so we can deny them in the last 20 seconds. It's exactly what happened in the round prior to it. So we're now in a position 11-8. Newturn, again, there might be a piece or two missing for this round, but they need to break back, otherwise this map is going to be over.
Yeah, exactly. It's now or never really for Newturn. Lose this one, and Fnatic pretty much walk away with that win 9 times out of 10. Doma's up close to this smoke, waiting for someone to creep on through and give him an opportunity. For a second, I thought he was going to walk on into it. You don't want to stick that silencer through the smoke. But that boombot, once it comes in, Doma, he's undetected on the other side. He's going to wait down. There's another smoke in play, but it's now spotted him. The nade going to push him out of position, or take him out in the end. The boombot nade combination, trade suggest. I think he only had a Spectre, right? So overall, you'll take that. But Lakia blinded up, spotted in the corner. How does he get away with that?
It definitely shouldn't have gone that way. And now look at Alau. It's the push and pull of Newturn. They're going to start sending extra players into the site. They've started to almost force the sense of doubt, but Mystic is still going to find the kill, and he actually manages to dodge the Hunter's Fury as well. Still having that extra snake bite to just force them back for a little longer, and it's going to isolate the spike. Solo can't really go anywhere. He just have to wait patiently, and now the whole team of Fnatic are all on A.
This Viper utility, man, it is just stopping them so many times from pushing the site. Down goes the snakebite to stop any sort of aggression through the wall and extra map control that they need to plant. Mystic takes down Solo, and that's the spike on the floor. The pace has to be increased for Newturn if they want a chance. They'd have to throw themselves at the site. And look at the HP. 1 for Perry, 35 for Lakia. Not a chance they commit to this, but Fnatic are close by. They're even gonna hunt this down. You hear a lot of players, a lot of spams, but no kills. Okay, Newturn, you've secured yourself 2 rifles, but now you need 4 rounds in a row. And more importantly than that, Tom, they need to figure out this A defense.
And this is something that I think Fnatic might do better than anyone in the world, is just these mid-game adaptations. They did it versus Sentinels, but maybe came in a little bit too late, where they just stopped taking those early fights. Stopped pushing forward. Okay, sure, Doma was still trying to hold on to hookah control, but they basically just fell back to the sites and forced an execution. And there is fairly limited utility when you look over the other side. They're very reliant on Solo. Again, though, this battle looking to come through. Utility being expended to try their best to clear Doma.
Somehow he does. 2 players spamming him through smokes, boombots, nades, everything's coming his way. And yet, there he is. Sat comfortably inside of hookah, maintaining the control for his team. They want to go back through here, and they're going to drone it out after shock it. But Doma's... Oh, they're committing a lot of utility here on Fnatic. That's the Tiger out, spotting 2 players. That's Boombot, that's Nade. A lot thrown at this. Now Newturn sense this is weaker. They can push in, and Suggest gets the kill off the back of it. Great early round posturing by Newturn to burn up their opponent's utility before committing towards taking that map control. Now they've got
nice one.
They want the site, but oh my god! on control, which means the spike is on the floor. Perry's flank, worthless right now. It does basically nothing unless he gets this kill. And he does. They can TP. They need to get across to it first, but Suggest... Oh no, he... Oh, very nearly gets caught. He doesn't know Boaster's hot on his heels. The TP cleared out. Look at where Suggest is. He's tucked down close. Boaster! What? The 3K to close it out. The transfer. That is unbelievable. I thought they had it. They had a 9th round on the board, but
itu nggak jadi Jul, nggak buka. Lalu kasih nonton bola nih Jul, nonton kapan Protect login. Ntar nih.
This man leads this team in so many ways. There should have been no way he managed to win that round. Of course, he had to go for it. He had to take the risk. But you have to look at the new turn side. They even set up in a crossfire to try and deny him. And I think you're seeing the differences between these two teams. The crossfire initially.
Si Bos tuh udah nggak PA lagi. Kemarin teman-teman jadi sok-sokatin sama dia.
Came back, but then the Red Bull clutch coming home for Boaster. I just want to let this one ride.
Wow. Wow. Mid-fight realizes I haven't got control of this spray and just taps it in to close it out. That was gorgeous. And for Fnatic, it's a map that we always talk about being theirs. We say that this is the map that they dominate on in EMEA, and now their first international win is under their belt, Tom. What a map that has been, and all we can hope is that...
Tuh gue lapar cuy, ngapain ya? Lapar perutku. Masak mie dah, daripada gue kelaparan. Malam makan pedas, pagi es krim enak. Waduh, gue gak demen es krim. Entah kenapa aku tidak demen es krim, cu. Tahu kenapa? Gue gak demen yang manis-manis. Ya, tapi kalau cewek demen sih yang manis. Cuman kalau makanan gak. Masih tidur kah Devin? Ya Allah. Itu bulu kaki. 2 jam 37 menit. Berarti dia jam 6 ya? Kelar. Oke. Kok gitu? Ya kalau cewek demen gue yang manis, kalau makanan enggak, wajar dong. Gimana sih? Masih nambah lagi tuh ntar pas udah bangun. Masa sih? PC-nya kerja keras dong. Seratus ribu 5 menit. Gue coba 1.050.000 menit ya. Gila yang ada. Penontonnya pada ngobrol aja gitu. Apa jadi ada ke membership tuh. Soalnya nambahin waktunya manual. Oh, dia udah nambah lagi. Ini udah nambah lagi. Dia udah nambah lagi berapa menit? Wah, Devin bergerak. Wah. Oh enggak. Panjang banget kakinya temen gue ya. Tinggi sih dia. Kenapa nggak VCT bahasa Indo aja sih bang? Lebih enak yang bahasa Inggris entah kenapa. Rasanya kayak nonton bola. Bentar. Pagi satu tidur duluan pas nginep bareng. Oh gitu, ini udah nambah lagi. Untung rugi pembayaran COD. Menarik nih. Kalau gue tonton copyright nggak ya? Tonton aja deh. Gue pengen tahu.
Ini barangnya nggak sesuai.
Keributan dan pernya video viral juga merekam pembeli di Kampung Cikareo, Desa Gunung Mulia, Kecamatan Tenjolaya, Kabupaten Bogor, yang marah-marah hingga menodongkan airsoft gun ke kurir COD karena sandal yang dibeli dirasa tidak sesuai.
Ditembak airsoft gun.
Ya saya, silakan. Ya.
Cash on delivery atau biasa disingkat COD merupakan metode pembayaran belanja online yang dilakukan secara tunai ketika pesanan diterima pembeli. Penjual yang diwakili kurir akan menerima pembayaran sesuai harga yang disepakati.
Kalau dulu tuh COD bayar ketemu seller secara langsung ya untuk melakukan payment dan terima barang. Kalau COD
betul, COD zaman dulu tuh ketemunya sama seller.
Zaman sekarang itu buyer sama seller itu dipertemukan di platform e-commerce gitu. Di mana kasus yang sekarang melakukan payment itu melalui kurir pengantaran.
Ada perjalanan panjang sebelum barang COD itu diterima pembeli. Pertama, kurir akan mengambil barang di seller atau penjual. Kemudian kurir akan mengisi surat serah terima barang sebagai tanda barang sudah berpindah tangan. Selanjutnya, kurir mengirimkan barang-barang kepada pembeli dan mengonfirmasi pembayaran cash dilakukan saat barang diterima.
Oh, kurirnya ke seller dulu.
Dalam sehari, kurir dapat mengirimkan sekitar 60 barang atau separuh dari pengantaran reguler harian sebagai tambahan waktu untuk mengirimkan paket. Salah satu jasa layanan ekspedisi misalnya, mewajibkan kurirnya mengonfirmasi 30 menit sebelum mengantarkan paket kepada pembeli dan nominal uang yang dibayarkan. Untuk memastikan pembeli ada di lokasi pengantaran dan telah menyediakan dana yang sesuai.
Oke.
Setelah tiba, pembeli wajib membayarkan barang yang dikirimkan sesuai nominal yang tertera dan tidak boleh membuka paket sebelum pelunasan dilakukan.
Betul.
Ketika lunas, barulah pembeli dapat melakukan unboxing paket.
Betul.
Saya beli 2 barang. Barang yang pertama sesuai, tapi yang kedua ini, waduh ini seller kayaknya seller salah kirim atau ketukar nih. Jadi sementara atur, dan kalau mau komplain jangan pernah komplain ke kurirnya ya, karena memang ya agak ke situ kalau mau komplain, tapi bisa langsung ke seller ataupun melalui chat yang tersedia di marketplace. Dan salah satu kelebihan kalau beli dengan COD yang sekarang ini, biasanya di marketplace yang Anda gunakan itu ada garansinya, jadi nggak beli langsung putus ya, tapi biasanya ada garansi tergantung tempat yang Anda beli, tapi biasanya 1-2 hari. Baru diterima, nggak cocok, masih bisa minta retur ataupun masih bisa komplain.
Mana untung rugi pembayaran COD?
Untuk sistem pembayaran ini ada syarat dan ketentuan yang dijalankan, seperti paket tidak boleh dibongkar sebelum pembayaran. Dan jika pembeli menolak pembayaran dan tidak berada di lokasi sebanyak 2 kali dalam 60 hari, maka akan diblokir dari sistem pembayaran COD.
Kita sudah komit untuk membeli barang secara COD, sebenarnya barangnya itu kan di pick up, penjual itu tahunya kan sudah pasti dibayar kan nantinya kan gitu loh. Jadi bukan berarti barangnya dibayarin sama marketplace dulu ya, tapi kan sebenarnya duitnya itu kan di intermediately sama si marketplace kan gitu. Betul. Kalau ditanya yang paling aman, saya tuh paling suka sebenarnya satu uang dompet elektronik, yang kedua adalah virtual account.
Betul.
Statistik e-commerce 2020 yang dirilis Badan Pusat Statistik menunjukkan dari sekitar 17.000 usaha e-commerce di Indonesia yang didata, 73% diantaranya menggunakan metode pembayaran tunai atau yang kita kenal dengan cash on delivery.
Banyak ya?
Salah satunya adalah masyarakat Indonesia yang belum tersentuh layanan perbankan. Karena pada 2019, total baru 29% penduduk Indonesia yang mempunyai rekening bank.
Ya sih teman-teman, gue juga malas buka rekening.
Dwi Agung Yuldiarto, Jakarta.
Untung ruginya mana Bang?
Di balik kemudahan yang ditawarkan, berbelanja online rentan membuat konsumen kecewa saat barang yang datang tidak sesuai ekspektasi. Hingga ada celah penipuan dalam sistem pembayaran.
Betul.
Kita simak pendapat warga soal sistem pembayaran yang mereka pilih saat berbelanja online.
Mana untung ruginya?
Kemajuan teknologi membuat berbelanja kini tidak hanya dengan cara konvensional atau langsung, tapi juga berbelanja secara online di berbagai marketplace yang telah disediakan. Dan saya akan coba tanya kepada masyarakat, kira-kira lebih suka yang mana? Belanja secara langsung atau berbelanja secara online? Kita akan tanya dan cari tahu alasannya.
Nah sesuai judul
Dari Melintang sendiri lebih prefer mana? Berbelanja online atau berbelanja offline sebetulnya?
Kalau saya sih sebenarnya lebih suka belanjanya langsung ya, karena kalau langsung kan bisa tahu kualitas barang.
Lah kok kesini?
Kenapa?
Karena
untung ruginya simpulkan sendiri. Kena clickbait gue ya?
saya sih mix ya, dua-duanya offline ya, online juga ya. Kalau offline kita bisa langsung lihat barangnya, bisa coba.
Bang itu mah jawaban pasti bang.
Kan banyak saya jelek.
Ada harapan itu loh.
Di online lihat.
Mana untung rugi? Kok nggak sesuai judul? Lah, kok nggak? Gue kira, si anjing. Untung ruginya sebelah mana sih? Kagak dipoin-poinin ya? Ya dia untungnya ya. Ih. Kagak dipoin-poinin gitu keuntungan dan kerugian. Apa sekarang zamannya berita emang kayak begini ya? Lanjut part 2, emang ada part 2. Kan nah sebetulnya sebagaimana sih sistem COD ini serta apa untung ruginya? Mana untung ruginya? Hei CNN. Gue yang bego kali ya? Tiap hari makan mie aja. Cari berita lain lah. Gunawan? Enggak, gue kayak berasa ditipu, cuman gue nggak ketipu, nggak tahu dah, gue yang salah kayaknya ya. Ini lobet ya.
Battery 10%.
Coba cari lagi. Judul nambah AdSense. Komennya aja udah nggak nyambung. Komennya cewek sepi COD bayar langsung dibentak gitu. Kita butuh iklan di TV tentang sistem COD, iklannya sepi mungkin kurang jelas, dikira mudah jadi kurir, kehujanan, ban bocor, kepanasan, nyasar, giliran udah nyampe tempat malah dibentak-bentak. Tidak sesuai dengan isi dengan komen tidak sesuai, jadi saya bingung. Makanya saya lebih suka baca artikel daripada saya nonton berita di dalam bentuk video tuh. Udah mulai Jul, ya udah nonton Liquid Fanatic lagi lah.
I think expected to be pincered on, and he's not entirely wrong. There is
still kosong berujung pasir
Mystic
itu dong.
lurking
Yang
in the
mana?
shadows.
Ntar ya.
Well, that's definitely going to be a giveaway. Trying to bait them into peeking, though. That was not something that he did just to almost give them free information. He wants them to come looking. He wants them to come peeking. But Fnatic are just going to sit back and relax. And on 1 HP, well, he'd need an absolute miracle. But to sort of add in a little bit, I think we actually saw an almost stat coming out from Fnatic at the beginning of this round. They left the Cypher Cam to give a little bit of extra information for Magnum. But other than that, they basically just had Mystic as a solo defender, so probably just going in for a good read. And Mitch, they won a pistol round.
They did. This is Fnatic. They got a pistol round under their belt. Probably means they lose round 2, right? When you're looking at Fnatic as well, we just saw them play this versus Liquid, the only team that they've lost this map to with this roster, right? And when they played it, they won. They finally got it across the board. But the downside to that is NewTurn were watching that game. You may bet your ass they were sat there in the green room, staring at monitors, drawing down some extra strats, getting ready. So Fnatic, they can't just do exactly what they did before. There's got to be that extra level of variance.
A little bit of an investment here as well for NewTurn. The spike plant is already a huge victory in this round. We'll see how much they can do with the remainder of their 4 spy. All the players with armor behind them, so they're taking a pretty big risk into this one, but with how much control they've garnered, there's a real chance here. However, Dirk is already going to pick one off with the pistol. He dives in as a bit of a distraction as the rest of the team come alongside him. You've got Suggest holding, but he gets blinded by Magnum. Now they've got to try and fight for the afterplant. Solo watching to see if anybody rotates, and now the shock darts start to line up, trying to beat Fnatic at their own game.
Indomie Sarden. Gak tahu enak apa enggak, gue coba aja daripada sardennya basi. Kasih bawang, dikasih bawang. Oke, sudah dikasih bawang. Makan, selamat makan.
Oh, that's
tadi 10.000 sorry ya, gue jadi nggak jadi beli pecel tuh.
A fraction of that, and when you're spamming those smokes and it's being body blocked, and the weapon you're spamming with is a sheriff, your chances of success are very, very low. An extra second on that smoke, and they quite possibly get away with that defuse. But hey, I said it. Fnatic win a pistol means they lose the second, right? And yeah, they do.
Mystic Mitch.
In there, Mystic Mitch. Hey, that's a ship. That's 1-1. Tied up. NewTurn. They get themselves a full buy here. Fnatic, though, have gotten themselves mid control. I don't know how. Even though I watched it happen, I still don't know how. Whoa, Boaster. All right, well, he didn't know that anyone was outside of the A site. There were players lurking around. Now you got some kills. Dirk a backstab, plus Magnum falls. And what was a really good start to the round falls apart very, very quickly.
Satu hit. What?
He was 1 HP and just Ferrari peak solo. Okay, Mystic. Now, realistically, he's got himself something extra here, but you want to get that extra money. So dying here will be a lot more convenient. Taking someone with him would be nice, but Perry on the other side. What? Why did he switch?
Was he out of ammo? No, he had 24 bullets. I don't know. He's crazy for the wall bang, I guess. He wanted to go for the wall bang, didn't realize how wide he was. He can go for the sheriff in that instance, but maybe slightly unnecessary when you know how low that opponent is. But anyways, a weapon lost. I believe a Vandal left on the table. At the end of the day, that's a pretty big weapon to lose, considering the recovery that they had. But for me, it just seems like NewTurn, they're really having money in the bank account. They don't
daripada basi sardennya, campurin aja. Takutnya basi sardennya. Kasihan mak gue masak. Pokoknya gue kalau mak gue masak harus gue habisin. Itu gue. Soalnya mak gue masak.
As they already lose that initial duel. Now, he hasn't reclaimed the rifle, so that's something they can at least pull that out of position, but Durka's knives have been replenished, so it's not too much
Ntar kalau punya istri juga gitu. Kalau istri masak habisin. Enak nggak enak, usahain makan di rumah.
We know how much Newton love to slow down these rounds, wait out the aggression, and choose their site at the last moment.
Yeah, sometimes wait a little bit too long, and they get punished for it. And I'll say for Newturn versus like NA teams, for example, they're a team that do go for much more early round aggression and give those gaps. I think that's why Fnatic in particular had such a nice time versus V1, being able to punish that. But when you're Newturn up against Fnatic, that won't happen all too often. Zerka gets up above. Oh my god, what a shot. That was gorgeous. One tap out of this world. 2-1. Newturn on the site. They're looking to close this one out, but they've got a 2-man disadvantage as the retakes mounted by Fnatic. They have got a big lurk though. Look at Perry.
Perry's going to be everything in this one solo, already taking a little bit of extra control, but they've pretty much lost the entirety of the site, and the remaining players are just so far behind. We're going to see the Hunter's Fury, which will at least deny the defusal for the moment, but he's only got one more charge of it. Somebody needs to get in there. They're trying to pull them off with the gravity well, and it seems to be working. The peek back in now from Perry. He's dropped another, and Doma is nowhere in sight. He was too busy looking for that remaining Sova, and instead he falls. These afterplants from Newturn have been filthy. The grab wells, well, we know that update has taken a big effect on Newturn, because originally you couldn't even pull people off the spike.
Bukan eksperimen, gue yang ada.
I mean, what have we just witnessed? Durka gets up there, gets an opening kill. They've got everything going their way. 2-man advantage. That lurk from Perry, I thought it was too late at one point. After I'd mentioned it, I'm like, okay, they're already on site. They've got the control. Everything's going their way. They hard commit to hunting down that Hunter's Fury. Unnecessary. But I understand it from their perspective. You see a Hunter's Fury, you think, okay, that's economy damage. That's free. If I push it, I kill the player protecting him, and I've got it locked down. But instead, they let a flanker come up because they've thinned out their numbers. That was a huge... I mean, the Hunter's Fury served to delay the time, right, Tom? Like, that was the primary goal of popping that, was to stop them from just stick diffusing it. The secondary purpose, intended or not, was it served as a big distraction. Everyone just ran at him.
Well, that's the funny thing, though. It was the fact that Perry still ended up in a 1v2 on that site. Like, there was still a couple of players he had to deal with. That was such a clutch round from him that, well, I don't know. I think they're going to have to give him some sort of pay raise if they manage to take this map home, because he has already been so impactful throughout this series. Take a little flashback to the last map, and this man was winning clutches, this man was pulling rotations, this man had the perfect positioning in almost every single round. Now he's completely changed up to an Astra and seems to be doing exactly the same thing again. And I am not surprised that we're seeing Fnatic now take a tactical timeout, because there have been 2 rounds now where they have been outplayed by Astra utility with combinations, of course, of shock darts or whatever you like, but ultimately that's the agent that has been causing them the most trouble.
Bukan padahal headset wireless. Enggak, ini kabel lagi dicas. Otak. Ini dia.
We don't talk about this,
Tadi kan lobet.
Right? Astra's normally mentioned as something that pads it out alongside your Sova and your Viper especially. I've even heard players.
Tapi gue emang sering kebiasaan kayak gitu juga sih. Tahu kenapa males sih?
But here we are. The grab wells, man, they're dangerous. And Newturn, they get away with murder. 3-1. The lead is firmly theirs. The pistol round lost, but nothing since that has gone the way of Fnatic. The dash out onto site. Doma, good for the first, and that's it. He's shut down immediately in the A site. Has fallen. Boaster seems to want to go through that with a flash, and right after this nano swarm, it looks like he will. Those players haven't pushed in just yet, though. They're going to use up the Seekers and realize there's 2 players over towards Heaven. Big information at play now for Newturn, but they're still going in.
Yeah, they have all the information that the players are here, but initially at least still looking to try and challenge. Now they've still got Solo, always lurking, always trying to hold down mid, make things more awkward for the remaining players. And you can see that Mystic is more than aware of this. And as said, this is a team that loves to play with the clock. They're already starting to make rotations back towards the spawn, clearing everything methodically. The fact, though, that Fnatic are still making these plays themselves.
Ketahuan, Boaster.
The problem, though, is that Solo is waiting. And now they're going to lose control completely. A double kill back.
Nice try.
But Mystic's found the trade. Durka, though, is still here, but not this time.
Yeah, Yeah, they'll expect Mystic to be up close. Oh! He's gotten away with 3. Ult online pops it. That buys him so much space to play with. This dart, though, perfectly positioned at his feet to take him down. Lakia avoiding a very awkward round if he didn't deal with Mystic and allowed him to slip away inside of Viper's pit. 4-1 we go, and that's a big ultimate taken out of the hands. Honestly, Tom, on a map like Ascent especially, you lose an extra 2 rifles, but you make them lose their Viper's pit. I'll take that trade.
Yeah, I agree, but at the same time, I just you have to consider what was actually invested into that round financially from Fnatic. It wasn't much at all, and it's the same problem we had on the last map, is that there was never any safety net for New Term, because they were consistently having these rounds where they had a massive advantage and would still lose the majority of their team. And we're still in that realm right now. That is 4 kills coming up for Fnatic. The only reason he even got that ultimate in the first place is because he took down 3 of their players. So a little bit more awkward than they'd like. Now we get to see Dirk as operator. Now, something I've learned about this map is that Finnish operators are absolutely disgusting. It doesn't look like he will have much impact in this round, as they seem to be going in the other direction.
I somehow feel like he's going to make you eat those words, Tom. It'll be like a 1v4 retake clutch. But I agree, for now, he's locked.
Udah masih di hot ya tuh.
Ulti comes in the lockdown, maybe not doing
Udah di ulti lockdown masih di hot. Hanya sama Fnatic.
The snake bites were there to stop.
Sejaga-jaga itu dia, sejaga-jaga banget itu dia biar nggak kena fake.
On the lockdown later on, get on site. Now they've got a solid post plan to play with. Still a lot of utility in play as well, including the turret and the alarm bot. They've got main control. This is going to be hard for Fnatic to find any foothold. That recon, if it's not destroyed, there's kills coming their way instantly. The wall bangs, the sprays through smoke, 3 kills on the board. And Fnatic, they should really be hightailing it out of here, especially with that operator. This round is unwinnable. They can't even get a weapon out of there on time. 5-1 now for New Turn. Looking so much better in the early stages of Ascent.
Yeah, their after plants have been really impressive. That's the 3rd time now that we've seen
retakes
attempted, and that was the cleanest of the lot. They didn't even let them anywhere near the site, and Fnatic starting to struggle a little bit more. Something we have to talk about was in the last map, the way that Fnatic almost seemed to win a lot of their defensive rounds was they never even allowed the plant to go down. They were delaying them for so long that it almost got to a point where either New Term ran out of time or basically they died. That was the 2 options that they had. This time though, their executions have been clean, and it's come down to a retake on a lot of occasions. Now for Fnatic, 5-1 down, and they're back to these pistols. Okay, Magnum just goes walkabouts, still finds a kill.
It starts in the same way that we've seen again and again. The pistols getting damage done. For New Turn, the objective is get out of here with as many rifles as they possibly can. And to this day, or at least to this round, should I say,
nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain Fnatic anjing. Padahal defender loh dia.
They're turning into their favor as it's a 1v4. Even they use the drone to clear out Heaven, try to get some info on where Durka is. They know that he probably has a rifle, and they don't want to end up dropping any more weapons. They now know Heaven, well, they know exactly where he is. Another player dropped. They cleared out outside of A, they'd cleared Heaven. This was where he had to be. They wanted to take that fight, and it comes at a pretty heavy cost. Durka getting away with the rifle and still 2 kills. I'd call this a successful round for Fnatic.
Putus Dota kan.
That's something extra at least, but again, in the context of the game, 6-1 down, now are starting to run riot, and you have to bear in mind that their composition on the defense is definitely going to be no slouch either. Like dropping one of the duelists from the last map, having themselves that extra sentinel, and more importantly, the combination of information finding that you're going
Fnatic gak bisa ngapa-ngapain ya.
Plus, of course, the Astra, which is just the king of delaying anywhere on the map.
Karena nggak ada Sova ya.
So it's going to be tough on the opposing side as well.
Karena dia lepas Sova apa gimana?
There really needs to be some sort of resurgence, and I question whether or not the fact that there's been so many afterplant situations might mean that now they're going to challenge a little bit more for map control.
Chelsea juara Jul.
Well, I see the
Gak sia-sia ganti pelatih.
Up the top, and I think that probably signals a tactical timeout from Fnatic. And I wouldn't blame them for taking one here, Tom, because you're talking about seeing them get a little bit more aggressive in the early round, and I think this is definitely or you want to see something from them. A change of some sort. In fact,
interesting.
It's a new turn timeout. I didn't see that one coming. Maybe
I
it's
respect it.
What do you think? You know, is this like, yeah, let them sit in it for a minute, you know? Let them think about where they're at. Or are they trying to get ahead
I'll be honest.
Dapat tuh dulu kalau lu masang.
I'll be surprised if the Koreans have gone for a BM pause. Like,
Kenapa kalau gue dipungin ini selalu salah aja?
I think this is literally
Valorant mending gue jadi pecinta bola ya.
Fnatic are going to try and adapt and come in with a proper purchase here and going, you know what? We can kill the game now. Like, we can put this to bed in the first half and not even allow them an inch. Whereas if we get complacent at this point at 6-1 up, allow them to get even 5 rounds, they know Fnatic can turn this back.
Si Lampard seneng gak ya, Jo?
So,
ya seneng-seneng aja lah, dia mah kan udah legendanya Chelsea lah, Lampard tuh sama John Terry tuh, sama Drogba tuh udah legenda Chelsea udah, mereka mah. Walaupun jadi pelatih gagal si Lampard, dibilang gagal nggak gagal banget, emang jam terbangnya kurang kok.
We finally got some money built up. We don't want to let some of these players come in on Fnatic and have some solo kills, you know. So you're suggesting different strategies so that you're not going to be lacking in the strategic department. Otherwise, you'd be in a pretty spicy situation. Not quite like Tabasco. I'd say more like Perry. But anyways, coming into this, we're finally ready to go. Round number 8. Fnatic on the
Tapi Chelsea dapat Liga Champions-nya kayak gitu lagi ya. Pas ganti pelatih dapat. Yang pertama juga kayak gitu deh. Ganti pelatih dapat. Habis itu pelatihnya dibuang tuh.
To really harass the backlines of Fnatic on this one. Seekers revealing the positions, but there's 3 players from Fnatic on the backside. About to run into a pretty heavy stack. You'll never guess that there's this many players. You would never assume it.
Nocturne bingung, tiba-tiba ada 3 di backset.
The fact though that the spike's still actually at the top of mid means they're not necessarily committed to this just yet. Potentially trying to pull rotations, and I'm a little bit wary whether or not Mystic's about to be caught on the other side. He is. Perry's taking him down. This gives them A-site control. They're looking to push fully into this site, and the only player to defend them here is going to be Magnum on that Cypher. Now, as said, he's been having a worldie of a day, but this needs to be a step up from him. The rest of the team slowly rotating through, and actually, they're hunting down in the spawn. There's a chance for Darker, he'll take one back. Turn it into an important 4v4, but again and again, it's the afterplants.
It's always the afterplants with these guys, but Fnatic, they're straight in. Destroying any notion.
Berhasil strateginya.
That's what you can do with your tag pause.
Time out.
The next round, Fnatic happy.
Time outnya malah jadi bumerang anjing, jadi Fnatic yang ngatur strategi.
They won the pistol round, and now 7 rounds later, they've got one on the board.
Headshot.
How did he? He was so unbelievably blind. I do love these lurks though. Like, even though that's a loss coming out from New Turn, they had so many really powerful positions. Unfortunately, it just seemed like it came down to a few shots missed here and there, maybe a whiff or two.
Jadi penyakit time outnya.
I said,
dia juga kaget kenapa dia tiba-tiba tembak ya.
Luckily, unlike the last map, Mitch, they actually have a bank account, so they're going to be coming back into this one with a pretty clean buy.
Odin nggak tuh Mystic?
And I doubt they're going to be taking as many risks. And while Mitch is very happy right now, he's seen an Odin, he's seen them aiming at the wall. There's only
Tanpa
one
Sova, oh diceknya pakai jet.
You don't have a Sova here, so the reveals aren't going to come through. It's not going to be quite as accurate for the defender side, but Mystic is playing this wisely. He's going off Durka's contact,
Odin,
and now the
let's
players
go.
are starting to group up. Here comes the spray. One already taken away, and damage being done. That's exactly how you want to play that with the Odin. Let them walk on in. Bring them in close range, and then just take them down. Damage dealt to allow leaves them on 34 HP, and a successful opening for Fnatic without even showing themselves.
Lucky though, going to look to try and take some space. Now, there is a cam.
Oh, kamera snipernya di situ nggak tuh diumpetin ya.
Potentially give that info. It may look
Ketahuan.
like this is clear. It may look like it's simple. But Magnum has been watching. He's been waiting. And
Ketahuan.
look at the ping. It is on his feet.
Ketahuan gara-gara kamera sniper. Ditembusin.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Ditembusin.
That is such a brilliant piece of team play to grant them an extra kill.
Yeah, Lakia will realize now that he's really just been so... Oh, no! How is Bozo getting away with that? Stood down in the corner. 2 teammates here to just push out afterwards. Those smokes are going to be up for a little while, but Perry's in trouble as they fade away. 15 seconds less than on the clock, approaching 10, and nowhere safe for him to plant. This one it's already over. And he's tucked in on the site to hopefully get some more damage as they look to maybe hunt him down afterwards. I don't even know that
saling
that's
nyambung
happen.
banget ya.
Hide in plain sight.
It's a good save position, yeah.
No one would expect it to be here.
Dapat.
Hey, you got a kill for it. 36 HP, that was a brave peek. But yeah, man, that is a tough round, really. I mean, Lackey, the worst thing about it is he thought he was safe, right? It's not just that he gets the control there and they spot him, but he has no idea that he's been seen.
Oh, lagi naruh
I think this is
burung.
just the team play brilliance that's coming out from Fnatic. They just ping the extra spots. Dirk involved in both plays. One is the information finder, and one being handed the information. And that was flawless.
Saudara gue
I think
penjelasin
if we
nangis
don't
si
see
Jordan
that
tadi.
broken down on the desk, that means New Turn has
Seneng
done
ya?
something truly incredible. And I suppose they have had some pretty sick afterplants already.
Oh yeah, there's been some nice stuff from
Nggak
both
ketawa,
teams.
nggak bisa dua kali
Definitely
anjing.
putting their best foot forward.
Palanya Jet itu.
Edging it out in the previous map. It is 6-3 right now. A dash into sight grants a lot of space to Newturn. Durka pushed all the way back. He's up close with his knives, but Allow is tearing.
Wow.
A third on the board with Mystic falling, and down goes Viper's utility. Newturn have not gained the sight. Allow has, and he's going to allow his teammates to come in and get that spike planted. Fnatic, not a chance of getting in for this retake.
I'm surprised they're even attempting to pressure this one. Like, maybe just wanting to drop a few of the weapons, but Doma would have to pull off something truly ridiculous. They know where he is, and Lackey are not going to allow for any multi-frag match.
Langsung ketahuan marketnya kosong anjing. Masuk lewat situ ke pizza. Seru ya? Gedekin dari tadi. Ya dia terakhir juara tuh 2011 2012 ya? Chelsea lawan Munchen lupa tuh. Liga Champion.
Absolutely shut down. You can see the frustration there. Mystic's like, is my mouse turned on? What was that about? Beautiful stuff by Allow. The fact that he's ready as well for the third person just shows the attention obviously you're paying to Viper still being on that side.
Can you get
know
low?
that they're not taken down. Small slip-ups can happen where that's not maybe communicated when it should be. For Fnatic, 3
Can
rounds
you get
on the board,
low?
one of which was the pistol. They need to do more. They need to start delivering. The door is closed on Durka. He's trapped if he tries to run that way, and he doesn't want to break it, so moving into spawn. Good opening pick for Fnatic. Now it's about delivering on the back of it, because Newturn, they're poised to just push in and take this A side.
Already utility isolating these two players. Fantastic nano storm to force one of them back. Doma, he's going to go through off the back of a flash. He's found one of the players, but there's still another behind him. Allow again. But the flash again from Boaster is perfect. Leaving this man alone. He clutched the last round, but it will not happen this time. Fnatic break back, take themselves to 4, and after what was looking like an incredibly dominant half, could still end 7-5, which it's not the end of the world for Fnatic.
Oh, definitely not. We said it in the previous game as well, right? When it was 8-4, that if Newturn managed to come into the next half when they had just 4 rounds, and sorry, if they managed to get the 5th round on the board at 7-4, then win the pistol, you're right back up there. You're tied up. No problem at all.
Yang terakhir aja gitu.
Fnatic here, they can't quite rely on the same kind of miracle.
Abis juara dibuang kan pelatihnya.
They got 4-0 to pull it back.
Yang punya klubnya galak.
We ended up in such a close map. Durka has been destroyed. This, okay, Doma, is just undone everything. Just completely undone. The amazing play by Newturn. They smoke out mid to stop the support being there. The communication wasn't on time because it was so perfectly put down so quickly that Durka's just left unaware that his mid isn't being covered. And then Doma comes in and says, yeah, okay, we made a little bit of a mistake. You had some good timing, but screw that. We're going to come out with the win. Shuts one down, bails out. Man advantage back towards Newturn, but for how much longer? Magnum is getting aggressive. He's sneaking in. The timing is good. He's coming into win, and Lackey has no idea that they can be there. Solo was just a second away from peeking the corner. Luckily, though, he gets there afterwards and trades it out. Now into a 2 versus 1. And at this point, Mystic on A side, he's not going to be able to do anything about the B plant that's on its way.
Yeah, they're completely resetting the round. Even going to throw out the Cosmic Divide just to make sure that if he does want to push back into the site, it would be an incredible risk. And for the other side of things, Mystic is probably just thinking this is a fake. You can place that from anywhere, so he's just going to wait on the A site in case they go for that delay. They are throwing in a hell of a lot of utility. Newturn realizing they might as well use it all. It's the final round of the half. Let's make sure that if he is anywhere near this site, he's going to be forced out of it and detained. And with Mystic now only just starting his rotation, he's got so much to do and not a lot of time to do it.
He's being spotted. That's a nail in the coffin. Of course, you're still going to go for it, being as it's the last round. Potential there if he can sneak down the alleyway, get the good timing. But Perry, look, he's just so ready to put in that grab well. He's now taking double damage. Then there's the nano swarm. All
can
the
he get that?
Hitting Mystic right now. Up goes
no
the
time.
wall. Mystic able to split the side in half at least. But Solo, there's no time. It's done already. And Perry puts a bullet in him just to secure that. 8-4, we close out the half. Newturn have a good lead now, a solid position to pull this one off. If they win the pistol, again, we said the same thing about Newturn in the previous map. This is basically a win condition for Fnatic, picking that pistol up. And we know what they're like with pistols, Tom.
Well, yeah, they finally won one, and then they lose the next round anyway.
Next 6 rounds.
Incredible force fire. So, yeah, that too. But it was more important that they lost the second one. But, yeah, really well played. I think I love the utility combinations that are coming out from Newturn on this map. I think we've seen a lot of maps from them previously where either they've been a little bit off meta from what we see within Europe and North America, or they've tried to pull it in, for example, on Haven, and it's not necessarily worked as well. On this map, it just seems like they've got everything down to a T. And now, when it comes onto their defender side, they are looking to take away this main control.
That they are. The Cloudburst disappears and Boaster's caught off guard. Loses quite a bit of HP there. They're going to gain control towards the B side. And if you're Fnatic right now, you've got to be a little bit cautious about that spike. They're going to push into spawn. They're going to take the fight to a battleground that we rarely see engagements on. As the orb fades away, they're just biding their time, hearing the steps, letting these players in, and they're going to come at them from all sides. But Durka's cut off straight away, Allow and Suggest doing all the legwork here and destroying the plans of Fnatic. It was a nice idea, but the execution of it, well, it was an execution of Fnatic as Newturn end up in a 4v1.
Bless. The left on just 15 HP. Well, it's just the light this time. There was no guiding of that, that's for sure. It's gone straight into the wall. I don't think he's going to be blinding anyone other than himself.
Ada pro playernya lucu banget. Bos terus selalu lakuin hal kocak anjing. Sempet-sempetnya tuh burung nyangkut. Aduh si bos tuh emang bangsat.
Came prepared, cleared all the angles, methodical as ever.
Kok ke bawah?
Well, they're way past just being in the driver's seat. They are on
kok ke tanah?
That third and final map. It's going to take something big from Fnatic to turn it around.
Definitely is Gravwell in play here. Perry's actually able to catch Boaster off with it. Such a good early reaction. The orb control that Newturn Fnatic are going to go for. I mean, a team that takes a lot of pages.
Ternyata ikut PJT gak menjamin burung gak nyangkut. Lihat dong, pasti ada mistake human error.
The reaction, putting down the black hole, right? So good.
Gravity well.
Gravity well. Black hole.
That's what you're looking.
Same thing.
Or the suck, as some people call it.
Yeah, we're not going to call it that.
He's going to pick up a few extra of those eco frags, one orb away. And we know that a lot of teams will like to at least challenge one of you. Get that Blade Storm in, it completely revolutionizes their buy going into this next round. Because chances are, in most cases, this is the weaker purchase. This is where you're only going to have the Spectres. Some player might even have a pistol or two still in the mix, whereas you're going to have the full rifles on the other side. Allow, however, decided he wanted to disagree with me completely there, and has decided he's purchasing his operator.
OP nggak tuh Allow?
I like it.
Kita lihat. OP-nya OP jumpy ya?
And of course, if he loses it, he can just go for the Blade Storm afterwards. Kind of makes sense because he'd be dead then, right? He'd have the Blade Storm online rather than trying to fight for an ult orb in this round. and it gives them a nice advantage in bridging the gap from a full buy to a bonus. Only coming in with 2 Spectres. But Fnatic, they need this round. You know, we talked about pistols. We know Fnatic can't really win them. But this is where they've got to deliver. If they lose this, they're 12-4 down. They don't have the money to invest into the next. They're probably not going to force buy and risk throwing away the map. So we're talking 12-4 with a round lost right here. And then 8 consecutive rounds attack side ascend. Yeah, I said Fnatic are good on this map, but that's a little bit too much to ask, especially with the way Newturn are playing right now. And this shock dart, oh, it's going to do so much. Newturn know exactly what Fnatic like to do. Misses everybody.
It's done a little bit of damage, it seems, as they look to try and go pushing into the site. There's a couple of defenders and still having their utility to the back of it. The entry fragging machine leaves Lakia somewhat isolated at the back, just trying to hold on as long as possible. His teammates looking to rotate in, and he actually takes one with him. Still an opportunity in this round, but with the site lost and still some further back control from Magnum, this might become a bit awkward. And looking at where Perry is, I wonder if they're going for this.
Akankah dia save OP? Oke, di save.
It could be, but realistically, you want to back off and save the weapons when you've got your operator, especially. I think that's ultimately what does it for them. Perry can afford to poke and prod at these players. He's only got a Spectre, and buying up in the next round is not going to be the end of the world.
Good luck.
But you lose that operator, and it's a hefty investment. And yeah, we said he can play Bladestorm, but you're always going to rather having that big one-shot body shot weapon in play. They are hunting him down. They know something's up. They know that he must have something valuable if he wasn't there with his teammate. I don't think they'll reach him in time.
No, and also for Fnatic, you don't really just want to throw guns away, even if it is to try and remove an operator. Important to make sure that they keep themselves in a solid position. This man again, though, it always seems to be Durka with these entry kills, and very good work from them to make sure that Lakia doesn't get away with more. If he does, I think there's much more of an opportunity. Magnum's positioning, as always, a decent position. Still plenty of rounds to play with, though, for Newturn.
3 ronde lagi, ayo bisa lah Newturn.
They've got themselves a judge, so if we've learned anything from this game, that's an easy round win.
Economically, this is a better round than what we just saw play out, right? They have full weapons with 1 judge instead of having the 2 Spectres in play. So that's a lot to work with. They're coming up against, you know, not a massive ult economy in Fnatic. Yeah, the Bladestorm is active, but...
dapat 2, nice!
See him get the second one. How's he gotten away with that? Suggest tucked in on the site, has reinforcements on the way, but also has the power of surprise. Durka is left alone. The Bladestorm pops. He's up against another and connecting every single shot. A 1v1 as it comes down to just Solo, the judge we spoke of earlier. Perhaps the element of surprise rolls with him.
Ace.
He's in heaven, judge in hand, knowing now that Durka must be near the generator. The timing is going to be everything here as Durka peeks out and Solo stops the ace before
shotgun lawannya, shotgun.
But what a good attempt by Durka.
I think that would have been play of the tournament. I genuinely don't think we've seen anything ridiculous. Durka, that was so damn close. And honestly, I think he's up against any other weapon there, and he probably gets the ace as well. That was truly unbelievable. In a round that should have been put to bed a long time before this. The fact he even pops the Bladestorm.
The hell is this, dude?
3, and he goes, you know what? I'm gonna use my ultimate, but Solo, calm, collected. I don't even think he breaks his smile there.
No, look, he wins.
He's just like, I knew I was gonna win.
That's just, you can see the stress levels that he was under in that moment right there. Like, God, don't let them ace. That's the way you come back into a map like this. You're behind, you have to string together so many rounds, and you get an ace 1v3 clutch like that? Hell yeah. You know, that pumps everybody back up. But now they fell just a little bit short. Still gonna put Fnatic in high spirits, but in this round, they're not looking too hot. They've got weapons, no ultis to play with. Durka left to a Spectre, and Newturn, they've accrued a couple ults of their own. Albeit, again, not the most impactful. I did kind of say that about the Bladestorm, and then Durka showed us, well, maybe it is. But they've got Seekers as well. Cosmic Divide, nah, it's a so-so old.
See the drone. Doesn't give too much information. Durka just decides to deny it as he looks to play that entry fragging role again. Once more, it's Lakia at the back of the site, and with a rifle there, you'd bet on Durka to win, but he's not quite going to get it this time. traded out, left back, and Boaster trying to get up in the faces of his opponents. The Seekers, though, Mitch, as you mentioned, giving away the info.
That's it. That ulti's so valuable. Boaster down below, ready and waiting, welcoming arms for them to run on in. Magnum grabs one of his own and keeps the dream alive here. Fnatic locking New Turn out for now, but there's still time to go for this if they really want to. And with Blade Storm on Allow, you know they do. Creeping in towards the site, Allow will look for the range duel to start, but the head peak coming up. Doma from afar is the one to shut him down, and the time now, it's just too low. Perry won't be able to do a whole lot, and with an operator to save, why not? Well, I'll tell you why not. Wallbang, that's why not.
Not actually going to be retrieved either, so not within Fnatic's plans for now.
Yeah.
Just looked at the scoreboard. I didn't quite realize how far ahead Durka was from anybody else on his team. I think the second highest is 11, and he's currently on 20 kills, so he has been almost the saving grace for Fnatic in this one, but the fact is, if he can keep this going, if they can keep themselves positive, which, hey, you know what? It sounds like they are. I'm never going to count them out, ever.
That was amazing stuff that we've seen from Durka so far. Round on round, he's consistent, but with 6 on the board, Fnatic need to do so much more. And hey, at least in this one, it's going to work. A quick dash. Oh, they're even covering their back. That flash gives them so much information to play with. They know they're clear to push the side at this point. A plant will come down. Now it's all about post plants. And Magnum, he's got a tripwire right in front of him. He's managed to evade being sucked into the middle of that black hole and takes down Allow. Now support is here from Doma. Just going to escort him out, maybe, or maybe not. Maybe we'll just rush in for those kills. Why not go for it? Flex on him now that they're on an eco.
Oh dear. Well, it's definitely gone a little bit wrong, and we're going to see the Prime Gaming flawless round come out from Fnatic. A confidence booster, that's for sure, and that one especially was so methodical. Like we've seen moments in the previous matches even where you have someone like Yumpy just diving through onto the site and there's a position miss. There's someone left unchecked. Whereas Fnatic almost seems like the opposite. They know Durka's not going to check it. So everybody else is making sure that there's a flash, a guiding light that gives them that extra bit of info, and even just look to set up the Finn on the way through it. It really is meticulous in the way that they play this attack. But they have still got a very, very long road to go before we can even call this one a contest once again.
Yeah, 4 in between them, but it's that constant weight hanging over their head, right? One slip up and this can go to New Turn. They'll be at least guaranteed the OT. This play in Pizza is absolutely nasty. Durka goes in to clear it, but Allow's able to catch one. I don't know that they saw Parry, but the ultimate will at least give it away. Backing out. Doma doesn't want to full commit to that. They're already a man behind. Fnatic need to find an answer to this, and it's in the map control towards the A site. But look at what New Turn have done. They've left their Killjoy utility on A, but they've left Killjoy in Y, tucked all the way up, and the spike is coming alone. One player to take down, and the round is in disarray. Boaster is dealing so much damage on the site, but it comes down to Solo, and if he peeks out, there it is. The spike's on the floor, the control is theirs, and hey, all the kills come their way right afterwards. It's now 12-7, 5 in a row needed for Fnatic if they have any hope of taking this one 2-0.
I like the little details there as well from Solo, placing his turret down as almost like that information gatherer, and then because it's just left there, when Mystic comes around the corner, he just assumes, okay, well the turret was just left there at the beginning of the round, the player's probably just rotated back somewhere else, and instead, he's just ready and waiting to ruin Fnatic's day. 5 in a row needed for Fnatic to fight back. New Turn on their map choice looking incredibly strong. A third potentially on the table, and all for a chance to get a shot at the current upper bracket king of Sentinels.
They fought long and hard here, New Turn. The reward ain't that far away. Fnatic, though, have overrun the A site. The first of potentially many rounds as they look to make this comeback, and it's going to be a big ulti used here, blocking off any sort of a retake in through the door. That Viper's Pit is so powerful right now to walk on through. And with the drone, I love the fact that there's 2 teammates covering the walkout, because obviously you don't want Viper to die. Oh, you also don't want to be losing players left, right, and center. Fnatic are dropping down to just 2 all of a sudden. New turn, they're way ahead right now. Dirka's trying to get a lot of damage done, and he's gotten away with 3 Blade Storm popped. Only Suggest left to deal with. The defuse has to come through. The right click is so damn strong. 4 kills for Dirka. Not quite the ace, but at least the round win. They keep Fnatic alive just that little bit longer.
He's so damn good. I honestly think that whatever the school was that him and Yumpy both came up in should just be used as like a grounds for finding young talent within this game, because how many times now have we just seen him in positions where he's just going above and beyond? He's on 25 kills already, and there's still some time left for him to get a few more. And we're going to see another slight investment here from Newturn. It's almost being played as like a half investment for some of the players. Some rifles pulled up, of course, a trusty shotgun as well. And this time Perry's aggression is not going to enable them to get a couple of kills. Now that flash is actually just to gain the rifle back. So that's all right for Suggest. And I think he's going to, it looks like he wants to go for a little more.
Oh, he's feeling it this time. Suggest waiting a little while, going through, but not seeing anybody. At least the bullets fired out. But for Fnatic, it's all about that slow and steady gameplay right now. Solo pushes up. He's inside a B main with a judge in hand. Killjoy Utility covering his back in the walkthrough market. They've got so much control right now, they could even rotate Sova. They're going to do that. They're going to move Sova towards the A site, let's say it that way, but he's coming down through mid. The timing might be a little bit late, though. Fnatic need to be delayed if there's going to be a reward for Lakia, who pops his ultimate and does so much damage. They're caught in the choke point, now looking to re-aggress on middle, but he's made it away, slipped out of their grasp. Man advantage is in Newturn's back pocket, and the site that they want to push on the Fnatic side still has 2 players here holding onto it, locking it down, and taking the map win 13-8. Newturn, they've warmed up after map 1 yet again. We told you, they don't win map 1, but their pick of Ascent goes their way. We will be going to map 3 of Haven, and all the way to determine who's making it into the finals.
An excellent resurgence as well, because it's not like Fnatic went down without a fight. Dirka again putting up an impressive display, almost stealing back multiple rounds, even having one.
Bentar ya, gue beli rokok, duit gue kurang. Beli gue rokok bentar ya. Beli kopi. Game 3 ternyata. Oke. Embek. Chelsea malah game mulu. Ya gimana nih? Gue streaming Chelsea dimarahin. Berapa kosong sih? City final Liga Champion. Kok jadwal? 1-0 Kai Havertz. Keren loh. Pas gue buka ini ada ininya loh. Nih. Apa nggak ada? Nah ada petasannya. Sing biru. 1-0. Si Erling Haaland. Si Haaland sih pasti dibeli ini, Cuk. Haaland sih pasti dibeli dia. Bakal pindah ke tim gede nih musim gini nih Haaland nih. Gila golin 10 di Liga Champion loh. Akhirnya lo pegang bisa menang ya Jul. Lah Ronaldo Messi pada kemana? Gak pada bikin gol tuh orang tua. Pemain-pemain tua. Ajen. Dibeli siapa? Madrid bisa, Barca bisa, City bisa. City baru kehilangan Aguero kan. MU baru beli Cavani sih. Cuman nggak tahu tuh MU tuh. Ya itu aja. Dibeli nih orang nih. Gak ada lagi nih, siapa nih pemain Sevilla nih? Wah ini juga bisa dibeli nih. Umurnya masih 23. Tapi Dortmund belum mau jual dia. Dortmund mah belum cocok aja harganya. Lewandowski aja dijual ke musuh sama dia. Lewandowski aja jual ke Munchen gitu sama dia. Belum aja, belum getok gede. Dortmund mah kayak gitu dari dulu, dia mah bikin pemain bagus nih. Jual Lewandowski terus siapa tuh? Ajen dulu guys. Lewandowski mah terus transfer. Ya nggak diperpanjang lagi kan? Nggak mau lagi kan? Itu Mas. Lewandowski Hummels Gojek. Itu mah gitu deh dulu. Kagawa aja dijual ke Kagawa dari Dortmund kalau nggak salah deh. Coba ya. Dortmund. Nggak ada ya? Oh, cari Lewandowski-nya. 50 juta free transfer ya fee-nya. Ngobrol lagi. Menurut lu yang sekarang jadi bintang besar siapa, Jul? Mbappe gila itu. Dia walaupun masih muda udah jadi juara dunia, Cuk. Mbappe mahal itu. Nggak sia-sia PSG beli mahal itu. €50 juta dong harganya Lewandowski pas umur 25. Mahal juga. Sekarang mah yang muda-muda kayak gitu paling. Terus gelandangnya MU tuh Bruno Fernandes juga tuh lagi kencang-kencangnya. Striker Haaland. Tinggal back sih yang belum. Paling back Juve tuh, back Juve yang kemarin beli dari Ajax, siapa namanya ya? Back Juve yang dibeli dari Ajax tuh lupa gua. Belum mulai ya? Lupa gua. Beli mahal dah. Haaland pasti banyak yang mau beli tuh. Buset, striker masih muda. Hitungannya dia dikasih umpannya bukan sama gelandang kelas 1 banget lah. Dortmund kan gelandangnya ya belum kayak dikasih kayak sama si Toni Kroos, belum dikasih sama pokoknya gelandang yang umpannya enak, tau gak sih lu? Kayak zaman-zamannya Beckham tuh, kalau Pirlo tuh, Beckham Pirlo tuh sama gelandang gitu, Xavi, Iniesta tuh belum dikasih gelandang kayak gitu aja dia udah bisa bikin banyak gol, apalagi kalau dikasih gelandang yang wah. Di like counts itu back muda bagus sih, di like ya. Paling di like tuh yang back muda yang kuat-kuatnya. Itu kan di Dortmund siapa? Dia paling diumpan sama siapa? Coba Dortmund diumpan sama siapa sih? Borussia Dortmund. Siapa sekarang pemainnya? Dia dikasih umpan sama Götze ya. Götze. Dia dikasih sama Götze sama Reus. Oh iya, Marco Reus nih yang paling setia nih. Dulu seangkatannya Lewandowski nih. Dylan. Ini yang paling setia di Dortmund nih. Banyak yang mau beli dia cuy nih, gelandang ini. Ya bagus sih yang umpannya sih, nggak jelek sih. Götze sama Reus sih bagus sih yang umpannya sih, tapi Götze forward ya. Götze, Pacol Cacer, Mahmud Jadon Sancho. Oh, masih bisa masih Janso ini gelandang yang diincar banyak orang. Jan Koller Setiamo, tinggi banget ya. Barengan sama Milan Baros, tahu kan gue? Dulu tuh, zaman-zamannya Dortmund dulu tuh, Milan Baros sama itu depannya udah pasti tuh. Baros sama Koller udah. Tinggi tuh si Koller tuh. Enggak ada yang ngerti, ada yang nggak ngerti bola ya? Jerman serem juga timnya ya. Ini setia juga nih. Come on, udah mulai. Ini gimana kabarnya nih pemain Afra Hakim ini? Bagus nih padahal nih. Pemain Maroko. Manchester sepi pada ke gua. Kalah semua di final. Manchester udah mulai ya? Ya guys.
Lose a couple of players along the way.
MU kalah semua di Manchester kalah semua. Enggak ada perayaan juara. Ada deh juara Liga Inggris.
But I'm looking at Boaster. I think the way that he sells fakes on this map is really hard to play against. He's going to use a lot of that Astra utility to make things awkward, as we saw in this round, like managing to help them dodge that dart that would have given a lot of early information over to Newturn and basically garnered them the site in the first place.
Dapat 2 Newturn nih.
They're coming in with a much better buy than what we've seen from the Newturn side.
Yeah, for Newturn, it's also important to note that Lakia only had a Ghost, right? He had saved up a lot of money, so that investment down to a Vandal or up to a Vandal now doesn't hurt quite as much. So they only really lost 1 weapon. Obviously a lot of armor because 2 players died, plus Perry ended up on 70 HP, losing all of his shields along the way. So that is significant enough reinvestment. This round does give an advantage to Fnatic. Newturn still have cash in the bank, so it's not the end of the world if they lose it, and on paper, they should lose it with 3 Spectres in play. But as we come into the 1 minute 10 second mark, Fnatic haven't really moved from spawn. They haven't taken much map control, or maybe arguably even any, outside of what they get at the start of the round. It's time to up the pace and start poking at this defense. In terms of information, Tom, they have none.
B-nya kosong sih.
This is where we're actually going to start to see
B-nya dikosongin sih. Cuma ada kamera sniper.
And they'll hear it, but if they break it, they'll give him even further. He'll know that they've lost the site. Spotting the ice wall already gives
kameranya ketahuan.
Wih. They push Boaster up. He wants to lurk around this mid position and try and hold off rotations. And the rest of the team are going to start making a play in towards the A side.
Tapi B-nya udah dapat 1. Flankernya dijagain.
Seconds left. This could become very awkward.
Wah, bisa nahan gak nih?
The discipline of Newturn not to overreact to any sort of control that's being postured on. It might not pay off though. Perry is now trapped on the site.
Tembus masih di-rotate ke
After falling, it leaves Alao and Solo to make what seems to be an impossible clutch happen, especially with Alao falling. It's only a Spectre of Solo, and although all these players are low that are about to face him, there are still 3 on the site who are nice and healthy. Oh, and he has no weapon comes out just in time, but well, Durka hits the headshot first.
Yeah, they denied it being a flawless round at least, doing a little bit of extra damage, and we know that the likelihood is Newturn
Bang bikin konten yang serem-serem.
Anyway.
Ketahuan selingkuh, serem. Dikejar polisi, serem.
They left this one very late, almost hoping that they would have baited a player or 2 into a rotation away and moved them into B after what was the early
konten yang serem ya.
Instead, it seems like Newturn have a decent read of what they want to try and do with this Astra, and instead
ntar gue pikirin dulu idenya.
Players behind. Good showing. Unfortunately, the weaponry wasn't quite there.
I do find it very interesting that they're constantly trying
dikejar banci juga serem sih.
This long control on A. You see the Fnatic don't even
dikejar bencong serem ya.
At the start of this round.
Gue belum pernah sih. Pernah gue.
That black hole normally
serem tuh, serem.
Stop anybody from going out on A. But with a jet, you can counter that. And the fact that you've got a Sova supporting out with the recon arrow. But Durka, he's just dashed into this B side. Got it secured. There's smokes down either side. Lots of control here for Fnatic. It's holding onto it in the post plants that's going to be very, very difficult. Suggest if he pops a flash out here, he could have a free kill with that judge and an upgrade.
Ya, nggak dapet.
Ya, serious damage, man. Double kill with that. Durka and Mystic do their best to pull it back. Will their best be good enough?
Try and find out the information. Unfortunately, some of the utilities just got completely stuck and start destroying the wall. And actually, they've just got onto the defusal, trying their best to stick it. But this time, it isn't looking too good. Boaster even going to run through the blaze to try and find out where Suggest is hiding. But he needs to retreat. He needs to fall back. And I think Boaster, I don't know if he's going to get away from this spike. He'll get caught in the end. They take the round, and I like the adaptation from Fnatic. They almost sell it in the last as a fake. Okay, we fake this B-side, we fake the early control, and then in the next round, they actually just do the take they faked in the first place.
You know, when it comes down to Suggest,
dikejar grup serem.
highlight this because it could be a big factor moving forward. if
Dikejar
you've
yang
got a
nagih utang.
Phoenix, when you're making that swap, especially if it's a swap from a Raze to a Phoenix, with Raze, damage, assist, map control, denying the aggression, and killing
Suaranya jadi
angles,
serem.
very, very important. With Phoenix, those
Jamak
orbs
sih
don't
artinya.
play as much of a role. You need to,
Ya,
you need to
demi
be able to
op.
deliver these kills. You've got to be getting on the board, and with the orb control being denied as actively as it is by Fnatic, getting that ultimate online, which is the main value of it, is going to be very difficult in this half, and perhaps extending into the next as well. So this is somewhere I need to see him really prove to us that this is a worthwhile swap.
Emang map 3 bukannya map sisaan udah? Nggak ada bris kan? Yang di banned kan berarti Icebox sama Split, ya kan? Ya udah sisa 3 map, udah nggak ada apa-apa lagi.
It being pressured by Fnatic, it's no surprise that they're going to go in this direction and may even look to try and take some extra map control. They have a peak coming out.
Kalau mereka masuk Garrett serem sih, shotgun anjing jaga.
They've got that man advantage, patiently watching to see if there's anybody getting aggressive and throwing down a little bit of utility to try and fake them out. Mystic, with his guiding light, will find that there is nobody on this A site at all.
A-nya kosong. Dapat A-nya gratis.
Quickly push in and get the afterplant.
You know, even when you've got weapons, and maybe let's even throw in a man advantage as well. If you're new turn, right? If it was a 5v4 in their favor, retaking this site is horrible. The double shock darts don't
Masih ada lurker nggak tuh satu?
And although the turret
Ketahuan.
was pulled back, the alarm bot was still very much active. So flank, they're
Dapat
now
kah?
aware that it's coming in.
Dapat kah?
Still has a judge for this close range.
You have
fight. If he
shotgun?
does clear his corner,
Ah!
he chooses the wrong
Salah
one.
ngadep.
50-50. Unfortunate. But getting in versus an Astra, you know, as soon as you try to go in through spawn, there's a gravity well.
Nongol
There's a
dikit
stun.
mati.
Then there's a smoke. And that's on top of you breaking the wall and then having to walk through a choke point. It's not
5
very
sisa.
Oh, well, Dirk is feeling it.
It's just going to be Perry running away. The interesting thing about this composition as well is if you actually go back to look at the previous team they played, obviously that would be Sentinels, and there's only a marginal change with Perry instead of going for that Astra, going for the Omen instead. The difference being, though, that I feel like we now need to see them actually battle for a little bit more of that early control. As you were mentioning, I've now seen them pull up that Phoenix. I think that means that
ACS-nya itu error bagaimana cuma 1 average combat score-nya. Tidak ada kontribusi Phoenix-nya.
Pull off almost just ridiculous rounds that make
Ngapain
very,
aja
very
Phoenix?
little sense when watching them. So I'm interested to see if that is the plan. Allow also investing into the operator and even has that Bladestorm available as backup. I expect this to be more of an aggressive take and may even just peek into that Gravwell which has been placed down.
Dapat kan nih OP nih. Ngebelain OP dia ke A.
One thing that you also have to comment on, just on that Perry swapping up his agents back to the Omen, he can also play this much more like a duelist now, especially with the flash and whenever his utility is gone. So it's nice, you're more involved than you are when you play Astra, and you definitely don't want Perry to be removed from the action, considering how he's been playing so far. Durka,
Yeah.
the trip,
Woo!
but still,
Okay, 3-5.
Solo was able to get a double, a decent start with
Woo!
Lakia in.
Woo!
Oh, what? 4 on the board, single-handedly wins the round for New Turn, and a res was invested by Fnatic. That is heartbreaking for the attackers. It was looking so good. Solo got 2, but the trade was there. The res was in play. This push by Lakia has nearly broken me as a human being.
God, this is now every single one of his kills.
Timing smoke-nya pas banget, Ju.
And the thing that was so intelligent about even the
Timing smoke-nya pas banget, Omen.
he knows they've attempted to clear that with the Tiger, so he just
Vandal
pushes
spray,
it
anjing.
afterwards, knowing that
Susah tuh.
nobody's going to expect him to be there because they've already gone for the information play.
Aduh, nggak dapet apes.
And now, well, I mentioned that aggression. They're trying very hard to pressure Allow.
That was Lakia's second 4K in just 6 rounds. Come on. This guy, he's on fire right now. We mentioned
Will he
Perry in that
try?
one. And now we've got Lakia potentially for the second win. New turn, let's see. We saw Lau go out for that early stage. Doesn't find anything. Smoke
Jetnya
is
udah
down.
lewat.
Frost has come in. Durka is now tucked in the corner, waiting for his moment to strike. Perry right up close.
Jetnya udah lewat.
Came into play and went out.
Aduh, liatin Jet dong.
Fnatic starting to
enggak
rotate
balik dia.
towards the seaside at least, conceding a lot of that A control for now, leaving just Magnum to maintain that ground. New turn, 45 seconds left.
Oh,
in the
masuk
defense,
garage.
and they need to figure out what is going on because they're
Dapat
hearing
garage-nya.
steps in garage. There we go. They
Waktunya
spotted the
keculik.
lurker.
They've not fallen for the bait.
Lakia mati tuh.
Spike attempting to push in on the other side of the map.
Oh,
and
mati
they're
dong
catching
sama Lakia
all
ketahuan.
of these players as they try to push in. Only 2 remaining, and Doma is almost going to end up walling off his teammate. This gives
Aduh,
Perry
timing.
only one angle to focus on, and Mystic has been spotted. He's been cleared from behind. Doma needs to pull off some sort of miracle here, and I just don't think it's going to be possible.
can
4
do it.
players to find, trying to
One.
isolate the initial duel onto Lakia, and he's been
semua.
blinded by the paranoia. Perfect combos coming out from New Turn, and they make this round look easy.
Chelsea menang juga, udah tahu.
They made that look very easy, Tom, because there was a lot
Kalau gitu
going
gua taruhan
on.
ya.
Like, you have a
Jangan deh.
heavy fake soul towards the C site. They're running in through garage, breaking trap wires, putting down stars, making all that noise. It had been just long enough that those players could have rotated from A long. Perry winning this fight kept Allow in position because your player's pushed up short. He's on his way back. You've got to maintain long.
Baru jet
Picks the
impact.
kill. Then Cypher, who was gently coming up on the flank of Boaster, who was trying to flank out C consequentially, was communicating that to his teammate. Every single hole that was there in the defense was identified, communicated, and dealt with. And that's exactly what you want. This is textbook Valorant from New Turn on a map that so far in Masters, they've looked horrendous on.
I think they've definitely done their research into Fnatic. There's no doubt about that. Mentioned it at the beginning of the map that Boaster loves to try and sell a fake using all of that Astra utility, and they just didn't fall for it. They worked it out very early in the round and left their players to defend. Now again, we're seeing these gambles coming out from New Turn with just the abandonment of one of the sites. They're spotting all of that utility. This time it's a much more direct approach.
Ow, 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 ow! Kena slow!
Oh, look at this though, Magnum. He's coming in to suggest it looked like maybe there was a second on the line for him, but it ain't gonna be connected for now. New Turn.
Apes
Maintaining
banget
the
itu jet kena
advantage,
slow.
the retake to be mounted will be difficult, especially with that turret online. There's
Baru
garage control
empat
there
retake
without even
nih.
having to have a player in this area. And yet still Magnum's going to be lurking around there. The rotate or the flank that's coming in from Lakia is very long.
Blind.
Not just because it's on C long, but because it's
Aduh,
going to take a
klik kanannya
while.
miss.
And before he even gets there, most
Wah.
of no, all of his teammates are dead.
Ah,
As he finally
telat ini
emerges
Lakia.
around that corner. Just way too much time ran down on that. Now it's basically impossible to win this one out. As he goes onto the spike, he is able to get it halfway at this point,
Setengah.
actually, by the time they swing in, but there's just no time left.
Nice try.
Still at least doing a little bit of extra damage, and Mystic, is he actually going to survive this one? No, he goes
Kok
down
dia-
to the spike. Caught.
Why you don't run?
almost to try and get out of that one, and that means they wipe out every single player on the Fnatic side. That just seems like an oversight coming out from
Sengaja,
Mystic there, and well, considering, as you sort of mentioned, that it may not have been a round victory for New Turn, but they do manage to take every single player down. Yeah, maybe
Oh, dia tos dulu.
a little bit too soon.
Dia tos dulu,
Yeah,
Bang.
the economy damage is definitely one
Kecepetan.
thing. At the same time, where they're at right now, Fnatic will take every round at whatever cost they can get it at. That recon going to be destroyed straight away, alongside the smoke covering out any sort of
dimajuin dia
perspective from A short.
Ay, ay, ay,
It's
ay.
making them worried that this is an A hit. Solo pushes down to try and get a little bit of extra control and information, but runs right into a couple of players, loses a chunk of HP along the way, and now Fnatic, they're kind of stalled a little bit. They know
kosong garage-nya.
we've denied a little bit of information over on A, we've denied the push down C long, but without the kill, it's time to try and find openings elsewhere, and Allow has gone completely undetected on B. He's calling that this flank is on the way. There's already hot hands down to block them.
Ih, sempet ulti Cyphernya.
Support his teammate, grab the kill, and look to delay any sort of further push onto the site. That peek from Suggest was maybe a little bit much, though.
Dome has been able to turn this into a workable position, but Allow is still battling. His third
Ayo.
kill of the round, but the fourth is not quite going to come through with
Ya,
Mystic
ada ulti
doubling
ketahuan.
up. Looking
Ya,
like it's
nice
all down
try.
to Perry, and Boaster this time predicts him. It will be Fnatic to take the lead once again. But again, it just seems to be by the skin of their teeth. These rounds have been so ridiculously close. I think we also need to talk about the fact that Lakia is currently 15-6 Like, he's almost got double the kills of anyone else in the server. It's only Durka with 8 who just denies that stat from being true.
And you know, one of the things about Lakia as well, he had the 2 4Ks
ultimate
that just shredded everybody. Slowing down the push, allowing them to get in there for post plants, like, or to deny.
Ini Phoenix-nya ntar kali jadi attacker kali baru ngepek. Gue juga nggak tahu Phoenix di Heaven se-strong itu kan.
You know, Lakia is having a lights out series. For Fnatic, I agree 100%.
Mending Raze nggak sih kalau di Heaven?
Shouldn't quite be the same. There's 2 pistols in play for New Turn. They need to find some situations where these pistols cannot really be at a disadvantage, right? Bridge the gap between them and a weapon. And Fnatic are going to go for the B side. In retaking this side, it's going to be very, very difficult if you're playing with pistols in hand. Good thing Alau's got some knives at least. Let's hope they connect, because if he has to go to that classic, I'm not feeling too good.
He's at least been able to deny them for a little bit of extra time, looking to try and at least kill off.
Aduh, kelihatan itu cuman nggak bisa dikenain.
They will get that side control, will get that after plant, and I feel like a lot of this comes down to what Solo can do, which is nothing. He's been caught attempting to try and flank. It seems like Fnatic have every single angle covered, and luckily Durka is also there, just fragging away, leaving 2 players left, Perry and the Starman Lakia.
Nice try.
And then there was one.
Save.
A foregone conclusion, really, for Perry. The time is just way too low. The question is, can he save this weapon? And now spot it out. Well, headshot confirms it. And there was a quick flank coming in from Boaster to make sure he couldn't get away. 6 on the board for Fnatic. A good recovery of a few fumbled rounds. And although they've been close when they've won, they are still winning. New Turn having to take that weaker buyout in the previous round, having a Sheriff, having the Blade Storm that didn't connect and then leaves them in an awkward spot. Now they're in hot water if they lose this one here, because they could be again staring down the barrel of an 8 on a map where I have to be honest, you know, when they move to the attack, I probably have a little bit more faith in them, because on a map you're not too good at, so easier, especially Haven, to play the attack side, especially against a team like Fnatic. But 8-4? That's a little bit too much. You're hanging so much on the pistol round then. New Turn need to connect this round.
Yeah, I think as well that Fnatic on this map have a lot of ability to delay. Like, okay, maybe excluding just Durka's pure fragging ability. Other than that, they've got so much utility that is available to them. The slows out from Dome will help. Mystic going to be looking for that extra info while using all those guiding lights to delay at the same time. And that's before we even get to the Sentinel and the controller of the team. So, yeah, I definitely agree. I think that there's opportunities for them, especially with the more aggressive comp that they've ensued into this map, like bringing in the Phoenix to give Suggest more of an opportunity. But I want to see him almost battle a little bit more for some of that control. Like we've seen a few
mending pindah ke A deh.
Catching a few players off guard, using their own utility against them. But I'm yet to see Suggest have that sort of aggressive play that almost takes over the round for them.
New Turn's tactical timeout underlines what
udah pindah ke A anjing. Akhirnya taruh di A ya. Soalnya taruh C sama B dia kagak impact anjing. Mungkin di A lebih impact kayaknya dia.
Ult economy, New Turn, they haven't used that many ultimates and they've not really got a lot about to come online, whereas Fnatic are in a much better position. That said, I'm interested to see what they do with the lockdown, because last time they put it down on short.
Musuhnya ke B sama ke C, kebaca.
Pretty sure someone wallbanged it, but it just got destroyed instantly. So now,
tapi B-nya diduain sih.
You're going to use those lockdowns from, well, it's kind of negated a little bit. You got to find something else, some more uses for it.
Wah, double pick.
Not the fight you want. A really great paranoia. One player can see him, and he takes him down quickly, but Perry is traded immediately, leaving Lakia to be the man to defend this site, toe tapping away and dealing a little bit of time, but the lockdown catches him.
Yeah, he went for the wallbang again to try and deny it, and this time it's completely fallen flat, meaning that he's gone down with it. A big problem. That was his whole plan. He didn't have an escape route after that moment. I love the fake out smoke as well, used by Fnatic to just bait a false sense of security for Allow, and it leaves Suggest and Solo with no real way back into this site. Now, for Solo, retrieving a rifle here, that's a huge bonus. He came into this round with a judge. He's looking to try and maybe get an exit on the way out, catch somebody not looking the right way. And for Fnatic, well, they're hunting a few of these players down. Solo is going to get caught, and they're on the hunt for Suggest as well.
Oh, they don't want anything to be carried over by New Turn in this round. We said how important it was they won it, and not carrying a single rifle over when they went for the save would be even worse. Around the corner comes Dota, but Suggest deals with him, and now just gonna tuck in Suggest. Why is he doing that? I guess because he thinks the players will come from A side, actually, and then the Spike had already blown that up, so it's less likely someone comes through there. But that made me very scared, because obviously we can see with X-Ray,
double pick sedih. Ketahuan lagi. Crosshair-nya di
they
situ.
have a lot of money on Fnatic. I don't think they're going to be sweating all too much if they lose 1 or 2 extra weapons.
Crosshair-nya tuh udah di atas situ loh. Pro player feelingnya gitu banget ya.
I think that was almost a round.
Udah ngeker. Jetnya di mana
The
nih?
fake Nebula. And then the wallbang not working out either. It's just 2
pakai
players
bulldog
already
satu.
lost.
Satu lagi Spectre.
Early dart straight through the window. That is dope.
I think they avoided that fight, Tom. I was trying to figure it out. I was like, they have plenty of money. Why would they not just try to take it? I think they avoided it because whether they kill him or he kills them, he gets an ult orb. And they don't want a Phoenix to be 1 ult orb away from, well, his ult coming into the final round. If that's what's happened, that is like 300 IQ. I love that decision because we used to always talk about it, Tom. Remember early days of Valorant? We'd be like, oh, why would you take that fight? You know, because there's another economy past credits to think about. And Phoenix's ult, pretty much as strong as they get. You know, you do not want that to be in play. So smart from Fnatic if that's what happened. Please, Boaster, don't come out and go, nah, we just didn't want to lose a weapon.
Well, it's going to be a fast take once again. Prepared for Durka, and Perry is already going to combine. This A-side defense between the two of them is looking superb. The spike drop to the floor. Peek from Magnum does get one in a second as well. So crisp and clinical, and it's left onto Solo. The veteran.
Diputar lagi ke BK.
But it seems like they're aware of this, already taking more passive angles, making sure that they can get the health of Mystic up. He's already watching that angle, holding on, and Magnum will close the round. Superb stuff from him on Fnatic. As said, he has had a magnificent day of Valorant from the first series to the second.
Dikirain mau nongol dari kiri lagi, ternyata enggak.
New turn. This is the lifeline. They need a turnaround.
We talked about Phoenix coming into this, man. I said I felt like it had to be a big factor for New Turn. 2 kills at the end of the half. You know,
This happens a lot, doesn't it?
It does. It does. Well, we talked about it, man. There's a couple of things that you have to consider, you know.
Aduh, sedih banget dia itu. Dia lepas, yuk. Kalau nggak dilepas bisa itu satuin.
I don't remember when the other one was. It's not being great for Suggest. He's having a really tough game, and this is one where you'll definitely look back at it if you're New Turn and look at what Fnatic did to counter you. But here on the attack, this is where he should really shine.
Susah lagi dia punya Killjoy Sage.
And really just be that entry for the team where even if he doesn't no, man, that's Lackey as well. That's the guy that's double the kills of nearly anyone else on the certainly on his team.
Ayo Sages, butin Phoenix lu.
He got a 4K on the pistol, wasn't it?
Yeah, he basically won them the pistol. So the fact that he's gone is definitely a huge loss. Poster in the corner. He's going to use the grab wall. Manages to want the dive through from Allow, but he's still strong as a stun, and Magnum alongside him as well. It's left all onto Solo again. A 1 versus 5 to try and give them that extra lifeline they needed. It is not looking likely for him, but he can at least try earn some extra credits and some extra ult points.
Kenapa Marsha?
How is Boaster still alive right now?
Tumen lu, live gua lu.
Question I want a thesis written on, because that's ridiculous. He's been jet dashed on, player up close, another comes to trade, and then somehow he survives.
Ow.
And then through the smoke, Solo falls.
Aduh, berat lagi. 6 round ya, dia harus bisa menang ya.
Just goes, maybe he's hit. You know, could just be straight through.
Oh, but of course, Tom, he's spamming through the smoke with the most common long-range weapon, the Frenzy.
Ah, potato, cuk, Buster di sini, cuk. Buster Sages di sini potato.
Jumping around, and I think it was
Gak ada yang live selain kamu juga.
We talked about how important it was for New Turn to be getting.
Itu Kompas TV lagi live 24 jam. Kenapa nggak lu nonton? Kalau nggak Kompas TV apa ya? Itulah. Kalau nggak data coronavirus tuh ada yang 24 jam tuh.
Luckily they have those veterans.
Valorant buang iya.
Lah
emang si Devin masih nggak live? Bukannya dia masih live?
not a particularly good one, of course, after a pistol loss. So they're going to have a couple of SMGs, and we know what they can do with the Sheriff. They've proved that already. Some of the other force buys they've gone for. The two in-game leaders of the side almost back-to-back at this stage as the rest of the team look to try and challenge for garage control. A lot of that has to be covered off by Durker, and instead Boaster actually goes aggressive and realizes, okay, see you later, Solo.
Dia harus menang 6 round, cuy.
Somewhere that New Turn are going to be struggling with if they lose this force buy. A lot invested, man. They got to be getting rewards out of this.
Mereka udah buy lagi.
That's a late wall.
Aduh, mereka udah buy lagi.
They weren't going for short, but it means now that Fnatic don't have to look anywhere else. They are completely focused on long. Picks the first. That's the Spectre he's fighting, and even pick up his sleeve in the form of player there to support him, and even heal him up afterwards. New turn, Spike in the open to be retrieved. Players rotated in. A full team of Fnatic to take down, and absolutely no chance.
Berat.
Force by and a Prime Gaming flawless.
Mereka force by, cuy.
Things are not looking good right now.
Bang minta jamnya itu. Ada linknya.
And we knew Haven was going to be pretty tough. You know, they got 5 rounds at most. That was up against Shark, 3 and 4.
Tadi gue cari ya. Di bookmark gue masih ada.
Sentinels, but I mean, this is where their map pool just lets them down in the series, Tom, right? Because their other option was to go to a map they haven't played in a long, long time of Icebox. And playing that against Fnatic, like I was saying to you when we were talking before the game, you could pull it out if it's a team that's not very strong on Icebox, because they know how to play it. They're just not amazing at it. And obviously things behind the scenes, practice and stuff.
Wow, udah dikejar.
When it comes down to playing it against Fnatic, yeah, probably.
Dapat bulldog.
Already, the Sheriffs are going to pick one up for them. Now, from what we've seen from Fnatic over the last round at least, they did a lot to hold on to utility. That late ice wall definitely made things really awkward for New Turn going for that take. Sure, as you said, they didn't necessarily go in that direction, but the fact that Fnatic are able to just hold that for so long almost makes me worried that New Turn need to put pressure on these portions of the map, try and bait out some of that utility.
Ya, 2 sagenya udah datang.
Wah, di wall. They're just looking to hold them back.
We talk about
di wall.
Slow down, right? Slow orbs, walls, Magnum's behind, but he's being spotted now.
Magnumnya udah ketahuan. Wah, dapat senjata lagi tuh.
And they overwhelm him. A weapon to be retrieved. And a man advantage
just
extends even further. Fnatic have the flank covered here with Boaster. They're ready for someone coming through garage. Middle is being watched over. Sorry, not watched over by Killjoy Utility. Killjoy's gone.
Snipernya masih jagain.
Is actually possible. Boaster. Ooh, he's in a bit of danger if he pushes out. But the timing was perfect. The trade is there.
Wow.
Coming up behind, and a 5 versus 3. Immediately.
Flankernya juga kalah, defend sama tidur gitu. Ih, orang dia habis dapat berapa 15 juta ya, anjing, sehari. Gue juga tidurnya kayaknya kalau dapat 15 juta sehari. Nyak banget gue tidur.
Some of the pushes that were coming out from Fnatic, and then they just managed to steal it back with that perfect crossfire, holding them into the side.
Harus menang nih.
11-4. Just a couple of rounds needed for Fnatic.
Harus menang ini Nutur nih. Kalau nggak menang di round ini kelar dia. OP langsung agresif dapat. Untung nggak mati.
26 HP left on Solo. It's about as bad as it
gets.
You're facing down the barrel of this.
Nah, gitu dong Sages.
Get to get one on the board on the attack side, but this is where they should do it. The buy round, right? They're healing back up their Phoenix. Hot hands expanded for that. The man advantage is theirs. We've seen these fall apart, and that could be the start of the dominoes falling. That recon being avoided. Boaster sneaks around on the side angle. Good for one, buys time for Doma. Wall up, he's above it, and they don't know. The intuition's there for Allow. And man advantage is theirs again, times 2. It's only Durka to worry about. But then again, it's Durka.
Mati Peri.
Oh, it's running all the way down. Perry just goes facing straight into the man, well, known for these clutch situations. Still incredibly low on HP. He would almost need a mistake. He's got the wallbang right, but Lakia is just clinging.
Miskin tapi walaupun menang.
So there's no chance in the end. Still made you worry a little bit for Newton, but they're back on the horse. They've got themselves the round.
Jelek di iPad masih nggak diban. Masalahnya Fnatic jago di Fnatic kuat di itu loh. Fnatic kuat di Icebox. Fnatic menang berapa kali di Icebox kan? Menang.
Lakia definitely one to mention in this round. Allow diving into that site and opening things up. Sublime.
8 rounds
miskin
before New Turn eventually show up. They made things difficult for themselves, but not impossible. One slip up, and Fnatic, they come right back into it. They take themselves probably the game with New Turn's economy shattered. This is a very important round. We even see Allow on a
come on.
He's going to be using his Blade Storm to try and bridge that gap. Tucking in
dia nembakin temen sih Suges. Mabuk apa gimana?
Nah. Detect him, deal with him immediately. The run it back serves its purpose of opening space alongside the jet dash. Everything falls into place for New Turn, and a 5v1 at last, an opportunity. Surely Durka will be able to get the 1v5, the ace clutch to close this out, and thankfully they have dealt with him.
Yeah, not this time. No chance. A good take again from New
Turn.
The angles, the openers. Again, just looking very good for them, and now we're gonna start to focus a little bit more on Fnatic. They can.
Ayo Sages, udah bela-belain dua duelis saya lah. Up.
We know especially that if
lu punya wall dan lain-lain kok.
Online, you start building up that economy. You can start maybe taking a few more risks. The Fnatic.
4 orang pakai Deagle. Masa iya masih ronnya si ini. Flash. Pede. Nice one. No. Nice one.
Certainly a dent to the New Turn economy that had been built up over the last round. And with Mystic creeping his way forward.
Kedengeran nama Cypher.
Solo just seems to place his utility so well to just catch people off guard. It must be so infuriating. Just pushing all the way around, thinking you've got a dirty flank, and the man is just watching you at every turn. It's going to be a 7. Just 4 between the two. But this is where Fnatic are going to get their purchase back onto the board. Finances should be built up in this one.
By the way, of course, with all these rounds connected for New Turn, they're reaching a new high score. 7. The best they've done so far here at Masters. Although when 5 is the previous record, it's not that impressive.
Mereka ada duit. Abis ini mereka masih bisa beli lagi. Tergantung entry-nya ini. Buset, agresif banget nih sniper. Flash.
Durka opens this up, and it's Suggest that's taken down. Wasn't near his ultimate, but still, losing your Phoenix now means losing most of your flashes. You have 1 remaining on parry to try and make any execute you want to happen work.
They've thrown the dart over in towards the seaside, but the Killjoy utility has somewhat given things away. Looking to try and hold them back a little further. Magnum has denied that space, and we start to see them spread out once again, but on the other side of the map, Mystic has also got a bit more aggressive. Just spotting out towards A and looking to just walk in. Boaster almost comes up with a free kill. The response from New Turn is now to start going in that direction. And the Seekers, well, Mystic now knows exactly where they are. Every single member pushing in his direction, and they don't really have much time to change their plan.
40 seconds, no map control. That's the most important part. Even if they want to change their plan, they have to do so much before they make that happen. And in fact, they're sending Lakia out as a bit of a sentinel to move, or a satellite, shall we say, moving away from the rest of the team, pushing in towards Garage, trying to bait out with some utility. There it is, finally. He finds some Killjoy util that he can pull into play. Speaking of pulls, look what's down on Long. Slowing the push and leaving this... Oh, that dash is so important! But the flash, it couldn't blind everybody. That's the problem. Paranoia is huge. But when they're on angles like that, 3 players spread across
Wall Phoenix pas entry jarang kelihatan. Gue juga gak tahu wallnya dipakai. Flashnya juga diirit banget sama dia. Flashnya buat entry sih. Cuman dia pede ngepick pakai badan. Gak nyangka kali kalau si Jetnya bakal pakai OP. Di sini dia nggak nge-flash nih. Flashnya cuma ada 2 sih.
Yeah, rubbing it in a little bit. Rubbing sort of the wounds, but yeah, this is now a very long road back for the side of Newturn. They will have a purchase, and they've also got 4 ultimates already online. But a change of pace already from Fnatic. They've left that man Durka to try and hold down C. They're going to have a spot over the top of the Nebula as well. Now for Newturn, it seems they're going to look to try and challenge into Garage. You can see, again, there's already a little bit of counter utility. It Suggest almost gets pulled in, almost caught out, and Magnum probably have had a free kill.
Nah,
has
gitu.
managed to take that space, but it's been a rough
Coba
game for him so
entry
far. They
aja.
need him to step up here.
Come on, Suggest.
Absolutely. This is where we need to see Suggest come in with some
Punya
big
4 ulti
figures on
bisa
that
lah.
beat. Lakia or Perry show us the
Aduh,
form
yang
that
punya
has
ulti
been there
Killjoy lagi
in some of the
musuhnya.
previous maps and rounds.
Main retake dong.
Fnatic need just one mistake, one opening, and so far they have found plenty in the rounds that have played out. Newturn attempting a comeback that not many would believe in. Their history on this map is pretty dim. But maybe, just maybe, this is where they make it happen. Allow dashes to backside, gets up close
Nice
on
one.
to Boaster, who's already taken
Nice
down.
one.
Players falling left, right, and center.
Nice.
Allow able to grab himself another, refreshing his knives and putting Fnatic on a serious back foot. We talked about how hard it is to retake the A site versus an Astra. Now, sure, Newturn don't have one, but they've got 2 extra players, and Fnatic, they're hightailing it out of here. The first of the 5-round comeback has been connected by
Save. Nge-save ini Fnatic, nge-save
I'm
fix.
almost a little bit surprised considering the
Ada
ultimates
ulti
available
Sopa
to
santai.
Fnatic that they don't take a slightly
Ya
more
juga.
passive route. They definitely had a solid
Aduh.
read on where the push was going to be going. 3 players ready and waiting on A, but when you have that lockdown, I feel like it's just almost a simple victory for
Nice
them
one.
to just try and force players back out of that site.
Woo!
Instead, we're just seeing them look to hunt down these remaining players. Durka not long for this world as Lakia is there behind him to get that final kill. 12-8, the difference being 4, and still it is not done just yet. Newturn could turn this around.
OP-nya masih ada 1, Bang. Jangan kecil dulu, Bang.
4 more. It doesn't seem like that many. But in reality, especially against Fnatic, it really is. If I'm counting correctly, and there's a decent chance I'm not, I think Fnatic have one more
Seru nih
timeout
finalnya
after
Europe
this.
versus
Newturn
NA.
used one earlier on, and that was it. If I
Yang
recall
nurunin
correctly,
Fnatic
if that's the case,
kemarin
you're talking about multiple buy
Sentinel
rounds
kan?
and multiple
2-0
reimaginings of the strategy. Plenty of
apa
time to
2-1
speak
ya?
with their coach.
Bagus
And for
skornya.
Newturn, every passing second, that anxiety, that stress that has been building over the course of this map as they watch Fnatic get closer and closer.
Ini sama-sama tim yang kalah sama Sentinel.
Third place finish. Newturn they're starting to sweat, and it's building up now during this downtime.
Yeah, I almost wonder if this is where Fnatic pull out a cheese strat. Something maybe they've been hiding in the mini notebook, and I don't just mean a tiny notebook, I mean a notebook that is owned by Mini. But like they've had so many innovative ideas.
Aduh, Sages, please lu jangan mati lagi kena itu sumpah.
This is the moment where they could look to
Ambil
get that
op,
rematch
ulti,
versus
aman lu.
Sentinels.
Bisa lu.
Both of these teams have been put in the lower bracket by that squad. The squad
Asal
that I
Newturn gak
think
blunder
has
aja,
just become
bisa
the
lotte.
team to beat throughout this tournament.
Asal FNC gak blunder.
Especially if it will help wipe the smile off Veli's face. But that's another
this.
thing
Fuck this.
altogether. We're going to be getting back into this round, Mitch, and we do have a pretty decent purchase coming out. Allow with the operator on the attack could just look to try and delay that extra space for Fnatic if they do look to try and get a little cheeky in this round.
Can do something?
This is where they show us what they're made of over on the Newturn side. After the pause, it's most scary, right? What are Fnatic planning? What are they changing up? How are
Diasepin
they
gitu.
planning to defeat us? The question
Nah,
is,
ambil
what
op.
is Newturn's
Ya,
side?
siap ulti.
A well-placed,
Kemana kayak lu
rather
ultinya?
well
Pergi dah.
timed Cloudburst
Dari situ
as
dah.
well as placed, stops that recon from revealing anything on the C side. But consequentially, Newturn aren't really looking to press the issue.
Gila. Wah, kena lagi di Sages nih.
Now starting to creep on down. Suggest was ready for this.
No.
He's holding up close still.
Nice trap.
One kill goes to Durka before he's caught off by it. A good start.
Come on, you have ulti. Nice.
Into Newturn's favor,
Kejar.
especially with the run it back online to clear that backside.
it's not necessarily going to get
You have
many
wall.
kills for it, but it makes sure that
Lu punya
every
wall, lu
member
punya
of
molly.
Fnatic is just going to fall
Aduh.
back for the retake again, though. They left solo lurking, and Fnatic have just started to predict it. They are expecting these players to be here, and because of this now, it looks like Newturn are going to try and get a little bit more aggressive themselves. Take back some control.
Dia harus bunuh. Nah, dia harus bunuh itunya tuh. No.
A lockdown in play, it's being spammed.
Wah, lockdownnya nggak hancur. Hancur. Nice, guys. Gak apa-apa, gak apa-apa. Nice. Bisa. Nice.
But still so much more to do. That spike being defused. He has to go. It's now or never. And the time, it's all gone. Boaster closes it out anyways. 13 to 8 we go. And Fnatic, they were sent to the lower bracket by Sentinels just a few days ago. And now, after a long battle through this lower bracket, besting V1, Liquid, and now Newturn, they have fought their way into the grand finals, where they'll get a rematch.
Sage revive.
On Sentinels in a BO5.
Sage revive apa? Coba.
In the world. And look at those celebrations, man. I'm excited to see what they've got prepared for us.
Doma with the res, Doma with the res. That is a fantastic celebration, and I don't care what region you're from. It is impossible to not love this team. We've had the friendly banter, we've had the competition between everyone, but it will end with EU versus NA, a rematch of what we saw in one of the initial upper bracket matches. But I think first we do have to say, Korea have put themselves on the map. Like, they came into this tournament as somewhat of a question mark, everybody expecting or hoping, if anything, that we would get the Vision Strike squad to come through and battle Newturn. They came in, and they have definitely cemented themselves as a team.
Dia masih simpen di util. Enggak, dia udah nge-break itunya udah bagus sih.
The other hand, his but consequentially one kill turned into new.
Masih disimpan utility-nya sama dia.
Expecting these players to be here, and because of this now.
Oh iya, Molly sama itunya masih pada disimpen-simpenin sama dia ya.
Take back some control and potentially get them an even keel.
Oh iya, Molly sama itunya disimpen-simpenin sama dia.
Lockdown in play, it's being spammed.
Oh, si itunya kena, omennya kena. Nggak sempet dia. Ya, kurang impact si Phoenix-nya. Gue juga nggak tahu kenapa mereka lebih milih Phoenix daripada yang lain. Sesirnya dia bisa ngejok juga ya. Apaan?
The North American region in particular, Sentinels.
Besok jam berapa sih? Final VCT. Aduh. Final VCT besok itu jam 12 malam. Wow. Oh my god. Mana sih? 17 jam. Oh iya, jam 12 malam, cuk. Jam 12 malam final VCT-nya. Ngapa dasar, guys? Mungkin ya nggak tahu, nggak dapat momennya kali dia pakai Phoenix. Kalau Raze kan Boombot itunya semua kepake tuh. Satchel dan lain-lain buat nyentri bareng Jet. Tapi dia jadi orang kedua sih. Tapi nggak ada yang pakai Reyna ya, kecuali Sentinel ya. Yang pakai Reyna tuh cuma Tens doang buat jadi orang kedua, buat ituin Shazam ya. Ya juga kalau dipikir-pikir nggak ada yang pakai Sentinel ya. Mungkin skillnya mau dibuat heal doang maybe. Ya sih, mereka nggak punya healer sih. Healnya cuma si Phoenix itu doang. Ya loh, Europe tuh nggak pakai Raze, nggak pakai Rena dia. NA tuh pakai Raze, pakai Rena. Perbedaannya di situ. Europe tuh paling pakai agen duelisnya tuh Jet. NA tuh. Sama Phoenix gue tahu scrim kemarin. Oh, Magnum tuh orang Thailand, cu. Oh, Ceko deh anjing. Gue kira Thailand. Benderanya Filipin gue kira. Republik Ceko ternyata. Oh, ada Doma pakai Raze, ada ternyata. Doma pakai Raze. Oh. Dapat kill berapa dia pakai Raze? Di bind. Bukan ini. Ini siapa? CTR, STR, Javek, bind. Oh. Menang dia pas lawan Nutron. Oh tadi ya? Oh di bind ya, pantas lah pakai Raze anjing di bind. Kuat banget di Raze di bind. Besok seru nih. NA Europe finalnya final yang udah ketebak. Kambing hitam apa sih namanya kalau itu? Kuda hitamnya nggak ada yang tembus. Tim kuda hitamnya nggak ada yang tembus. Seru nih. Lihat dong, scream dong. Masih namanya di sini. Underdog ya, tim underdognya kagak ada yang tembus. Bangga Subaton. Enggak tahu, tapi itu menarik sih Subaton sih. Menarik itu. Bisa terjadi kayaknya di gua. Cuman gua nggak tahu nentuin harganya. Ya nonton gue tidak sebesar Devin juga, jadi gue takut juga anjing. Gue takut nggak, ntar kalau gue bikin kemurahan kagak bisa tidur gue. Serem. Ntar tiba-tiba gue streaming 3 hari 3 malam pi. Yang ada duit nambah, PC jebol. Sama aja bohong anjing. Open member aja kagak. Ya itu. Gue takut gitu loh. Kalau gue taruh harganya nih, kemurahan nih harganya ya. Misalnya bagi penonton gue nggak tahu kan lu pada sekaya apa. Tiba-tiba jebret aja kemurahan. 3 hari 3 malam gue. Set dapet lah misalnya paling dapet. Alhamdulillah dapet lah 3 juta sampai 5 juta. PC gue jebol. Dia gue bilang mending kagak jadi anjing. PC gue 3 hari 3 malam kagak mati, streaming terus. Dipotong-potong aja nggak bisa, kalau kayak gitu kan komit masalahnya. Dan gue juga nggak mau aja tidur. Kemarin Fnatic kalah sama Sentinel, apakah di final Fnatic yang juara? BO5 sih, menarik. Iya dibatasin aja bang. Iya orang mau ngasih duit dibatasin, nggak berani gue udahlah. Ntar aja, tapi bisa kejadian ada. Apa gue bikin sekarang aja? 10.000 sama dengan berapa? 5 menit. 100.000 50 menit. Jangan deh anjing, gue takut penonton gue yang kaya nih nongol nih, serem gue. Ini gue takut yang ada di leaderboard ini nongol anjing. Putra Lucifer juga udah jarang nongol sih, tapi gue takut dia nongol tiba-tiba jebret 1 juta. Aduh anjing. Aduh ya Allah. Kayak misal 5 jam stop, nggak usah. Kalau kayak gitu nggak seru dong. Kalau kayak gitu nggak laki, gue nggak seru, nggak mau gue. Gue kan orangnya kompetitif. Dibikin nggak bisa tidur ntar. 50 jam. Gue takut. Serem anjing. Sandai sama tahunya di mana bang? Sandai sama di situ semua, kan gue bilang ulik sendiri sisanya. Di situ semua, ntar tinggal lu masukin ke OBS. mau balap batasan Ludwig ke 1 bulan. PC gue rusak mantap kagak ada yang ganti anjing. Kita lihat ada perpindahan pemain kagak Valorant. Mana sih? Gue takut yang di nama-nama ini muncul nih tuh VK tuh. VRYK, Coco Jackson gak sih? Kayaknya itu cuma selewat doang itu kalau Coco Jackson. Takut serem. Jangan terlalu agresif. Tokache. Apaan? Brazil pindah semua timnya. Head Dati kagak ada tim yang pindah yang gede. Bifrost gak ada. Ada tim namanya BTS ya tuh. Karena kita ngobrol-ngobrol aja dulu lah, udah pagi. Ya makanya biasanya sekali subatan maksimal 24 jam viewers lo ngerti lah bang, harusnya kalau bisa 70 kan. Enggak lah, gak seru kalau ada batasan-batasan kayak gitu. Gue jadi gak seru, gue nya yang gak seru. Waktu tak bisa dibeli dengan orang, gak seru kalau dikasih batasan-batasan. Tanggung anjing. Jebret aja, gue butuh duit. Sini subaton. Lu mau nyiksa gue silahkan, waktunya sekarang. Lu bisa nyiksa gue pakai duit. Devin masih tidur. Satu 1,3 kali lagi. Udah bangun dia. Udah bangun dia. 1 jam lagi kok kelar dia tuh. Pas detik-detik kan malah dia yang sejuta. Kita nyiksa lu nyiksa PC lu. Sama. Gila nih Devin udah streaming berapa jam cu? Kok 6 jam yang lalu? Takut copyright musiknya. Temen gua mukanya bangun tidur kayak gini banget komuknya. Dalam hati bilek, ini gue mau ngapain ya pagi-pagi ya? Ngapain ya? Itu bisa-bisa dia. Ini gue mau ngapain ya? Aduh, gue ngapain sih? Liatin lagi loh. Dia lagi Discord parah sih. Ada lagi di Discord kayak dia. Devin tuh lagi di Discord. Gak ada, dia nggak di Discord mana-mana. Dia lagi nggak buka Discord. Males gue buka di Devin, gak ada suara lu. Lah kan reaksinya di. Ini ngapain dia?
Gue udah masukin semua yang join membership.
Lemes banget temen gue.
Fariza, Wosi Hwani, Gacha Aira, Benedictus Dwi Prasetyo Riandono, RO Project, Pak GM, Cutrisky Ramadhani, Felix Chandra, Fakri Hilman, Hadi, Goram. Udah gue tambahin semua, welcome juga. Terus yang donasi sempat ada Budi di 125.000, fansnya Dempul, LOL, WKWK.
Makasih bang lengkap. Yoks, semangat lu streamingnya ya. Ngapain lagi ya? Kagak ada yang seru lagi sih. Aksi kejar-kejaran begal payudara. The fuck? What is this? Begal payudara.
Pengendara mobil mengejar pengemudi sepeda motor yang diduga menyentuh payudara seorang ibu pesepeda. Pengendara mobil berhasil menghentikan laju kendaraan tersangka setelah sepeda motornya menabrak trotoar. Peristiwa itu menimpa korban saat sedang berolahraga di kawasan Kemayoran, Jakarta Pusat pada Minggu pagi. Korban yang merasa dilecehkan kemudian berteriak hingga memancing
motornya.
Pengendara yang berolahraga di
Motornya.
kawasan Kemayoran, Jakarta Pusat pada Minggu pagi. Korban
Kok motornya bisa gitu posisinya anjing? Aduh, pagi-pagi ada hiburan. Screen WO lu gak lihat ya? Oh iya. Tuh. Motornya posisinya sampai gitu cuy. Dipantekin kan.
Setelah sepeda motornya menabrak trotoar. Peristiwa itu menimpa korban saat sedang berolahraga di kawasan Kemayoran, Jakarta.
Motornya lihat di belakang nih.
Pagi. Korban yang
Tapi di sebelumnya bangun kok motornya. Itu ada motornya diceburin lagi.
korban saat
Lah ini motornya awalnya di sini.
Raga di kawasan Kemayoran.
Ada helmnya juga.
Jakarta Pusat pada Minggu pagi.
Lah terus kenapa jadi kayak gini? Aduh, gue salpo ke motor anjing. Kenapa motor jadi kayak gini? Habis dihajar nih pasti nih. Udah dihajar, udah duduk nih. Aduh, ngapain sih dia begal payudara? Apa sih kebanyakan nonton Jepang lu? Apa gimana dia? Ngapain sih lu? Apa serunya nyabak toket masih dibungkus? Aneh dah. Gak ngerti gua. Ditendang sama-sama bapak-bapak. Oh.
Yang merasa dilecehkan kemudian berteriak hingga memancing amarah warga dan pengendara yang melintas.
Apa sih Tong, kerjaan lu Tong kayak begitu Tong?
Tiba datang seseorang menggunakan sepeda motor dari arah belakang. Keterangan alat vital korban, kemudian melarikan diri. Dari hasil keterangan pelaku, diketahui bahwa yang bersangkutan sudah 3 kali melakukan hal tersebut.
Udah 3 kali?
Di wilayah Jakarta Pusat dan Jakarta Barat.
Setelah ditangkap, tersangka diserahkan ke Unit Perlindungan Perempuan dan Anak Satreskrim Polres Metro Jakarta Pusat.
Apa sih? Ya fetis sih. Susah sih kadang-kadang kalau fetis sih. Fetisnya dia ini. Aduh. Dipepet mobil sampai nyungsruk. Lucu banget tadi. Dipepet set. Kagok set. Wah, jago nih sopir mobil nih. Mantep nih mobilnya nih.
Peristiwa itu menimpa korban.
Tapi kok warga Jakarta sekarang baik-baik ya? Gua ada kejadian kemarin kemarin gue lihat ada orang dibegal di lampu merah. Orang-orang pada ngeliatin doang gitu. Kenapa jadi kayak kadang di Indonesia tuh barbarnya tuh kita butuh loh. Ada tuh kejadian di lampu merah, coba ya, begal di lampu merah ya. Ada loh, begal lampu merah. Oh, di Bekasi. Kok Medan ini? Yang ini Medan, yang ini Bekasi. Ini orang Medan loh. Nah, di lampu merah gini orang lagi rame dibegal, tapi yang lain cuma ngeliatin gitu. Ya kalau secara logik sih wajar sih, dia takut dia yang kesasar sih. Dia yang kehantem sih, tapi biasanya kejadiannya habis cuk begalnya. Biasanya di gua itu waktu itu juga ada maling motor. Wah, abis dipukulin lah. Gue udah sering banget ngeliat maling dipukulin lah depan rumah. Gue pernah nampol juga lagi, ikutan lagi. Waktu itu ada mau maling motor tuh, punya Haji Ahmad. Maling motor Mio-nya kalau nggak salah. Mio-nya apa-apa. Wah, buk seru tau. Nemu sangsap hidup ya, gue gak ngajarin sih. Awalnya pelaku berjalan kaki dengan santai mendekati salah satu pengendara motor di barisan terdepan. Saat lampu merah, dia kemudian menuju korban dengan tikaman pisau dari arah belakang. Korban kemudian menjatuh dan langsung lari, sementara pelaku dengan santai mendirikan motor milik korban dan mencoba membawanya kabur meski sempat mengalami kesulitan. Tampak ada beberapa pengendara di lokasi, namun mereka semua hanya bengong lalu pelan-pelan memundurkan kendaraannya, padahal ketika kejadian arus lalu lintas sedang padat. Setelah pelaku kabur dengan motor curian korban, pengendara lain di lokasi pergi meski korban tampak sudah berusaha meminta pertolongan. Tuh. Apa ya? Itu karena nggak berani atau emang malas bersangkutan? Kemungkinan sih nggak mau ikut campur, nggak tahu masalahnya. Makin kesini tuh makin sering kejadian. Kayak emang sih kayak takut sama pasal. Kayak gue pernah nolongin cewek tuh di daerah Meikarta, sebelum Meikarta kan sekarang udah jadi Meikarta tuh. Pokoknya putaran Lipo Cikarang lah. Jadi cewek tuh jatuh. Nah yang lain-lain tuh cuma lewat, gue berhenti, gue nolongin. Itu zaman-zaman gue masih kerja leasing tuh, gue berhenti nolongin gitu. Emang waktu itu ada apa? Gue udah tahu dari dulu kalau misalnya lu ikut campur, takutnya lu kebawa-bawa sama masalahnya. Cuman kan gue masih punya hati nurani ya. Motor banyak, itu daerah rame. Kebetulan perumahan Lipo Cikarang itu daerah yang rame. Perumahan Lipo Cikarang kan daerah elitnya sini lah. Gue nolongin, gue soalnya udah kebiasaan. Cuman gimana ya ngebilangnya ya? Ya makin kesini gue lihat orang masih makin takut gitu loh. Walaupun kadang dia bener. Kayak banyak banget itu tuh daerah kawasan nih, daerahnya di sini nih. Gue inget banget kok dia jatuhnya nih. Bentar. Distrik harusnya sekarang jadi distrik 2 dia. Meikarta distrik 2. Udah jadi kantornya di distrik 2. Meikarta distrik 2. Pas banget di putaran, emang putaran itu rada ribet. Maps. Nah, nih di bundaran ini. Nah, kejadiannya tuh di bundaran ini. Motor tuh ngejalur, ada jalurnya tuh ke sini. Ini satu jalur nih, ini ke sini nih. Nah, dia tuh dari sini nih. Dia muter gini ke sini. Gue nggak tahu kenapa tiba-tiba dia kagok nih, jatuh dia. Brak aja, jatuh sini. Nah, di sini itu daerah kawasan industri. Pokoknya banyak kendaraan yang lewat. Itu dari segitu banyak. Yang nolong gue doang pertama gue udah berani nolong satu nih. Tuh cewek kan berdua jatuh ya. Gimana ya? Karena gue nggak berani ngobatin, ya gue bilang panggil orang tua atau gimana, suruh ke rumah. Si ceweknya nggak mau. Baru orang-orang datang nyamperin. Ada juga yang nanya ini kenapa gitu. Itu si masnya ngapain? Ya gue bilang gue nolongin. Gue juga sempet ketuduh, disangkanya gue yang bikin dia jatuh, padahal gue nolongin. Tapi zaman sekarang sampai ada yang dibegal gitu loh. Sampai ada yang dibegal kayak gini. Kagak ada yang berani. Gimana ya ngebilangnya ya? Serem sih serem. Cuman kalau di kejadiannya di daerah gua pasti habis ini begal. Pernah mantekin sekolah lain gak waktu sekolah? Rahasia. Mantekin ya ada sih, cuman kayak nggak jadi ribut gede banget. Gue mantekin kalian itu apa supporter itu baru yang gede. Kalau supporter gue baru gede. Sekolah mah gue nggak terlalu itu, biasa aja. Soalnya gue gabung sama STM 1 Cikarang Selatan. Kalau mau tempur gue kan SMA, cowoknya dikit. Nah ini nih orang ngeliatin, tapi emang bener sih. Kadang orang gue juga kaget ya pas dituduh. Disangkanya gue yang bikin dia jatuh, padahal gue nolongin tuh cewek berdua jatuh. Udah itu pertama kalinya tuh gue dituduh pada saat nolongin orang. Bukan dituduh sih, dia nanya doang sih. Gue juga ya udahlah. Tapi aneh, yang ini tuh kejadian ini tuh sangat, menurut gue lumayan aneh gitu. Sampai anjing orang segitu banyak, jalannya padat, kok nggak berani ya? Jiper ya. Biasanya yang kayak gini nih dijadiin samsak hidup. Bu abis cuy, abis. Ini cuma sendirian lagi dia. Abis, wah. Pernah kejadian yang tadi yang gue bilang yang maling Mio Haji Ahmad ya, pas ketangkep nih. kan diseret tuh. Jadi aduh kalau gua kasih tahu ketahuan alamat gua. Pokoknya dia diseret yang sekitar 200 sampai 300 meter. Diseret 300 meter itu sepanjang jalan itu ada aja orang berhenti cuman mau hantem. Turun nih. Tiba-tiba buka helm. Bu kayak dihantem aja terus. Sampai diamani di kantor sini ditanya-tanya sama pandang, di dalam disiksa lagi. Bu kayak. Gue juga kan ikutan kan. Sampai dibawa sama polisi baru lepas. Ya kan takut dituntut balik bang dengan kasus pengeroyokan. Iya sih, cuman asal nggak mati. Biasanya gitu patokannya, asal nggak sampai mati. Jadi kalau udah masih misalnya nih kayak kelihatannya masih seger nih, abis maling tuh udah berkali-kali gue kejadian ada yang maling toko di pertigaan kios, ada dekat rumah gue tuh pertigaan kios tuh. Jadi dia waktu itu mau maling kios itu abis. Wah itu mah lebih parah lagi, abisnya itu sebelum zaman hukum anjing. Itu gue masih bocil itu hitungannya. Beda era beda dengan kasus. Iya sih. Makanya kayak kejadian begal payudara ini abis loh. Ini kalau dia sampai kejadiannya di gua ya, kejadiannya di daerah gua, gue yakin abis ini orang. Gak bakal dia bisa sengak-sengak kayak gini. Abis. Orang mesum aja di desa gua abis. Wah, apalagi yang kayak gini. Orang mesum ya, orang pacaran nih. Orang pacaran. Ada orang kontrakan cewek ya, misalnya ngontrak, kalau nggak cowok ngontrak. Bawa cewek ke kontrakan, abis lu telanjangin. Lu muter satu desa. Kalau enggak kalau itu zaman dulu, zaman sekarang udah dibawa ke kantor pos ini Karang Taruna, kalau enggak Poldes, dulu ada polisi desa namanya, dibawa tanya-tanya abis. Yang cewek mah ditanya-tanya baik-baik aja, yang cowok udah bengap deh abis. Cowok udah halal digebugin deh. Kalau udah mesum di desa gua seserem itu. Makanya entah kenapa, mungkin gara-gara udah makin kota, jadi mungkin makin melek hukum. Bisa ke situ sih arahnya sih. Mereka melek hukum, ya mereka kesel. Cuman mereka kagak mau barbar, lebih ada adab. Tapi ntar kayak ada kejadian kayak gini juga. Ada orang copet udah didiemin aja. Itulah kenapa di desa gua tuh hitungannya aman. Soalnya gini, di daerah gua tuh waktu itu di daerah gua tuh waktu itu tuh banyak begal lah, kejadian banyak begal. Tapi entah kenapa warga sini nggak pernah kena. Entah kenapa warga sini tuh nggak pernah kena. Jadi orang-orang tuh pendatang tuh kayak karyawan tuh nuduhnya warga sini. Padahal kalau ditelisik lagi bukan karena warga sini yang ngebegal. Waktu itu pernah ketahuan di kontrakan diumpetin. Jadi begal, ada begal udah dapet di kontrakan, pas dibuka motor lagi dibongkar. Udah dipisahin part-partnya kan. Kalau ngejual barang begal nggak bisa langsung juga. Jadi kalau mau ngilangin jejak bongkar semua. Jualnya per parts, knalpotnya lah, velgnya lah. Jadi kayaknya maksudnya itu orang-orang tinggal di kota-kota itu nggak ada tali silaturahmi. Bisa jadi juga, tapi gua kayak berpikir kejadiannya di gua tuh, makanya gua kalau tiap malam kan dulu gue sempat punya cewek tuh, gue kasih tahu aja, pokoknya sekitar jaraknya tuh 10 kilo lah. Gue ngejemput dia di Alfamartnya itu udah 5 kilo. Anterin dia ke rumahnya itu udah nyampe hampir ke perbatasan Bogor. Rumahnya itu di daerah perbatasan Bogor tuh, perbatasan Bogor sama Bekasi. Ya sekitar 10 kilo lah gue bolak-balik. Gue pulang tuh, lu tahu sendiri Alfa tutup jam 10. Belum itu jam 11. Gue pulang tuh jam 12, jam 1. Cuman gue ngerasa aman-aman aja, nggak takut. Kayak gue sepeda itu kayak takut gitu. Gue takutnya ada begal. Cuman kayak ya udah gue pede aja, gue jalan tetap jam segitu. Karena kejadiannya kenapa para maling-maling itu atau begal-begal itu takut sama warga sini, sama warga desa ini, sekalinya ketahuan abis. sekalinya ketahuan tuh udah mah bengep ya, diobatin kagak, diparahin lagi, sampai dalam tanda kutip kayak lu nggak bakal berani lagi dah anjing. Pokoknya bener-bener abis dah kaki lu di, aduh gue kalau aku ceritain gimana ya. Itu udah, lu tahu gak, lu pernah lihat orang digebugin gak sih? Orang digebugin sampai parah banget, sampai separah itu, sampai kayak lebih baik mati aja daripada masih ditonjokin. Makanya orang-orang tuh takut sama warga desa sini tuh karena betapa galaknya desa sini. Jadi kayak jadi keamanan yang, wah gue nggak, kayak rampok tuh mikir, begal tuh mikir, aduh gue nggak mau deh ke daerah situ deh, kalau warganya yang kena bahaya begitu. Nah makanya yang kena tuh karyawan, rata-rata karyawan, yang orang-orang pendatang yang udah keciri lah. Kayak misalnya lu orang Semarang, lu beli motor ya lu ketahuan lah gitu, misalnya lu bukan orang sini, udah lu jadi inceran. Yang diincer tuh yang kayak gitu. Kadang kebarbaran itu saking seremnya warga sini. Warga sini juga galak-galak kan. Tiang listrik aja diambil. Saking warganya, kayak yang kejadian kasus mesum. Gue pernah ngegebugin, gue pernah cerita gak sih? Gue pernah ngegebugin kayak waktu itu kan gue masih nongkrong. Jadi tuh si calon istrinya lapor ke wakil tuh wakil kepala desa hitungannya, dipanggilnya wakil. Lapor ke wakil, bilang calon suaminya bawa cewek ke kontrakan. Oke, bawa cewek ke kontrakan. Wakil nyamperin anak-anak muda yang lagi nongkrong, gua ada di situ. Nyamperin anak-anak muda yang lagi nongkrong, gini. Gue tanya ke wakil kan, terus aku makan bang, aku makan pak, mau digimanain pak? Ya udah, kalau digebugin gimana? Tanggung jawab bapak. Wah, dateng gue. Padahal itu masih di kawasannya Pertamina-nya itu. Oh, kalau dulu gitu. Gue dateng, ada cewek apa enggak? Pertamanya kan gue ngamanin ceweknya kan, ceweknya telanjang. Pokoknya abis nge-spray udah mereka dah. Gitu. Kan pertama dateng si yang calon istrinya, udah tahu gak sih tuh cewek tiba-tiba teriak berantem kan, wah gitu teriak-teriak gitu. Gue bisain cewek gini nih, temen gue udah buak helm semua. gue nggak hantem, cuman berdikit doang yang itu, nggak banyak. Yang ngantem banyak gue yang maling. Enak juga ngegebugin ya, gimana ya, kayak kesel aja gitu. Kayak tempat lu, warga lu udah aman-aman aja, lu bikin kerusuhan di sini, ya udah risiko lu. Gimana kasus orang yang pedofil di kolam air? Gue sempet lihat videonya dan pelakunya itu udah disayat. Jul gimana? Kadang sih ham sih. Gue bukannya mendukung kayak lu main hakim sendiri ya. Kayak sebenarnya main hakim sendiri itu kasusnya serba ribet. Makanya kalau ada begal atau maling ketangkep, pasti rame warga yang mau ngegebugin. Kenapa rame? Banyak yang kejadian kayak begitu. Orang-orang tuh yang jalan-jalan tuh sering kejadian kayak gitu, maling, begal tuh ketangkep digebugin. Dan main hakim sendiri tuh kayak ya orang udah capek gitu. Lu kayak lu ngeredit motor 36 bulan lah, 36 kali cicilan, lu ngeredit motor 24 kali cicilan gitu. Terus tiba-tiba dimaling, ya kesel gitu. Kesel dimaling, itulah nah efeknya kadang yang kejadiannya kayak di desa gua. Jadi digebugin, akhirnya maling-maling atau begal-begal itu nggak berani lagi maling warga sini. Kan pasti kalau tahu, lu kalau sering ngobrol, yang namanya begal atau maling, kalau yang udah biasa dia pasti ngegambar tuh kayak gini nih. Dia misalnya dia udah ngincer rumah lu misalnya di sekitar Delta Mas ini, kalau enggak dia udah ngincer. Kalau begal-begal yang udah ada, yang udah main otak ya, maling-maling yang udah main otak, dia pasti ngegambar peta dulu, ntar lu cabut lewat mana, cabut lewat sini, masuk tol mana, masuk tol sini, dia pasti ngegambar, diciriin dulu ini orang warga mana, itu. Nah nggak bukan begal yang kayak ala-ala gangster ya. Ini gue bilangnya yang bener-bener ya. Yang ala-ala gangster itu beda kasus lagi. Itu mah kadang ada yang modal nyali doang. Nah itu ngegambar, makanya gue ada beberapa kali kayak dapat pengalaman gitu loh. Kalau misalnya kalau dulu desa gue belum banyak pendatang, belum banyak kontrakan, kayak ada orang baru bolak-balik aja beberapa kali nih diciriin mobil lu, diciriin motor lu, dia bukan warga sini nih. Kayak Hansipnya tuh udah tahu, orang-orang tuanya udah pada ngerti, anak-anak mudanya beberapa ada yang udah ngerti. Lu bukan warga sini, lu bolak-balik diciriin, ya bukannya kita suujon, tapi karena kita udah pengalaman gitu loh, diciriin. Wah, kok dia bolak-balik ya? Siapa tuh? Anak siapa tuh? Orang mana tuh? Tinggal mana tuh? Diciriin kayak begitu. Tapi sekarang kan udah ada beberapa yang masih bisa nyiriin. Kayak gue udah buta, nggak bisa nyiriin. Gue udah kagak hafal warga sini yang mana, yang warga pendatang yang mana. Buat nafsu enak juga mungkin maling. Tapi itu kejadiannya itu. Saking eratnya tali saudaraannya, gimana ya? Silaturahminya erat karena dulu kan sebuah desa. Jadi kita udah hafal mana yang orang sini, mana yang bukan. Kayak kenapa bisa keciri? Ya contoh kalau misalnya lu tahu kan gotong royong tuh adalah kayak sifat kelebihannya orang Indonesia tuh salah satunya gotong royong. Kalau ada yang pernikahan, masak-masak, dibantu ibu-ibunya datang, bapak-bapaknya ntar datang juga ngebantuin. Kalau ada yang meninggal, ada lagi misalnya bikin besek, ibu-ibunya datang, bapak-bapaknya tahlilan seminggu 7 hari gitu kan, selama hari 1 sampai 7 bapak-bapaknya tahlilan. Kalau anak mudanya kayak gue paling hari ke-7 doang, 7 harinya. Jadi kita tuh udah saling apal. Nah dari situ udah keciri biasanya. Makanya silaturahmi tinggal di desa tuh kelebihannya itu. Jadi ngejaga kampungnya bareng-bareng, nggak kayak lu kayak tinggal di perumahan atau komplek. Dalam tanda kutip yang ngejagain perumahan atau komplek itu biasanya satpam. Ya kan satu orang doang nggak mungkin. Bedanya di desa-desa tuh kayak gitu. Kelebihannya. Makanya gue tahu kenapa maling tuh ngegambar. Dia tuh pasti ada orang kenalan. Kayak kejadian tuh di Cimahi, Sukamahi, Delta Mas. Ini Bukit Delta Mas berarti ke sini. Nah kayak Greenland kelewat, berarti dia harusnya masuk ke sini. Ini mitra keluarga Delta Mas Boulevard. Pemda mana sih? Gue nyari Pemda. Nah ini Sukamahi nih. Kayak kejadian Sukamahi tuh udah ada orang yang pura-pura di warung duduk aja. Kejadian tuh ini gue dikasih tahu ya. Jadi orang tuh duduk aja. Dia bukan warga situ, dia kayak orang baru pulang kerja tapi berhenti aja. Ternyata dia infoin. Ah ini nih biasanya jam segini lewat sini. Jadi kayak misalnya gini nih. Kejadiannya nih. Misalnya dia di Indomaret sini lah, di Indomaret sini nih. Ini kan pertigaan gini nih. Nah, ada orang lewat ke sini nih. Nah, dia nginfoin tuh motor yang diincer. Udah diinfoin nih sama dia nih ke sini, diinfoin. Motornya baru lewat. Temennya udah ada yang mantekin. Misalnya temennya mantekin sekitar jarak segini nih. Di sini kalau nggak di sini lah. Temennya udah mantekin. Temennya udah siap-siap. Nah, di sini masih ngejagain. Hati-hati belai, ada motor lewat, ada mobil lewat. Ini masih ngejagain sini. Biasanya yang kayak gitu waktu itu tuh yang kejadian orang yang infoin itu habis ketangkap, digebukin juga temennya. Jadi pengalaman komplotannya ketangkep. Di sini tuh ternyata yang orang yang nongkrong di sini, wah ini komplotannya nih. Jadi pas yang ini kehajar waktu itu kan, ini nih yang ini ke begal udah kabur, yang ini ketangkep. Yang di warung itu ketangkep, ditahan sama yang punya warung, yang orang desa situ lah yang punya warung kan udah tahu biasanya senior kan, ditahan sama yang punya warung sama yang lain, ditahan dulu yang ini, soalnya kan habis kejadian begal di sini, yang ini ditahan dulu, ternyata satu komplotan, semekanisme itu dia, bayangin nggak? Ternyata nih orang yang baru datang ini, jadi yang kejadian di sini ngebegal, ini satu komplotan, gawangi. Tapi kenapa yang punya warung itu bisa nahan? Karena pengalaman. Lu bukan warga sini, lu tiba-tiba berhenti di sini malam-malam, gitu. Akhirnya ditahan dulu. Maksudnya ditahan tuh ya kayak dia ditahan dulu, datang teman-temannya, bapak-bapak datang, nahan dia dulu. Pas ditahan, lah bener. Wah, ternyata satu komplotan. Apa ya namanya ya? Semekanisme itulah. Kayak makanya maling dibilang maling atau begal itu kalau yang udah pengalaman dibilang pinter, ya lu lihat aja sampai segitunya dia ngasih info nih. Kayak nih motor lewat nih. Ini motor lewat nih sini nih, set. Kalau ada motor lewat lagi dia ngasih info lagi. Ah, ini ada motor lagi lewat, hati-hati belakangnya Blay, ada motor lagi. Nah, kalau misalnya kosong, wah, kosong Blay, aman. Udah habis. Ya, tangkep. Aman, kebegal udah sini, set. Yang ini tinggal lenggang-lenggang aja. Kalau lu nggak ada pengalaman gitu, tapi dari pengalaman warga situ bisa ketahan, akhirnya ya ketangkep. Begal yang udah dapat motor ketangkep, yang ini ketangkep. Bukan kita asal tuduh ya, bukannya karena itu warga asal tuduh, cuman karena itu udah pengalaman, itu yang dipelajarin. Kalau kayak tinggal di perumahan, kalau kayak tinggal di komplek, gue nggak tahu ya, gue nggak pernah tinggal di daerah situ, cuman kayaknya nggak bakal bisa semekanisme itu mereka. Kayak yang tinggal di komplek ya, nggak tahu itu rumahnya blok mana, nggak tahu, nggak ngerti, nggak tahu itu orang, oh itu warga baru kali ya, nggak tahu. Paling kan kalau orang-orang yang udah tinggal di perkotaan berpikirnya kayak, itu mah tugasnya RT gitu, itu mah tugasnya satpam dong, kita kan gaji satpam kayak gitu. Nah kalau di desa jaga bareng tuh enaknya, kelebihannya. Tapi bukan berarti kita nggak pernah kemalingan, kayak warga sini nggak pernah kemalingan atau apa. Pernah, warga sini pernah kemalingan. Jadi dari pengalaman ntar diincer lagi. Ada beberapa kemalingan kayak maling sapi tiba-tiba masuk ke truk, ada kayak gitu ada. Cuman belajar dari pengalaman, tahu seluk beluknya. Oh ternyata kalau orang mau ngegambar tuh dia ngasih jalannya gimana, ya, bodo amatan orangnya. Ya terkadang gitu. Sampai ada di perumahan deket rumah gue ada yang bunuh diri nggak ketahuan. Gue nggak ngerti dah, itu 3 hari apa 4 hari dah. Jadi waktu itu rame tuh. Jadi di desa gue itu kan dibangun perumahan. Pokoknya itu dulunya tanah desa, warganya juga banyak, dibeli sama sebuah perusahaan gitu, dijadiin perumahan. Ada bunuh diri, warga bunuh diri gitu ya. Ini gue ceritanya dari serem mungkin ya. Warga bunuh diri 3 hari sampai 4 hari baru ketahuan. Kalau di gua nggak bakal kayak gitu, pasti ditanya dulu. Pasti dicek, kok ini orangnya nggak keluar ya, biasanya keluar pagi-pagi, kok ini kagak ada sih tetangga gua. Di sono ya, rumah perumahan kan dempet-dempetan, namanya perumahan KPR, lu tahu lah, bukan perumahan elit ya, perumahan KPR gini, perumahan KPR kayak gimana ya ngasih taunya ya. Nih perumahan KPR nih. Perumahan KPR dempet-dempetan banget gitu. Perumahan subsidi Bekasi dah. Subsidi Bekasi. Dempet-dempet gitu loh. Kayak kanan kiri depannya tuh ada orang gitu. Ada yang tinggalnya, perumahan kayak gini nih. Nah, perumahan dempet-dempet yang kayak gini. Ini perumahan dempet-dempet kayak gini nih. Nah, itu tetangganya, gue nggak tahu 3 hari atau 4 hari, gue lupa. Cuman sampai 3 hari sampai 4 hari kagak tahu orangnya kagak ada dalam rumah. Yang rumahnya model sama semua ya. Gue sampai anjing, waktu itu pertimbangan gue kenapa gue nggak mau beli perumahan yang sono ya. Gue kan disuruh beli perumahan sama nyokap gue buat masa depan gue, cuman kayak aduh jangan deh gitu-gitu, gue kan males ngutang dan lain-lain. Tapi akhirnya tetap gue cicil. Itu yang gue takutin karena tinggal di perumahan, cuy. Nggak kenal sama tetangga. Yang model-model, lu bayangin rumah nih dempet-dempetan kanan kiri depan. Itu 3 hari atau ya pokoknya 3 hari atau 4 hari ada orang bunuh diri nggak ketahuan. Tetangganya tuh nggak securiga itu, kagak sedekat itu, nggak seberani itu buat ngetok pintu, ngetes ada orang apa enggak dalam rumah. Senggak berani itu. Padahal 3 sampai 4 rumah itu apa 5 pokoknya di ujung gitu, pokoknya deket gitu, rental PS di gimana ya? Ya pokoknya kayak gini deh. Ini rumahnya misalnya. Nah, dalam jarak segini nih, jarak segitu tuh ada rental PS yang otomatis banyak orang sering lewat di rental PS. Segitunya. Gue sampai karena gue nggak tinggal di perumahan dan nggak tinggal di komplek itu, gue sampai setakut itu anjing. Gue takut gak bisa deket nih sama tetangga nih. Jalan aja belum terima sama VGA, ya marahin mak gue. Gak apa-apa deh biar mak gue tenang. Walaupun berat tiap bulan cicil sejuta aja. Lah. Tempatin kagak. Apa? Itulah kenapa kadang gue bersyukur tinggal di kampung tuh. Salah satunya itu. Kayak gue pendatang aja pas bokap gue meninggal, yang tahlil yang nyolatin banyak. Nggak dibayar lagi. Nggak bayar gitu. Adalah nyokap gue ngasih amplop ke beberapa gitu. Cuman kayak apa ya? Kan sekarang kalau orang mau nyolatin orang meninggal aja ngincer duitnya ada tuh yang kayak gitu tuh. Cuman nyokap gue cuma ngasih ke beberapa doang, kayak ke yang udah sepuh, ke apa dikasih gitu. Itu sampai gue inget banget pas bokap gue meninggal tuh kan tahun 2005 tuh, masih desa banget lah. Tahun 2005, sekarang 2021 tuh, 16 tahun yang lalu. Jadi tuh orang datang ya karena emang nyokap gue guru, bapak gue ya gitulah nggak guru kan. Bapak gue wira swasta lah, dalam tanda kutip, dia kerja sales kemana-mana. Cuman pas meninggal kagak ada kagak sepi, nggak sesepi yang gue pikir. Kan gue orang mana-mana, gue datang ke kampung orang, datang anak-anak muda, datang teman-teman anak-anak kecil, datang ya, datang buat tahlil gitu, buat bantuin. Ada yang bantuin masak nyokap gue. Ini juga ya Jul, banyak orang lalu lalang tapi nggak kecium bau sengatnya. Gue nggak ngerti, katanya sih tetangganya nggak seberani itu buat ngetok pintu, mungkin nggak sedekat itu. Lu lihat aja kalau gue lagi live stream, temen gue main masuk aja kan, buka pintu masuk gitu. Nih kan pintu rumah gue nih. Kenapa ini salah satu kebiasaan gue, karena gue ngerasa aman di desa ini ya. Ini kan pintu rumah gue nih. Ini kalau lu lihat nih, masih OBS nih. Ngobrol. Nah ini pintu rumah gue. Lu kalau sering lihat streaming, lu pasti ngeliat tiba-tiba temen gue datang buka pintu. Semasuknya itu. Padahal di depan rumah gue itu ya lapangan gitu. Kenapa gue nggak marah kayak privasi dan lain-lain ya? Ya karena gue udah terbiasa gitu loh, kayak ya udah santai aja, nggak bakal tiba-tiba dateng set maling gitu, maling barang-barang gue gitu, dateng set. Bahkan kalau gue kemana-mana pintu nggak gue kunci, gue udah percaya sama orang sini ngejagain. Maksudnya ngejagain tuh kayak karena gue juga baik sama warga sini, mereka juga ngerti, lama-lama ngerti ngejagain gitu. Ada beberapa kali kayak ada yang ribut depan rumah gue, kan dulu tongkrongan, ribut dibubarin. Jadi gue juga dijagain. Itu enaknya salah satunya tinggal di desa tuh, kayak motor aja gue taruh luar cuy. Motor aja gue taruh parkir luar, itu lu tinggal matahin kunci stangnya, turunin, motor gue nggak bakal tahu. Yeah. Gue nggak akan tahu. Motor gue taruh luar aja, luar rumah tuh, di teras tuh gue taruh teras, nggak akan tahu tuh. Kagak ada pagar yang ngejagain, kagak ada. Kenapa gue taruh gitu aja? Ya karena gue udah ngerasa aman di desa sini. Itu kelebihannya tinggal di desa ya, walaupun ya dulu jalannya jelek, kampung lah, lo tau lah daerah kampung. Tapi karena itu desa, ya itu kelebihannya. Dateng pas wifi naon, ya ada yang nanya wifi, datang main doang ke sini gitu. Kadang gue nggak bisa ngeladenin karena gue lagi streaming kan. Ya kalau gue lagi streaming ya gue lebih fokus ke streaming dong, nggak mungkin gue tiba-tiba ngajak ngobrol teman gue gini. Itulah. Mungkin kalau orang-orang lihat aneh, kayak lu punya rumah pintu kagak dikunci, orang main masuk aja, lu nggak takut kemalingan? Lu nggak takut orang itu berbuat jahat ke lu. Cuman karena gue udah tinggal dari kecil di sini, kayak ya gimana ya bilangnya. Gue tidak senegatif itu pikirannya. Gue nggak, kayak gue udah tahu gue dijagain depan rumah gue pasti rame orang kenal gue. Oh itu si Andi Jul tuh gitu, itu si Pikar, si Burit. Sebelum gue jadi YouTuber juga, sekarang aja gitu gue jadi YouTuber dikit sih warga sini sih, cuman kayak wah itu si Andi Jul. Mungkin ada yang sama ya, kayak pernah tinggal di desa sini. Gue nggak tahu lu pada tinggal di perumahan atau gimana. Kalau sama bisa lu kayak ngerti lah apa yang gue maksud. Kayak ya gue ngerasa aman aja, ngerasa seaman itu pintu nggak perlu dikunci. Kunci rumah itu tuh, pintu gue tuh kuncinya kagak ada. Gue gabungin sama kunci nih kuncinya di sini nih, tuh kuncinya di sini. Libur walaupun basic tiap hari gue jadi aman. Kuncinya di sini tuh. Ini kan itu. Kuncinya gue taruh sini, kuncinya nggak gue kunci tuh. Ini kalau dibuka nih, gue buka deh ya. Nih kalau dibuka, bentar ini gue cabut. Udah gitu aja, langsung keluar tuh. Kok cahaya Tuhan anjing. Jadi kayak pintu surga anjing, terang banget. Ya intinya di luar tempat langsung keluar lah. Malah kayak mau ke surga gua anjing, pintunya kayak begitu terang banget. Gimana cara settingnya? Kayak gue mau ke surga anjing, gak jadi tetep lagi. Itu seaneh itu, senyaman itu. Coba lu tinggal di kampung kali-kali. Mau pergi lu juga deh. Kok jadi pintu surga, serem. Jadi makanya waktu itu pas adalah kejadian kayak orang bilang gimana ya, kampungan tuh gue lumayan rada kesel, rada greget gitu tuh waktu itu. Pokoknya kejadian siapa sih, gue ngerti sih karena dia waktu itu karena emosi kan. Jadi kejadiannya Windah deh kalau nggak salah deh, yang berantem sama Arab tuh. Ada yang bilang kayak kampungan gitu, kayak gue belum pernah tinggal di kampung, jangan banyak ngomong. Kayak oh ya, dia bilang anak kampung bukan kampungan. Kalau kampungan gue waktu itu nggak kesel, dia bilangnya anak kampung gitu. Wah gue langsung buset mulutnya. Gue lumayan itu, jujur gue ke orangnya lumayan, men nggak gitu men, konsepnya men, lu nggak pernah gitu, lu nggak bisa lu nyamain kayak kelakuannya waktu itu kan ngeselin Arab, spam chat gitu. Tapi lu nggak bisa lu ngomong gitu tuh. Danan itu yang iya, yang Danan tuh, gue kayak nggak bisa, lu itu udah salah lu kalau itu. Maksud itu gue sempet waduh gila nih orang nih. Ya, gue anak kampung, gue walaupun gue lahir di Jakarta ya, gue gede di kampung, gue ngerasa anak kampung. Jadi kayak pas dibilang anak kampung itu gue lumayan aduh, bilang aduh. Tapi dia udah minta maaf kan waktu itu, ya udahlah. Intinya kalau tinggal di kampung nggak gimana ya, nggak menyedihkan yang lu pikir di otak lu lah. Kalau lu belum pernah tinggal di daerah kampung gitu, di sebuah perkampungan, nggak apa ya namanya ya, yang nggak semenyedihkan itu, nggak senora itu juga kok, nggak semalu-maluin itu juga kok tinggal di kampung. Emang kenapa tinggal di kampung? Gue ngerasa lebih nyaman kok tinggal di kampung. Gue tinggal di perumahan aja gue mikir-mikir, walaupun gue beli perumahan dipaksa nyokap tuh, gue mikir mau nempatin tempat itu juga gue mikir. Kayak kadang-kadang gue berpikir kalau gue tinggal di sono, kalau gue mati siapa yang tahu anjing, mana gue cuman sendiri ntar. Mikirin tempat Arab yo lo dibahasain. Ya itu nggak tahu deh, itu pikirannya dia, cuman waktu itu dia salah kata gitu kayak. Ya nggak senyedihkan itu kok, nggak semalu-maluin itu kok jadi orang kampung kok. Emang kenapa orang kampung gitu? Kayak banyak pengalaman gua kayak apa ya? Ya mungkin kalau masalah teknologi atau pergaulan gitu yang lu bilang pada gaul, makanya kayak lu bilang tentang Korea gitu, kayak tentang ya hal-hal gaul gitu yang lagi rame di sosmed. Gue kadang suka miss, satu gue kurang menarik dengan hal-hal itu, kedua ya emang gue kayak gue pergi kemana obrolannya bukan itu. Gue pergi ke tongkrongan gue nggak bakal dia ngobrolin tentang kayak apa ya? Tiba-tiba gue pergi nih ke tongkrongan yang gue story gitu ngobrolin tentang weh gimana ya selebgram ini, weh sepatu keren, nggak gitu. Kita ngobrolnya obrolannya nggak gitu emang mungkin ya, kayak nongkrong ya kemana ya, nongkrong ya kita nongkrong ke kafe gitu, nongkrong nggak gitu sih gue nongkrongnya sih, emang mungkin gue senora itu. Ya udah mulai Jul dengan bedaan khas antara warga atas dan warga bawah. Ya udah mulai Jul dengan bedaan itu kan wajar, ada yang kayak gitu, ada orang ngebedain nih, cuman santai ya. Rokok terus enak. Ya udah apa kayak gitu kayak lucu. Waduh. Udah kayak patkai kah muka gua kah? Patkai lucu. Coba gitu. Ntar lu ngerti lah gitu. Emang kadang tetangga atau enggak kayak ada yang rese atau apa ya, ada plus minusnya lah, namanya tempat tinggal. Ada kelebihan kekurangannya. Itulah kakaknya. Tapi jadi kesini ya bahasannya ya, perasaan bahasanya kita begal. Jadi kemana-mana, awalnya begal payudara. Jul ikut fanatik menang siapa? Fanatik. Coba cari lagi ada sesuatu nggak? Nggak ada lagi ya? Dinkes Sleman menduga varian baru COVID-19 sudah menyebar. Heboh, logam menempel pada bekas suntikan vaksin COVID-19. Udah, beritanya kayak begini-begini. YouTube gue kenapa berita semua ada? Oh, COVID-19 news. Apaan bisnis licin mie ayam tiren? Pemilik usaha juru parkir terlibat perselisihan 11 bulan lalu. Puluhan mobil mewah terbengkalai dari Mercedes sampai hardtop. Apaan? Mobil mafia nih. Toyota. Kalian mau nemuin motor terbengkalai gak? Ke Samsat deh. Layar, oh screen lagi kah? Gak kelihatan ya? Itu. Pada teriak-teriak layar tuh. Ya mobil-mobil kayak yang kena razia nggak ditebus, mati pajak nggak ditebus tuh, ke Samsat. Gue pas, oh iya ini pengalaman gue pas bikin SIM pertama kali, motor banyak banget cu. Ada yang mesinnya hilang, ada yang knalpotnya hilang, ada yang seblekernya hilang, udah kayak bangke. Itu motor-motor terbengkalai itu banyak banget di Samsat tuh. Aduh lucu banget dah. Mau dijual bingung kan, polisi juga mau ngejual bingung lah, bukan motor dia mau dijual bingung. Ada deh motor-motor sitaan, gimana yang nyebutnya ya, motor sitaan polisi, Polres nih, motor sitaan Polres nih, gambar. Wah ini mau udah dibersihin nih. Dan motor-motor kayak gini banyak banget nih. Banyak ya motor ya tuh. Orang Indonesia kayak cuk, motor banyak banget cuy, Scoopy. Ada yang sampai bertahun-tahun juga diambil. Nah itu kalau mau jadi motor murah kesini kali bisa dilelang kali sekarang ya. Gue nggak tahu sistemnya nih, lupa gue. Bisa dicek. Dibersihnya gimana Jul? Nggak tahu. Gue pas pertama kali bikin SIM tuh puluhan atau enggak ratusan ya, puluhan lah minimal tuh, puluhan motor tuh. Cuman udah kagak di standar cu. Ini mah masih rapi yang digambar ya. Ini masih rapi ya. Itu udah kagak di standar, udah cuma disender-senderin doang udah tuh motor. Motor-motor hasil ketangkap kayak buntungan kan, balap liar rame daerah gua. Balap liar dan lain-lain rame. Jadi kalau ini mah masih mending ya. Dirapiin nih, mungkin karena mau dipoto ya. Dulu pas pertama gue kali ke Samsat Cikarang pas bikin SIP tuh bener-bener udah kagak ada standar, udah cuman kayak dijegrokin gitu motor. Dalam hati gue mikir, anjing nih motor masih pada bagus-bagus, gue rakit sendiri aja kali ya. Sayang gitu ngeliatnya. Tapi emang udah ada beberapa part yang dijual, gue nggak tahu dah part-part. Nah kayak gini nih. Mana tuh motor? Kok hilang gambarnya beda? Kayak gini nih udah kagak di standar, disender-senderin doang. Banyak motor-motor kayak gitu banyak. Kalau nongkrong biasanya ngobrolannya gimana? Kerjaan, lucu-lucuan. Kebanyakan tentang bercanda gimana ya, kayak ya bercanda banyol aja, kayak obrolannya tuh kayak bukan apa ya obrolannya ya. Kalau zaman gue dulu masih sering nongkrong paling kita ngobrolin cewek paling gitu kan, cewek, kalau nggak ngobrolin main PS, kalau nggak main kartu. Ya ngobrolnya ngalor ngidul kayak gitu-gitu paling banyak obrolan hidup sih paling sering. Kumaha gawe gitu. Kalau nggak banyol. Kalau di tongkrongan Viking ya paling banyak diobrolin Viking ya. Cuman kalau kayak gue jarang kayak ngobrol kayak ke mall gitu, ngobrolin brand baju gitu jarang. Random. Kalau mau dijual polisi juga milih-milih, tangkep lah. Ngobrolin janda ya paling cewek. Ada kenalan gak ya? Kalau zaman gue dulu ya, zaman masih gue sering nongkrong ya, zaman SMA lah. Cewek minta nomornya dong gitu. Minta nomornya ya baturana ke gua aing gitu, temennya pacar gua nih, mau nggak? Mantep, coba nih pinnya. Dulu kan masih pakai ada pin BBM Messenger, tau kan lu di Android tuh ada tuh pin kayak begitu. Kalau nggak nomornya nih, kalau nggak Facebooknya, belum IG, belum zaman IG. Ketemuan nggak tahu sih ya, gue kayak nongkrong di kafe gitu jarang banget. Gue banyakan ngobrol di jalan, pinggir jalan. Gue ngobrolnya kebanyakan. Jadi gue nggak tahu kalau ngobrolin nongkrong di mall aja gue kehitung kali ya. Kayak nongkrong di mall ngobrol gitu gue nggak betah loh. Entah kenapa. Mungkin karena nggak itu kali ya, nggak asik aja ya. Biasa gue mah nyari tempat ya paling pakai motor, jalan nih kemana misalnya, kalau ini ke Bukit Delta sini nih, Bukit Delta, kalau enggak ke stadion, kalau itu pas stadion jadi Jababeka lah, nongkrong pinggir jalan. Tau gak sih lu anak-anak nongkrong pinggir jalan kayak gitu ya gitu mah. Jadi ingat sama gue banyak kasus di sekolah. Udah kasus gue kalau dihitung banyak. Mana sih tadi? Kemana sih ini? Kayak ngobrolin film terbaru enggak? Kayak ngobrolin bioskop enggak? Itu gue juga nggak tahu ya. Obrolan gue tuh ya paling ngomongin motor, velg gitu. Misalnya teman gue nanya-nanya knalpot cocok apa nih, pakai knalpot apa nih cocok gitu, velg pakai velg 17 apa gimana ya. Ya paling kayak gitu obrolan kita mah. Tiba-tiba teman gue dateng joknya papras di mana gitu, soalnya berapa, oh gitu kayak gitu kita mau obrolannya. Jarang banget ngobrolin film ya. Gue nggak tahu kalau anak gaul obrolannya emang kayak apa sih, kalau anak-anak gaul ya yang zaman sekarang. Coba yang merasa anak-anak apa ya namanya ya, yang sering nongkrong di mall gitu, lu ngobrolinnya apa sih? Gue nggak ngerti. Coba lu yang sering nongkrong di mall atau enggak di kafe gitu, yang lu obrolin apa biasa? Apa yang biasa lu obrolin? Jangan kayak teman-teman kampus, teman main ya. Coba gue pengen tahu dah obrolannya apa dah. Kalau cewek mah tetap gibah bang. Ya kalau cewek mah udah biasa, laki juga gibah kok, udah nggak aneh. Apa coba? Sama aja kan, beda apa? Anak zaman sekarang yang diomongin narkoba semua, nggak gitu juga. Anjing. Kok ekstrim. Nah itu juga sering. Skip bang. Ngomongin tramadol, shimmer, destro. Itu mah dari zaman dulu juga udah nggak aneh. Soalnya gue pernah nongkrong sama yang bermobil gitu ya, sama anak-anak mobil gitu ya. Gue pernah nongkrong sama yang kayak gitu. Kadang obrolannya tuh malah jadi ngebanding-bandingin. Gue juga lucu aja gitu. Biasa anak-anak elit lah dalam tanda kutip, di mata gue elit, mereka udah bawa mobil kayak ke kampus gitu, ke sekolah gitu, bawa mobil gitu. Obrolannya kadang-kadang aneh, lucu. Jadi kayak saling ngeledeknya tuh masalah harta bapaknya anjing. Nah, orang mau dipelek kayak gini gitu. Wah tuh paham. Bukannya ngumpul malah pada main HP ya? Enggak, zaman gue mah enggak ada main HP. Pusing kita main Kiko tuh taruhan bola yang di PS. Ada aja gitar bawa. Di zaman gue nongkrong gitar ada yang bawa satu gitar, nyanyi gitu sambil liatin cewek lewat. Biasanya nongkrong pinggir jalan di warung gitu, nongkrong gitar nyanyi gitu. Kalau enggak ada yang bawa kartu remi. Makanya gue apal tuh main samgong, main ceki, main apa namanya tuh, saho, pokoknya main capsa. Gue apal tuh karena nongkrong. Gue tahu tuh yang iseng 1.000 2.000 apal gue main kayak begituan. Kalau lu ngajak gue main kartu gue ngerti gitu lah, ngumpulin seri. Tiba-tiba temennya di pinggir, ceki bos. Main poker, ngerti. Zaman gue nggak ada HP, tapi nggak seketergantungan itu sama HP. Walau sekarang emang kayak gue nongkrong kemarin aja, teman-teman gue pada main ML ya berlima. ada satu nggak keajak main PUBG Mobile, sedih ya nongkrong kayak gini ya. Makanya gue juga jarang nongkrong kan zaman sekarang kan ya. Zaman gue tuh lebih enak ya karena itu. Jadi kita lebih sering ngobrol, lebih sering deket. Iseng-iseng gidinya gede-gedean ya. Panas, tiba-tiba jiwa kompetitif keluar, masih muda ya. Tiba-tiba notok tuh apa ya, naruh, tiba-tiba notok gitu. Bahasanya notok tuh kayak totok ceban. Wah anjing, totok ceban main 2000 di main 1000 notok ceban. Totokannya kalah 20.000 naik notok biar balik modal. Ih anjing gitu, udah kayak gitu tuh. Awalnya iseng-iseng ditotok, makin gede gitu. Itu judi sih, nggak boleh sih. Sumuran berarti kita Jul ya, umur gua kan tinggal seru umur. Zaman sekarang gitu emang sih, zaman juga kadang-kadang, tapi lebih enak yang lama kalau menurut gue ya daripada yang sekarang tuh. Masa-masa di kampus itu yang sering banget kena kejadian tuh, yang udah mulai ke teknologi tuh masa-masa kampus tuh. Kan gue kampus tuh lulus tahun 2016, 5 tahun lalu. Pokoknya pas awal-awal kampus lah, gue masuk 2012, 2011, 2012, 2014-an lah. 2014-an tuh zaman-zaman orang udah pada pakai Android. Sampai pernah tuh gua HP kumpulin semua ke tengah, yang bunyi duluan traktir semua. Sampai pernah gue kayak gitu tuh. Tapi HP gue udah gue silent. Masangnya mah 2000, nembaknya puluhan. Ya itu bahasa Indonesianya notok, nembak. Tengahan, pinggiran, kayak gitu-gitu gue apal. Nggak tahu. Gue nggak terlalu nongkrong di zaman sekarang. Tapi pas gue nongkrong sama Hans yang waktu sama Kopet dan lain-lain, kalau kita ngobrol HP lepas kok. Gue karena udah kebiasa ya, HP lepas gitu. Ya kecuali tiba-tiba kayak Apip tiba-tiba story gitu. gue kan orangnya kan males ya. Kalau gue mah ngobrol udah style udah gue ngobrol aja, dengerin aja dia ngomong apa, ntar gue tektokin aja obrolannya. Makanya kalau gue tiba-tiba ditodong pakai kamera tuh sama temen tuh, kayak apa Apip tiba-tiba todong pakai kamera, apa sih? Gue masih ada rasa-rasa kayak apa sih? Gue masih kayak mungkin gue terjebak masa lalu kali ya. Soalnya yang gue tahu kalau orang lagi ngomong ya gue dengerin, nggak main HP lama-lama gitu. Tapi waktu itu HP lepas kok kita, cuman beberapa kali doang tiba-tiba story gitu. Kalau emang udah kagak ada obrolan, bro, temen lu apa? Sampai nyetel puntung nih temen lu, bro, kagak ada nih saweria mau cengkring nih buat beli rokok bang. Kayak gitu. Ya itu sih pahitnya zaman sekarang sih kalau kata gue, apalagi hantem Covid nih. Gue juga mikirnya kalau lu pada ya masih umuran gue ya, kehantem Covid, jarang nongkrong ribet. Sekalinya nongkrong temen-temen lu cuman pada main HP, ada gitar cuman ditanggurin doang. Gue juga bingung sih kalau jadi lu ngapain ya. Akhir bulan bang ya gimana? Oh iya bener juga. Gak ada GoPay, gue coke juga, santai. Bang Andi Jul kuat rokok tanpa minum kopi. Ya ini kebiasaan sih. Gue ngobrol, kebiasaan ngudut. Itu udah jadi hal kebiasaan, bukan kebiasaan baik, kebiasaan buruk sih sebenarnya sih. Rokok nggak bagus buat kesehatan, cuman emang guenya aja yang tolol. Ya. Cuman kayak gue kalau nggak ngudut, ngobrol nggak bakal seenak sesantai ini. Makanya gue streaming sambil ngudut. Gue nganggapnya kayak nongkrong aja, lu pada udah nggak tahu lu komuknya kayak gimana. Kita mah ngobrol aja udah. Lu ngechat gue bales. Buat rokok tanpa minum kopi karena gue nggak terlalu demen banget sama kopi. Dulu gue masih demen sama kopi, masih ada rasa kayak kalau ada rokok harus temenin kopi. Cuman semenjak gue ya udah kayak beli PC ini, terus gue lebih sering di rumah, ya gue ngopi males aja gitu. Zaman ngerjain skripsi itu gue kopi habis banyak tuh. Nggak terlalu segila itu sih gue mau kopi. Kopi gue juga white coffee. Kopi hitam gue pas lama-lama banget, zaman-zaman SMA gue kopi hitam. Kopi karuhun, kapal api, tau gak sih? Ntar gue juga lucu sih, kayak kejadian di gue liat di Mekarta sini ya, di Mekarta, nah ini Mekarta distrik 1 ini ya, di sini nih. Gimana sih cara ngelihat ininya, kayak kejadian di Mekarta sini nih ya, itu kan parkir motornya dia di sini nih, parkir motor, bentar, ini jalan MH Tamrin, ini Mekarta Cinema, iya pokoknya sekitar sini lah. Parkir motornya sekitar sini nih. Nih turun ke sini, nih parkir motornya ke sini nih. Nah iya parkir motornya sini. Sepanjang jalan tuh gue ngeliat anak muda ya. Wah, bunyi itu saya ya beneran. Bala-bala sarapan. Alhamdulillah bala-bala. Thank you gocapnya. Kebeli sarapan gue. Gue nongkrong ya. Sepanjang jalan tuh orang gue ngeliat ya, anak-anak muda nongkrongnya ya. Cuman foto-foto. Cuman ya aneh gitu, gue ngelihatnya nongkrongnya aneh gitu. Itu cuman datang tuh nggak bener-bener nongkrong, sekalinya dia yang duduk-duduk main HP gitu. Kayak seseru itu kah lu nongkrong kayak begitu? Kayak aneh aja. Lu kalau mau ngobrol terus main HP, mending lu online aja pakai Discord anjing. Nggak usah ngajak ketemu bareng. Gimana gitu perkembangan? Kayak gue kan ini kan jalan kaki nih. Ini gue ampe ke tengah jalan ada orang foto, anjing kesel banget gue. Kayak apa sih lo? Aneh banget hidup lo. Kayak ini kan di jalan sejalur ya. Nih ada foto tuh satu kelompok gitu tuh. Satu kelompok, gue hampir ke tengah jalan gini nih. Ih gue bilang ribet banget hidup, ribet. Ribet. Lu niat mau foto, niatnya mau nongkrong apa mau foto? Apa nongkrong sekalian foto kali ya? Aneh banget, aneh. Aneh. Aktivitas itu kayak begitu-begitu doang. Kalau gue bosan dikit main bola dulu. Misalnya udah kita kagak ada obrolan nih. Abis obrolan, sore udah mulai ke sore, berangkat ke lapangan udah. Nggak pakai sepatu kadang. Udah berangkat aja ke lapangan main bola. Deh, ntar ada obrolan lagi main bola. Anjing gitu tadi ngegolin gitu. Ya namanya human. Gitu. Aneh. Kayak gue beli kopi, ada kopi. Aduh mana sih kopinya? Ah ini kopi kenangan. Ya. Di atasnya sini tuh ada anak-anak muda gitu. Nah gue kan lagi beli kopi kan. Lagi beli kopi situ. Duduk gua. Kagak bisa lihat fotonya ya. Ah ini dia. Ya nggak bisa diputer anjing. Nih kopi gini. Jadi ada anak-anak muda di ujung gitu. Minumannya cuman kehitung sama jari. 1 atau 2, 3. 1 sampai 3 lah. Cuman duduk aja. Megang HP aja. Apa sih? Apa sih? Ngobrol kok diem-dieman. Lu musuhan apa temenan sih? Gue gak ngerti. Masih gue lakuin tuh. Tapi tuh nah tambahan sarapan. Terima kasih 15.000 aja. Ih cair pagi-pagi. Zaman sekarang yang penting instastory dan feed IG terpenuhi. Klik 2 kali Jul. Kopi bukan diminum cuma buat di story. Gak ngerti. Gak bisa. Oh ini bukan di ini gue ngelihatnya. Bukan di apa namanya. Bukan di itunya gue liatnya. Bukan di yang Google Earth ngelihatnya. Coba ke Google Earth deh. Google Earth. Aneh. Itu makanya gue dapet sudut pandang beda. kalau yang nongkrong di pinggir-pinggir jalan tuh masih dia ngotak-ngatik HP-nya masih dikit, masih kayak adalah ngotak-ngatik HP tapi nggak sesering sama orang-orang yang nongkrong kayak di kafe-kafe gitu. Street view gini aja. Where the alamat stick 1. Nambah lagi banyak tiba-tiba. Titik 1 Meikarta. Kita baca dulu. Nah ini dia. Set. Iya rokok. Waduh tambah lagi rokok. Thank you. Bentar. Itu yang membedakan. Gimana sih? Titik 2 kali kok nggak nongol? Nah ini kan kayak tempat gaul gini ya, tempat gaul. Kan gue orang kampung ya. di sini nih. Nah ini yang gue bilang nih. Ada orang foto-foto nih sampai ke tengah jalan sini nih, gue jalan sampai di sini nih. Ih, itu bajingan banget orang. Untung gua keserempet motor atau mobil. Nih. Di sini. Depan lagi. Loh, kok belum jadi? Loh. Kok kopi kenangannya belum jadi? Ini 4 tahun kapan anjing? Main bola ada anak kompleks sebelah datang. Coba dulu di Google bang. Paling mah apaan namanya? Kayak lu foto di kaca mall, apa bedanya ini? Nggak tahu. Makanya gue foto. Lu bisa lihat gue lah. Makanya gue foto sejarang itu tuh karena mungkin gue orangnya bukan orang foto. Yang ini belum jadi, makanya ya dia nongkrong di sini lah. Dia nongkrong ada kafe gitu di atas sini. Dia nongkrong, dia cuma diem ya di HP ya. Gue sampai bengong ya. Kayak abis sih. Ini salah satu hal norak gue nih ya. Ini salah satu hal norak gue. Gue pikir duduk di sini bayar. Ini salah satu ya namanya gue nggak ngerti ya kan ya. Gue kira duduk di sini nih bayar nih, harus beli duduk di sini. Gue kira harus beli, ternyata enggak. Ntar malam film nonton. Duduk sini nih, ini namanya apa? Food court di sini tuh namanya food court. Cuman kayak gue penasaran aja duduk di situ kan. Gue pikir itu harus itu, temen gue ya udah pede aja duduk, masa iya ada yang nagih duit. Ini tuh food court nih. Ini ada porter nih, tempat buat minuman nih. Gue mau nanya kan iseng bang, anggur merah ada nggak? Atau enggak ciu? Ya porter tuh kan tempat minuman ya. Gue baru tahu anjing tempat gaul gitu ya. Porter tuh tempat beli minuman, bar gitu, bar ya. Cuman kalau gue katanya gitu gue diketawain kali ya. Bang ada ciu nggak bang? Di porter beli ciu. Ya nggak ada ciu bang, nggak lengkap, males. Pokoknya porter tuh tempat bar apa sih anjing, gue nggak pernah beli juga sih. Kan sih porter bar. Nah ini dia porter. Nih dia porter nih. Ada yang pernah beli di porter? Ada menunya loh. Bar. Yeah. Oh dia nggak jual minuman ya? Kira dia jual minuman. Enggak ya? Kok gue lihat ada banyak itunya ya? Ada minuman-minumannya gitu ya? Oh bukan ya? Oh dia nggak jual minuman ya? 100% halalnya dicoret kok. Alkohol ada kok, checklist. Jual gue biasa jadi porter di lapangan bola, cap tikus. Banyak anjing, gue norak gue tuh banyak cu. Norak gue tuh banyak. Gue ketemu pintu yang ada kartunya ya gue norak langsung. Naik nih pakai kartu anjing di hotel bangsat, kesel banget gue. Sampai balik lagi. Ini gue pernah cerita ya. Itu gue norak banget tuh. Gue ke hotel ada ya. Liftnya tuh pakai kartu tuh. Gue balik lagi ke resepsionis. Mas ini gimana? Kok gimana sih nih itunya? Oh, dianterin ke atas. Udah nyampe atas nih. Buka pintunya pakai kartu lagi tuh. Kan gue norak lagi ya. Daripada malu bertanya sesat di jalan, turun lagi gue ke bawah. Turun lagi gue ke bawah. Pas ini buka kartunya gue dianterin akhirnya. Ngapain ke hotel? Ada meeting. Ada meeting lah di sana. Penting banget itu tentang takut akan terjadi bencana ke dunia ketiga, kan perang dunia ketiga, makanya gue meeting sama jenderal-jenderal itu, gue meeting di sana. Kayak alasan sama istri anjing. Meeting. Chelsea menang banget sesuai prediksi. Lucu banget. Nah, kalau gue nih, kalau misalnya gue masih anak-anak nongkrong, gue nongkrongnya pinggir sini nih. Meeting boleh. Percaya juga, percaya. Meeting. Nggak, biarin deh, biar yang nebak ah. Gue nggak ngapa-ngapain ya. Nih, tongkrongan gue dulu nih, biasanya nongkrong gue di sini nih. Delta Mas, mana Delta Mas? Aduh. Lurus. Dia main geogeser. Enggak. Bahasa tanah dunia ya gitu. Sebenarnya gue ada kenal gitu sama keluarga Rothschild gitu, ada, lu nggak tahu ya, gue kenal sama keluarga Rothschild, cuman emang beda nasib aja. Dia kan keluarga kaya, gue keluarga belangsaknya gitu. Jadi gue tuh menyeimbangkan dunia. Jadi Rothschild itu dia kan yang ngurus dia kan orang paling kaya di dunia, keluarga paling kaya di dunia. Nah sebenarnya ada lagi keluarga gue, cuman karena yang keluarga kaya paling kaya di dunia udah ada, nah gue jadi yang nyimbangin keluarga miskin di dunia. Gue tuh ngasih info aja gue buat penyeimbangkan dunia. Sebenarnya ini gue miskin ini sebenarnya bukan karena miskin, bukan karena itu, karena nyimbangin dunia aja. Kalau gue juga semua orang jadi kaya kan nggak ada yang miskin, ntar orang kalau mau beramal gimana gitu, ribet kan. Jadi tolong Saweria lagi ya. Bangsat banget alasan gue. Udah enggak. Jadi Sunda Empire gitu ya, asal ngomongnya. Ini ngapa dia pakai baju. Nah, ini tongkrongan gue di sini nih. Nih, terus gue nongkrong sini nih. Set, terus mana sih? Nah, ini ke jalan tol nih. Ini biasanya ada pos polisi tengah sini nih. Miskin tuh iseng doang kagak. Emang nasib aja sih kalau mau jujur mah. Cuman alhamdulillah nggak miskin banget lah. Dikasih jalannya. Terus, nah ini nih tempat gue berburu cewek waktu dulu. Kesini nongkrong nih, buru cewek. Ada cewek lewat cakep, kejar dulu mah. Ini area nongkrong pinggir jalannya sini. Bukan, depan lagi, sorry. Ini mah ke itunya. Ini gue nyari cewek sini nih. Lu jangan expect gue kesini deh. Enggak, gue pinggir jalan sini sebelah kiri. Sedikit rezeki masih mengalir. Alhamdulillah. Nah ini nih pas gue baca papan pengumuman ini kemarin ya, Aeon anjing, Aeon cu, Aeon kan yang gaul itu ya, yang mall gaul ya, anak-anak muda ya. Gue kaget cu, anjing mau dibangun Aeon deket rumah gue itu kan ya, cuman berapa kilo ya di rumah gue. Set, keren nih, gue bilang keren. Tapi sampai sekarang masih papan doang. Nggak ada peletakan batu pertamanya belum anjing. Rezeki masih ngalir. Alhamdulillah. Nah ini Starling gue nih. Lo tau nggak Starling? Starbucks Liling. Nah ini. Gue beli kopi di dia nih. Starling. Starbucks Liling. Beli di dia gue. Dulu mah rame banget ini. Sekarang udah cuman tahu nih dia foto pas kapan. Nah kenapa rame? Di sini area balap. Sini nih. Ini balap drag, ngedrag di sini. Mana sih? Ini kampus gue nggak tahu dah, ITSB nih katanya kampus mahal nih. Lurus kok belok? Kemana belok? Itu nggak kemana-mana lurus. Loh, dipaksa belok aku bang. Lah, ini kemana? Bukan ke sini. Ini menembus kawasan ntar. Ya intinya lurus sana lah. Lurus sana tuh ada balapan. Mundur dulu Jul. Oh mundur dulu. Langsung aja sih. Ntar. Nih sini nih. Nih lurus sini nih. Nah ini nih balapan sini nih. Ini nih balapannya sini nih kita nih. Ini sini kita balapan. Mana tadi kampus? Ini ETSB, ini lurus kita. Ini ngedrak di sini ngedrak nih. Oh iya. Nah ini nih nongkrongnya nih, nyari cabe-cabean nih. Nih ngedrak di sini nih. Tuh ada domba, masih di angon. Lo lihat lo, perumahan ini masih ada tukang angon. Domba, Lu tau gak sih? Lu pernah gak sih nemu tai domba di jalan? Kalau nggak tai sapi di jalan. Pelakunya ini sapi nih depan nih, tawan buat nih, gede banget. Apa kuda ini? Sapi kan? Nah ini sapi nih. Lu kok ya gede sekumpluk kan. Di sini gua nongkrong nyari cewek biasanya di sini sebelumnya. Ini salah satu tempat hunting cewek muda. Kalau gabut sore-sore ya itu saya gitu. Huntingnya situ kita. Di Altama sini udah nyari. Ntar kalau ada cewek, cakep, putar balik, kejar gitu. Soalnya depan sini lampu merah kan. Mana sih tadi? Di depan sini kan lampu merah nih. Tadi nih. Jadi kalau dia lampu merah biasanya berhenti. Gue pengen berak sih. Gue udah panggilan alam pagi-pagi. Thank you yang udah nonton, thank you udah nyawer. See you next stream. Ntar malam kita lanjut finalnya. Yang nyawer tadi siapa aja? FIY, bala-bala, pecel ya. Makasih. See you next stream. Panggilan alam pagi-pagi. Udah nggak tahan. Thank you udah sampai akhir. Bye bye. See you next stream. Gabut betul gabut ya.